One of the speeches is going to be by Vikram Subraj. He's the CEO of Geotis, and he's going to present the context for why we are here. We keep hearing a lot of words in this world today: Web3, crypto, metaverse, NFT. But what does it all mean, and what are we trying to achieve here with this event today? That's the context which Vikram is going to give. Vikram, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Ram. So I'm not saying all your names now, sir, because the minister has to come. Sorry about that. So good morning to all. Thanks everyone for coming here. It's an amazing sight to see a Web3 community which is gathered here with the help of the Tamil Nadu government. For a long time we thought that is this going to be a possibility? Is this dream going to come alive? But slowly we are starting seeing that the dream is shaping up now. Now Web3. So this word was coined by Gavin Wood, the founder of Polkadot and Ethereum's co-founder. What he meant when he termed this word was a decentralized internet ecosystem which is on blockchain. But this was termed in 2014. From 2014, Web3 started having different meanings, different representations. A lot of people had put in a lot of technologies that were associated with this ecosystem. Now, though a lot of people have a lot of opinions on what a Web3 is, I thought I'll give a context on Web3 which most of you people would agree about here. Now, according to me, Web3 is not just a technology. It is a philosophy. No, please, sir, please, sir. Honorable Minister of Information Technology, Thiru T.R.B sir. Hi sir, sorry, I started it. Please don't mind, sir. So what I'm saying is, according to me, Web3 is not just a technology. It is a philosophy, is what we are talking about. Okay, what is this philosophy? Who is this philosophy for? What is this philosophy trying to change? Let's just talk a bit about that to understand the context of Web3. Now imagine I'm 35 years old. Internet came into my life when I was in college. Just one generation back, internet came into that generation when maybe they were in their late 50s or when people were about to retire. Now imagine what had happened in the last 2 decades, right? Why I'm talking about the last 2 decades? Ideally, it was when the dot-com bubble happened, right? That is when the world had enough of playing with the internet and started building serious technologies on the internet. Now in this last 2 decades, if you notice, the generation which has come in was born, grew up in this technology, grew up with internet, learned everything in internet, they built their relationships with internet. Everything they did from college to schooling to knowing about their friends and interacting about their friends, they did it through the internet or the web technology as we know it. Now what we are seeing here is a new generation which is post-internet affected. Or I would rather call it, we are seeing a post-internet civilization here. Now, any product or technology that we want to build, calling it is going to be the future technology, is ideally a technology we are building for this post-internet affected civilization, what we are talking about now. Now, when we are talking about this, there is this famous quote where we say, software is eating the world. So what does it mean? Whenever there is a new software that is coming in, there is something, a new job is going out. For example, when email came in, most of the postman works or postal work has gone out of the ecosystem. So software has the ability to quickly adapt, quickly change a lot of things in our lives. Now when we are building a technology which is a software, the attributes that we give to the software, like how is this software built, how reliable it is, how scalable it is, how transparent it is, how open it is, who is holding the data, how is the governance happening in the software. All these attributes are very important because these attributes have the power to change the future of the generation that we are talking about. Now this is what Web3 is going to talk about. Web 1, when it began with an open source, decentralized, free to all ecosystem. Just imagine, sir, Tim Berners-Lee, the founder of HTTP and HTML protocols, if he had thought that every time you put or you enter a web page saying HTTP, google.com or facebook.com or elcot.in, he says that, okay, give me a royalty of 1 cent. He would have been the richest person in this universe, not your Bill Gates, not your Elon Musk, no one. But he gave it to the ecosystem as an open source, free, decentralized protocol. But Web 2, when it came in, service providers came into the ecosystem, be it your Google, Yahoo, your Ola cab driving systems. These service providers, what they had to do is, they had built models which were majorly based on economizing the data that is being stored from the users. Now, Web 3, what we are trying to do is bring in the glory of Web 1, which is decentralized, open source, free-to-all ecosystem, and also take the advantages of what all these service providers build in Web 2. Ideally, this is the dream of Web 3 that we are trying to build here. And there's a big ecosystem here in Chennai trying to build different things in the Web 3 ecosystem, be it from NFT, metaverse, DeFi ecosystems, blockchain technologies, DLT technologies. This is a growing ecosystem. As a matter of fact, sir, if you leave 1 year from now, the technologies that I'm going to be talking about here are going to be different. I'm going to be maybe talking about zero knowledge proof in blockchain has just been implemented. That is the fast growth that this industry is experiencing. And we as the ecosystem here are building technologies to deliver something to the world here. And ideally, we now thank the government for taking these initiatives from the Web3 society. This is a major movement that we are looking at, and this is the first step that we are looking at in this movement, sir. Thank you everyone for being here.
All right, so we are now ready to officially start the event. So I request the dignitaries to please come on stage. Hon Minister, sir. Yeah. Please, sir. Vijay Bhaskar, yes. Yes, sir. Yeah. I request all of you to stand up for the Tamil Nadu, please.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெற்கனமும் அதிர் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திரும்பி அந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you for that wonderful rendition. It is with great pleasure and excitement that we welcome all of you to this event today. The genesis of this event was a chance meeting between Dr. T.R.B Rajaa and a few people from the Web3 industry a few weeks ago at the State Planning Commission, in which we requested him for an event like this to be held. And Rajaa sir swung into action immediately and reached out to IT Secretary Sir Dr. Neeraj Mittal. And a few days later, we were sitting with Mr. Ajay Yadav I.A.S. at Elcot to discuss this event. Ever since, Ajay sir and his team at Elcot have been working tirelessly to put this event together. So it's only apt that we have our Ajay sir give us the welcome speech now. I request Vikram Subraj, CEO of GeoTIS, to hand over a bouquet to Mr. Ajay Yadav I.A.S. as he proceeds to deliver the welcome address. Thank you, Ajay sir. I now request Mr. Ajay Yadav I.A.S. to welcome everyone on the dais with a bouquet. Come. Honorable Minister Thiru Manu Thangaraj. Honorable Member of the State Planning Commission, Dr. T.R.B Rajaa M.L.A. Dr. M. Vijay Bhaskar from the State Planning Commission. Principal Secretary IT&DS, Dr. Neeraj Mittal. C.T.O. Department IT&DS, Mr. Robert Ravi. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Robert Ravi, Chief Technology Officer, Department of IT&DS, to deliver a special address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rob. Honorable Minister of IT, Members State Planning Commission, and Principal Secretary IT, Mr. Ajay, ladies and gentlemen, once again a warm welcome to this event on this Web3. The state has been is moving forward leaps and bounds in making a digital transformation across the state possible. We are into this digital transformation almost in every walks of our life. We wanted to see how technology can help in building and improving the walks of the people. The fabric of the society is being touched upon by technology today. Today we are in yet another field of how can we use Web3 also as part of it. The future of internet is completely changing. As Vikram has already mentioned, the internet itself actually evolved. It was not found, it was evolved as a community. The initial dates of the internet was actually evolved as a static page. That's what we call the Web 1.0, which later became into more of, in Web 1, it was a static page where it was a one-way communication where we pushed data into a common place. Whereas in the Web 2, it became more of a centralized data where users started giving data, and we did not care about privacy. We did not care about ownership because we were all interested in likes, tweets, etc. So this brought into a scenario where there is the essence, the fabric of the entire society itself gets changed because the ownership of the data gets disrupted. The privacy becomes a question mark. The oligopolistic corporations start using this data for their own energies. They started squeezing every bit of this data as an economical advantage. With these things happening, the world started evolving itself because, as you know, the community starts evolving. We started evolving into this, what is so-called the Web3. What we try to do is here, the power of the data is given to the owner. So as when we upload the data, we take the ownership. The ownership of the data is with customers. And we can use capitalization. And these are not stored in centralized servers as this oligopolistic corporation. They are stored into local, self-made nodes. It automatically, the nodes start generating yourself. It becomes completely decentralized area. That's what is being thought about. This allows the user itself to have a complete control on his data. That's what we call the blockchain platform. So the blockchain platform becomes the essence of the building block of your Web3. And whatever data I put in, these data, now earlier, you know, we used to have these watermarks. Some idea as an authentication, this is my picture. These watermarks are now replaced with some sort of a token, an ID, which every data comes. That is what came up, the NFT token. This ID shows this is my data. When it moves around the web, whatever happens, you get ownership of the data. You get paid for your work. That brought into the NFT. So the NFT and the blockchain are going to be the essence, the building block of this Web3, which is going to be futuristic, and this becomes a certificate of ownership also on each of this NFT. But while we keep talking about it, Web3 also has brought in a number of startups. This is evolving. We are today, as we know that what was happening in 2004 is the one which we are having. So it is going to take another 10 years of its evaluation when we see the real Web3. What the Web3, what we see is just only a tip of the iceberg. We need to be very cautious. The technology is there. All the components of the technology is in place. How effectively are you going to use the technology for this Web3? That is the essence. I'm sure Web3 communities like this will start debating much more so that we reach at a real, actual, true Web3. Because we have been hearing projects which have been embedded in this public knowledge of property, holding, etc., are simply cascading and falling. We have seen this happening across it. The same platform which we are boasting about, pushing digital artists as a foundation where the digital artists could sell and improve, are now finding stolen arts in this platform, which is again bringing the cost of this thing. There's pits and falls on both, and opportunities are also there, the pitfalls also there. We need to balance. We are sure the Web3 community on its own will try to reform it, and the fabric will set itself right on the course. With this intention, this Web3 conference was thought about. This is going to be in essence, we are going to discuss, this workshop is going to talk about the essence, the fabrics, the pillars of each and every Web3, what has happened, what is going to happen. We are also, apart, see, one way when the web is growing, should we wait for the society to make use of it? This is where what we try to do is, in the afternoon session, we are trying to invite artists, sculptors, the real people. Can we help the society of the life to make use of this technology which is today available to improve the walks of their life? That's what we thought about. So we have structured the workshop properly in such a way that we start with the basics, etc. We even try to bring in, right now, can this technology be used for the people to uplift this economy? Can they use this platform to sell their products worldwide? That's what we have thought. I'm very sure the workshop will be useful. This will be a static journey. This is one of the first of this kind of the Web3 which we are happening in Tamil Nadu. It's a continuous process, is going to take forward. The entire journey is going to be forward, and we hope TN will be the leaders in this Web3. Thank you. Have a wonderful workshop.
Thank you, sir. A special thanks to you, Robert, sir, for being the architect of the event today. It was your agenda and plan that laid the foundation of the event, and your inputs made it certain that the event would be a success, and I'm sure it will be. And I request Dr. Neeraj Mittal I.A.S. to take the podium and deliver a special address. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Services, Thiru T.R.B Dr. T.R.B Rajaa, Member State Planning Commission, Dr. M. Vijay Bhaskar, full-time member again in the State Planning Commission, CEO and CTO of GeoTus, Ravi, Ajay, my colleagues here. I don't want to take too much time. First, my apologies for being a little late to the event. Unfortunately, I didn't anticipate that between that place and this place, there were so many roads which were dug up. I hope Web3 solves that problem. And I don't want to take too much time. There are two kinds of people here today. One who want to learn about Web3 and those who already know too much about Web3. I am on the first part. I want to know about Web3. I don't know too much about it, but I do know that it has a massive potential to change the landscape of technology, basically based on blockchain, trust and permissionless principles. We also need to see that, from the FTX collapse, which has just happened a few days ago, that technologies which we do not understand, which people do not understand, which regulators do not understand, not only have potential to create a lot of value, but also destroy value. And I think that's why government should be very, very wary of new technologies, not in the sense of stopping them, but being ahead of the curve, seeing the risks. We know how derivative contracts brought the financial world down in the financial crisis, because not everybody understood the financial jugglery and how the underlying assets were all being packaged together and nobody was able to assess the risks. The Lehman Brothers also fell to that trap, and the same thing has repeated, right? We just see that the FTX again. So I would like to, from a user perspective, a lot has been said about me having control as a user, not Facebook, not WhatsApp, not Google. I think that's something which is really required. There's a lot of debate going around about Twitter and whether the ex-president should be on the Twitter or not. And that decision is being made by Mr. Elon Musk, right? I wish that decision was made by Mr. Trump himself. Or in this case, me as a user deciding whether I want to be, if you know there are 100 followers on LinkedIn, can I take them with me to another platform, right? Is that possible? So those are the kind of good features of this technology, and I hope that Tamil Nadu will be a leader. We already are a SaaS capital. I hope you will be a leader. I read somewhere it's a $1.1 trillion business which is coming up. There's a lot of, it can add and help to achieve our goals. I'm sure you're all smart people here, youngsters. I think by the time the technology is, mature, we would be gone possibly, in oblivion for some time. But I hope that our children will really be able to benefit and use the technology of Web 3.0. I hope you deliberate today and give us a good set of recommendations as to how can government actually promote these technologies, growth, adoption, creation, regulation, all these aspects. I think hopefully we will discuss. We are trying to, I hope we have a YouTube link. We have shared this with all the district collectors. We have requested them that, medium and small scale industries, artisans, whosoever is interested in using this, the benefits of this technology will be able to take part and understand what it is and make the best of it. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I really look forward to your recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for making, in fact, two fantastic points. One, of course, for the need for regulation. I think people in the Web3 industry who earlier were against regulations are slowly coming around to the fact that they should be working with the governments, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. And the other thing about giving people the power for decision making in platforms, and newer social media companies like Mastodon are already coming, where people do have a considerable power on who they interact with, and we hope to have more such conversations today. Moving on, as I mentioned earlier, the genesis of this this event today was a meeting at the State Planning Commission. But apart from Raja sir, another passionate supporter of our cause there was Dr. M. Vijay Bhaskar, who asked us questions without any hesitations, tried to understand what we were trying to do with genuine interest, and helped us organize this event. So it gives me great pleasure to have Dr. Vijay Bhaskar here to deliver a special address. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister for IT, Mr. Thangaraj, dignitaries from the IT departments, including Mr. Mittal, and dignitaries from the industry. So, good morning. I would like to first of all begin by congratulating the IT Minister and the department for pulling this event at such quick notice. I think it's a huge thing, I would imagine. So I really congratulate them for doing this at quick notice. And just as the Principal Secretary mentioned, I'm very much in his camp. I know next to nothing about Web 3.0 technologies, unlike my colleague Dr. Raja here, who has been into this for quite some time. So what I thought I will do is kind of add to some of the questions which I posed to Mr. Ram, and I hope some answers to some of these questions and issues which I think are particularly important from the policy making point of view, would have some answers to that at the end of this session. To begin with, Mr. Mittal spoke about the importance of standards and regulation. Now, in terms of setting standards, I'm not too sure to what extent state governments can play a role. But however, in terms of creating a regulatory framework, I think we do have a role. And it's here again, we would like some kind of brainstorming to happen. I'm told that there's something like a sandbox regulatory framework which Telangana government has proposed, just like RBI did with FinTech. So there's one thing I would like to kind of understand as to what extent, we should kind of learn from that, emulate or probably improve upon that. Yeah, I think that's one thing going forward. Given the disruptive nature of this technology, I think it's very important to think of a regulatory framework and what can be done potentially towards that. Second is also a question of what governments can do, right? For a long time, we have been very good at providing incentives through low-cost physical infrastructure and other various kinds of financial concessions. But we do know that in the case of technologies like this, we can't stop with that, right? So given the fact that the government is also a major user of these technologies, be it in the domains of health, education, agri, and so on. So the question that again we would like to ask is, what can government departments from all these departments can do to ensure, there is the risk of Web3 innovators can partially be minimized by serving as users and so on. This is something again, I would like to kind of ask, because, and this again makes, I was just talking to the Elcot officials here, we do know that events have been kind of conducted, we do have annual events and so on, but my question again here is, can we think of a more regular platform, where people from the industry, from the academia, and from the government department come together to share ideas, to develop a platform for brainstorming, and also creating a roadmap for the potential directions in which innovations can take place. This is one suggestion, because I think if you look at the global trajectory and what works best in terms of policy making, this seems to be one area probably we need to kind of pay a lot more attention to than what we have been paying so far. The other dimension is, clearly in terms of capacity building, we do have one of the largest pool of technical human power, but definitely there is a need to improve. I really hope higher education department gets involved in this at some point in time, and to ensure that some of the skill sets which Mr. Neeraj mentioned earlier about Nalaya Mudalvan and so on, can be particularly be useful. The other thing is about decentralizing. We do know Chennai is emerging as a hub for Web3 technologies, and there's little element of interest coming from Coimbatore as well. But what do we need to strengthen this, making Coimbatore equally important hub, or moving it to locations like Trichy and Madurai? What do you think that the government should be doing to kind of facilitate this, right? This is another area which I'm fine. And finally, it's about data regulation. Data being the new oil has been a cliche for some time now, and Web 3.0 is poised very well to kind of monetize this data. And at the same time, the kind of challenges it poses, the kind of risks it poses, what kinds of regulations should be put in place is a question that we would like to get answers from. So I should stop with this, and I'd like to thank you once again and wishing you all the best for a successful conclave. And SBC would be happy to facilitate any kind of interactive sessions between departments and the industry players at any point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very intelligent inputs, as always. Moving on, the member of State Planning Commission, Dr. T.R.B Rajaa, sir, not only had the inclination to help us conduct this event, but he also has a deep understanding of the Web3 space and a keen interest in seeing it grow, especially here in Tamil Nadu. So we really look forward to your address.
Honorable Minister, respected Principal Secretary, sir, my beloved Professor Vijay Bhaskar, sir, Ajay, Mr. Ravi, the entire team from Elcot, and the wonderful young people who are here, who are already making me feel a little bit old, who are trying to bring in disruptive technology into governance and everyday life. Lovely to see all of you early today. If this was 2042, I would have been linked to my neural link, and I would probably be, this whole speech would have been much more easier, because I would have already read all of your minds, and I would have known what to say and what not to say, and what your expectance from the government is. So it would have been much easier, but we're not there yet, but we're trying to get there. And I just want to ensure that all of you feel comfortable that you're in that part of the world at that precise time in history where a government which is willing, completely willing to take the road not taken, and completely open to disruptive technology, completely open to listening to new innovative ideas is here. So I'm first of all here to say that this government is open to listen to all of you. We have big ears. The Honorable CM has fantastic listening capabilities. That's what I think is most crucial for any leader. So we have a fabulous leader who listens to whatever you throw at him. And there are a lot of people who are throwing rubbish at him. But even that he listens to, and he sees if there's any truth to it, and he works at it. So he's constantly working on himself. So Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu is somebody who's here as a leader of the state, a leader of the Dravidian model. And this is a fantastic time for you to come into Chennai, and which is already booming as a Web3 capital, not just the SaaS capital. I'm sure we'll soon be the Web3 capital of India too. We have fantastic talents, thanks to the Dravidian model again. For me, Web 1 was like the pre-Justice Party era, where you only read, right? You only read, and you just, whatever they put out there, you just read. And Web 2 is like the Anna Kalaignar era, where you had the opportunity to read, write, and interact, right? So you could question the omnipresent. You can just question everything. For me, now Web3 is the Dravidian model 2.0 of Talavar M.K. Stalin avargal, because you can actually decentralize. We love the word decentralize. And I'm sure some of you who are politically coherent with what's happening around will accept it when I say I love decentralized. We like to do our own thing. We want to do it our way, because we know what we're doing. This government knows what we're doing. Tamil Nadu knows what it's doing. We know better than anybody else. We are on par with most of the Scandinavian countries, and that's what we're going to do. And talking about Scandinavia, when I came in, I have few things which shattered my thought about, which woke me up to the Web3. My niece, my brother's daughter, is actually renting out her metaverse bachelorette pad to somebody in Scandinavia over the weekend. So that shook me a bit. And I know that kids are actually out there, far away. But DMK is extremely interested in what the youth is doing, and we've always been up there with them. At 89, our leader Kalaignar had his own Twitter account, and he used to talk back to the youth. So we are there. So this government, as I said, is all here. Web3 for us is what the Dravidian model envisages. It wants to let you loose, let you be yourself. And I know as developers and innovators, you don't want somebody watching over you and permissionless is what you want to go to. But permissionless and the dance nadulla, we have to take a call. And yes, I know this is the Web3 conclave, not the Dravidian model conclave, but I had to say that. But coming back to this conclave and the context of Web3 and what you're expecting from the government, I think the policy direction is what you're all most interested in, and probably that's what you guys want to listen to first, because all of you know what you're doing, and you have certain things. Mittal sir asked road blockchain so to let you know which roads are better to take. But I don't know about the roads, but I know there's one company here which is doing something with waste management. So waste management, blockchain on waste management. And there's another company here which is doing something on Karakudi architecture and bringing that onto the NFT platforms and tagging to NFTs and stuff. So this is all innovative stuff which is extremely important. And I was actually supposed to be there, because I'm more of there than here. Because I want to listen to what you guys have to offer, because I'm quite excited about the entire NFT sector. But Guardian Link is also here. I just met the chief here, and I know that they are going away from the traditional NFT, and they're going on to utility tokens, right? And they're going to gaming and stuff. And when gaming is something which is extremely close to my heart again, because I grew up with the PS. So the Dravidian model actually, I don't know, we want everybody to be born with a silver spoon. அது பண்ண முடியுமான்னு தெரியல. I don't know if that is possible yet. But of course, I think 10-15 years down the line, if hopefully we still have the Dravidian model government, and I'm sure it will be there, அப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்னா, then what we would probably give you, it might even probably go on to our manifesto. We might also say everybody who is born 15 years from now will have their own digital wallet tag to them, and you'll probably have a soul-bound token, which will SBDs will have your own, and the first thing on that will be your birth certificate, right? You'll have a wallet, you'll have an SBT with a birth certificate. So you don't have to go back to your tahsildars and wherever you need to go and ask for a copy of your birth certificate. Because the birth certificate is there. It's there on the BC. So it's not going to go anywhere. So it can't change. So it's going to be there, soul-bound. So I don't know if you've yet gone into soul-bound yet, but otherwise, no, it's a murky area, I heard. So that's what we want to do. So with governance, what is policy that we want to give? One, we want to first understand where this whole thing is going, right? Like Mittal sir also said, we don't know where this thing is going, like with the FTX and everything. We don't know if we take one wrong step, if the whole thing is going to collapse. So it needs to be very, very carefully thought over. So first that, and secondly, the RBI, which is our debt manager, which the government has its all ways and means account with the RBI, right? So RBI is our debt manager. So RBI is already going into digital currency, right? It's already gone into the e-rupee. I don't know, the union government loves the November-December bracket to play with currency, So I don't know if half of you get it. So they just now love to get it. I think December they're rolling out the e-currency. But anyway, if it comes, so they're already going that way, right? So we need to be ready. The state needs to be ready to talk digitally, transact digitally with the RBI. So that right there is a business opportunity for all you guys. So we're definitely heading that way, and probably Tamil Nadu will be the first state to go head that way completely, because we are on the edge of transformation. Even before transformation happens, we are at the Web3 conclave, and I'm already talking about Web4 Neuralink and all that. So this is how our thought process is. Finally, Professor Sonamari, the sandbox that you're looking at, a place to just sit and chat. Even this conclave is something which, when Ram and Vikram came out to me, they just said there's no place to sit and talk. We don't know where. We can go to some coffee shop, meet one or two guys, ask them for timing. I mean, avanga time set aguma, number time set aguma. We'll sit, chat. And then what? How do we get that entire ecosystem to come and sit and talk and tell them what the road ahead is and lay out a clear path? This conclave happened, and this conclave is, ladies and gentlemen, is just the beginning, and a huge show coming up with, you imagine, I'm sure Mittal sir and the Honorable Minister are all working heavily on that Imagine program. That is going to be a big event. I hope Imagine becomes a Binale and comes every 2 years, so that Chennai, of course Chennai is going to be the hotbed for tech going forward, because you have fantastic heads like amazing officers like Mittal sir and amazing ministers like our Manona and our industries minister, who probably understands all this tech already, and you have a finance minister who understands DeFi. So he understands decentralized finance, and he understands finance. So we have everything in place. We just want ideas to come out of you. We are here to listen, and I'm sure the road ahead will be extremely smooth for all of you. We are here to make sure that we just sit back and watch, maybe probably give you a good platform to launch all your innovative ideas. Feel free to come into Chennai and do your thing. You won't have too much of an intervention from the government. Intervention will only come to help you and not to bother you in any way. I'm sure that the last 10 years have shown you that how the botherings can come in. This 1.5 years would have shown you how this government is open and willing to listen and deliver. We will deliver. We are willing to take the road not taken. We are willing to innovate with you. We are willing to enjoy that whole ride with you. Even if you fail, this government will ensure that you're put back onto your feet. And we're not going to let the tech side of Chennai fall by the wayside. The government of through M.K. Stalin is here to back you, and we're all here to give you the policy that will ensure that this state, this beautiful Chennai city, this amazing place that we all call home, will definitely go places and be called the Web3 or whatever future tech capital of India. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for laying out a great vision for the Web3 space here in Tamil Nadu, and also pointing out, very importantly, that what we're talking about here is not just going to be the future of technology, but is also soundly founded on the justice and principles of social justice, which is what makes Tamil Nadu a very special state. No sector can grow without, prosper without government support. And we are very lucky to have as our Honorable Minister for IT, a man deeply committed to technology and having great passion to make Tamil Nadu one of the top tech destinations in the world. We are sure that with the support of our Honorable Minister for IT, Mano Tangaraj sir, TN will also become the top Web3 destination in the world. I welcome him to the podium to deliver the chief guest address. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear respected Planning Commission member and my dear brother, Dr. T.R.B Rajaa, and the other full-time member of State Planning Commission, Dr. Vijay Bhaskar, dear Principal Secretary, Dr. Neeraj Mittal, dear Mr. Robert Ravi, he is the C.T.O of IT department, dear Mr. Ajay Yadav M.D Elcot, and Mr. Vikram Subbaraj, CEO Geotest Technologies, Thiru Shanmugam, VP Digital Banking, and other dignitaries who are present here, and my dear participants. Really, I am so happy to be here with all of you in this wonderful morning. You all know that, as rightly told by my brother T.R.B Rajaa, we have got a very good leader who is a visionary leader. And in the past, I have not heard such words like inclusive growth, data-centric governance, digitalization, G2C connect through technology. All these things are new to us. And of course, these designs or plans or visions of our Honorable CM is being properly executed by the respective departments. That's a very great thing that we can see. And now you all know that the IT department is marching towards, very successfully towards making the G2C connect through technology. So that in the past 1 year, we were able to give nearly 215 services online. That's a great thing. And with regard to digitalization of the departments, the e-office program is running very successfully, and that is going to bring a tremendous change. Not only making our lives or making the officials' work schedule easy, but also contributing a lot to the environment, because we are saving tons and tons of paper every month. That is one thing. And with regard to data-centric governance, we are working on that, because we are living in such a technological world. But we have a lot of data. But whether the decisions are taken according to the data available, the answer is no. So the government of Tamil Nadu wants to connect or wants to provide whatever a poor man sitting in a hut is eligible to get. So we need data. And there are people who get a lot of benefits which is undue for them. So all these things are being rectified, and we are towards bringing a data-centric governance. That's a very good thing that we are seeing. Last week I was in Finland. Honorable CM with these blessings, I was able to go to attend a Slush 2022 conference. And this was a very nice experience for me. And the whole 4 days I was traveling across few places in the capital of Finland. And to my surprise, I could see not even a single policeman anywhere. Really, I was so surprised. I'm not joking. Seriously, I couldn't see anyone. No one was there to regulate traffic and there no one to violate traffic. There is no violator, there is no regulator. You see how the technology works. But we have people, in the roads, police people, fighting with people, doing all these things. And it's such a terrible thing. So there is a gap. We need to fill it. Last week I had a lunch with our senior minister, and he is telling, I have stopped cultivating my land because previously the yield was 100 bags, but now the yield has come down to 25. How can I do? Why should I do? You see, the Western world, they still cultivate, but in a far more better way, with far more better yield. How? They have put the technology in place. That's what we also need to do. We can make the life of the people easy by connecting them to technology. The Industry 4.0 talks about a lot of things. But if that has to happen, there should be a lot of technological intervention. That's what I have understood, and that is a fact. So as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, as all the previous speakers told, it's a capital of SaaS, software as service. We have a lot of strength here. And the government is trying to contribute more by means of providing the basic infrastructure for IT companies to come and land up in Tamil Nadu, as well as giving them all the incentives that is possible and provide a good talent pool in Tamil Nadu. And the last 1 year, if you can see the development of ICT Academy, the performance has gone so high. Now also during my trip, I have had discussions with the University of Helsinki as well as the Aalto University to have collaborations. So we are looking into collaborations across the globe to bring in deep technology and train our people towards that. We need lot of people when the technology comes, So we need to train our people in deep technologies and the emerging technologies. And you all know the Honorable CM has announced a program called Non-Mudalvan that is working wonderfully. And Mr. Neeraj was talking to me, he told me that the last review meeting, we can see a tremendous change. And personally, we are monitoring the project to get it in full shape, as our Honorable CM has visualized. And the IT department is also having a program called Future Skills, Nalai Thirangal. So we are identifying the future requirements, what technology is needed. Because we talk about cyber security, we talk about AI, we talk about VR, we talk about AR. So many things, IoT and all, we are talking about all these things. But to make it happen, we need very good talented people with us to work with the industry. To my best of knowledge, the industry people to come and establish their activities in our state, they require two things. The main thing, one is the basic infrastructure and a proper political situation to handle them. And the second thing is about the talent. So in Tamil Nadu, presently we have both. We have a very good leader, very accommodative, as rightly pointed out by our Planning Commission member, and also a team with him who will be able to accomplish what he thinks. That is a very good thing that we are seeing now. Because of that only we have improved a lot. In the last 1.5 years, you could see a tremendous change in each and every department. And as you all know that our Honorable CM has announced $1 trillion economy to be achieved by 2030. It's not an easy thing. It's a very challenging thing. And we all know it's a big challenge. And we are of the view that we will be able to achieve it. Because, say for example, each department is working on this. And IT department, we have announced the last assembly, our contribution will be at least 10% to that. That is $100 billion IT sector will contribute. And we are working towards it. We have made a lot of policy changes. We are bringing in new policies. So all these kind of good approaches, new approaches there. And you see this kind of meetings, lot of meetings are being conducted. Why? We hope that there should be better interactions and better connections between the department as well as the academia as well as the industry. So these kind of meetings are being convened by the department as well as we are motivating others like CII, FICCI, Madras Chamber of Industry and so many. Yesterday also there was a meeting conducted by the Chamber of Commerce, Madurai. It was a great thing that has happened. So everywhere there is a kind of cooperation and coordination is happening, and this all will contribute to the growth of our state, and I hope we will succeed in this mission of making this state a $1 trillion economy by 2030. And I'm really very happy and thankful to all of you for inviting me to be the chief guest of this wonderful occasion. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your words inspire the confidence in us that Tamil Nadu will indeed become a Web3 top Web3 destination at one point in the future. I now invite Mr. Kamal Kishore I.A.S, M.D. Tanfinet to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning all. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of the Information Technology and Digital Services Department, I convey my deep regards and thanks to our chief guest for this one-day conclave on TNWeb3 Build Ahead. Honorable Minister for IT and DS Department, Sri Mano Tangraj, for his gracious presence and support. We thank you, sir. I am also thankful to Thiru T.R.B Rajaa M.L.A, Member TN State Planning Commission, for conceiving the idea for this conclave and for his constant support and guidance. Thank you, sir. I sincerely thank Dr. Neeraj Mittal I.A.S, Principal Secretary, Information Technology Department, for his wonderful special address on Web3 and use of technology. I take this opportunity to thank C.T.O. IT Department, Robert Ravi, for his passionate support for this conclave success. I thank Dr. M. Vijay Bhaskar, additional full-time member of State Planning Commission, for his presence and support. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. I sincerely thank M.D Elcot, Sri Ajay Yadav sir, and the entire team of Elcot for making this conclave a reality. I also thank Vikram Subbaraj, CEO Geotes Technologies, M. Chandrasekhar, PGM BBNL, Arun Raj I.A.S, ED Elcot, Shanmugam, Vice President Digital Banking Equitas, for their participation and support for this conclave. I am very thankful to the technical partner Geotes, and I take this opportunity to sincerely thank our sponsors of this conclave on Web3, Equitas Bank. Without the support of Geotes and Equitas, this event would not have been possible. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates and dignitaries on and off the dais who blessed us with their presence. Have a wonderful day, enjoy the conference, and I am sure that this conclave on Web3 gives us a lot of insights on the use of technology. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Just before we wrap up, just a quick round of mementos for the dignitaries on stage. I request Vikram Subbaraj to hand over these mementos, please. First, to Honorable Minister for IT and Digital Services, Mano Tangraj. Dr. T.R.B Rajaa, members TN State Planning Commission. Dr. M. Vijay Bhaskar, additional full-time member of the TN State Planning Commission. Dr. Neeraj Mittal I.A.S, Principal Secretary IT&DS Department. Thiru Ravi C.T.O, IT&DS Department. And Mr. Ajay Yadav I.A.S, M.D Elcot. So with that, we are wrapping up the inaugural session, guys. As you know, we are running considerably late, so we are not going to have any kind of a major tea break right now. If you are hungry and you want to grab a quick tea, we just request you to head out, bring your tea, and just come back straight in. We'll be setting up the stage for the first session as soon as possible. Yep, see you all. Thank you.
All right, so we can start. Do you want to do a quick round of introductions? Yes. Okay. I think we should start. Okay, hi, my name is Vijay. I'm the CEO of the newly established center, basically called the Tamil Nadu Technology Hub. We'll talk a little bit more about what it does and what we can kind of do together, because I think this forum is a great place to kind of talk about some of the collaborations that we can have in mind. This is a government organization that has been set up in collaboration with the Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, as well as industry collaboration. So this is a PPP model that has been set up with a focus of building and promoting emerging and deep tech in the state. So with that context, I'll basically get the rest of the panelists to introduce themselves, and then we can get into discussion.
Hello, so this is Arjun. I am founder and CEO of GeoTS. GeoTS is a cryptocurrency exchange based out of Chennai. So we facilitate buying, selling, and storing tokens.
My name is Srinath Reddy. I am from Hyderabad. My organization name is Coin Consultant Private Limited. We are majorly into education and training. Personally, I am also advisor to Center for Innovation Public Systems, a government of India organization, where their role is to find out the innovations across the country and document it. And I'm also advisor to TSSC, which is a skill unit. And I'm in the core committee member for the Ambedkar Overseas Vidyanidhi, which is abroad education funding from the government of Telangana. Today, it's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, let's connect. Thank you.
Hey, I am Pradeep. My last stint was with PayPal, and there I was managing our ecosystem and outreach initiatives and innovation and open innovation. That's about it.
So, hello, welcome everyone. So I'm Kamesh, co-founder of Guardian Link. So Guardian Link is the NFT ecosystem company. So we are working in gaming, NFT marketplace, etc. So very new industry. So just exploring the possibilities of how to groom NFTs into better utility is what we are working on. So yeah, that's it. So I'm forgotten about I'm a co-founder of Guardian Link, and my role is to Chief Operating Officer of it. Thank you.
So just as a context setting, I think this session is going to be not very technical. I think the session was planned as a way to, like Dr. Mittal said, there are two kinds of folks who are learning, trying to understand what Web3 is, and I think there are folks who are interested in maybe co-creating some of the standards that things come about. So this panel is basically to kind of get you eased into the terminologies of Web3 and what it goes into. One of the interesting things that that came up during the introduction session was that Web3 is just not a technology. It's basically it ties into a whole bunch of other things, because Web 1 was all about digitization of the publishing medium. Web 2 became a little bit more collaborating. Web 3 basically is not just distributive. It also talks about storing value, capturing value, holding people accountable. So in some sense, it fringes a little bit around some of the norms that we are used to in society, and in the traditional ways that we actually consider creating value and capturing value. So whenever something like this comes up, and I know that there is some debates around it that's already brewing, so whenever something like this comes up, I always remember, a saying, an incident that was quoted when the Constitution was India was basically put together. And I think when the founders of the country were basically framing the Constitution, they asked Gandhi, what are the things that we need to keep in mind? What are the things that we need to bake into the Constitution? And he basically said, take the test whether what you're putting into the Constitution is useful for the people who are underprivileged, downtrodden, and people who don't have a voice. So when we think about policies that can fundamentally impact in a much larger way, not just this generation, but also the next generation to come, I think those are all things that we need to keep in mind, that it's an equitable platform, especially from a state policy point of view. So with that context, we'll talk a little bit about the buzzwords that you keep hearing about. Blockchain, for example. Anybody can take it, kind of explain it in English, like, what does blockchain mean?
Hello?
Yeah.
So I think since we don't have to go into technicalities, right? Blockchain is just a database, right? But rather than one person storing the data, we make it public so that everyone is able to access that. And the most important part is it's tamper-proof, right? You put things on blockchain, it's going to be available in public. It's not easy to make changes, right? So I think in essence, blockchain is all about that, right? A shared database that's accessible to all, open to all, and people can make changes and the changes is visible to all.
Okay. So one of the other things that is noticed in the agenda was that it says decentralized domain, messaging and storage. What does that mean in the context of somebody who probably is used to computer science, but what does that mean?
When it's come to decentralization, it's all about storing data multiple places. You can't change the data. That is a fundamental. So maybe there's a lot of use case that it can revolve around. Maybe our license can be we can store our license or certifications or mark sheets and everything on decentralized data, so that everybody can access the data. For example, if you could take a vaccination certificates, right? So which you give a physical copy and QR code. So naturally that can be an NFT that can store on blockchain. So there are a lot of interesting use cases we can build around that. So yeah, so I think government can really utilize this space, because generally people always believe that this decentralization is against to the government. It is not actually. So
we'll come to that. That's
I want to add, right?
I have a question. So when you're saying data is stored in multiple, is it the same data stored with multiple copies, or is it the same data split into 10 parts and stored in 10 different places?
Mix of both. It's a mix of both, right? There's a concept called sharding that makes storing efficient, right? You don't want to store the same data everywhere, right? You see, but anyways we need redundancy, right? So adding to what Kamesh was saying, when you go for a centralized system, there is a requirement of a trust, right? If that guy goes down, like whatever happened with FTX, right? The whole thing goes down. With decentralization, you kind of build redundancy. So if two of them are not there, right? Still the data is going to be present. Right? But to make it more efficient, we don't want to make the same copies everywhere, right? You make slight changes, right? 3 people store this copy, 3 people store some other data. You ensure that the redundancy is also there, it's also more efficient. So that sharding part is not yet completely implemented, right? It is in the, roadmap for a lot of these blockchain ecosystems.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go
To
ahead.
add a little more context to that, sir. Back in big data days, Hadoop days. Okay, so when we have one node, okay, saving some piece of data, and the same piece of data with the interest of whether we are going to lose it or not, with that value, we are going to have multiple copies in different servers also. So in that context, the sharding is also more or less actually following the same principle of storing the data. Yeah.
I don't think FTX went down because of data.
FTX is a completely centralized one.
No, is it still? It's still not clear. Is it shared? Is it split into pieces? Shared somewhere?
So what you said was that as
now,
it stands right now,
as of now, it's only copies, right?
Yeah.
As of now, it's only copies, and it's copies everywhere, and anybody can change it, but the change will be recorded. It's recorded, right?
Not necessarily. It's almost like a democracy, right? You need majority to accept that change for the change to become part of.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, even if somebody is trying to make a change, like even trying to ஏதோ ஒரு தப்பு பண்ண try பண்ணா கூட it's recorded, right? Any movement is recorded, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so DLTs.
Fine. Like, it's whatever
Explain the acronym and then you can explain.
Yeah, DLT stands for Distributed Ledger Technology. Hey, you promised no quiz questions, right? That's fine. So, the distributed ledger is like whatever that we spoke about it, right? Like basically, think about the other way to look at it is like, let me kind of go ahead and then say, hey, what is the use of all of these things, right? Basically, it all boils down to the word trust, that which we have been talking about, like in all the places. So whenever there are two intermediaries, right, two parties, and you need an intermediary who will say that, like, you know what, hey, this particular transaction or this particular thing or XYZ event happened or not, right? So you want somebody to come and then say that this happened, and all of this happens, like, you know, due to the nature of multiple copies being stored, and then, like, you know, people cannot tamper with it much more easily. What really happens is, and everything is kind of digitally stored and cannot delete and whatnot. So it really serves as a proof to say that, okay, this particular transaction happened and I'm a more neutral party, and you could trust that this happened. And all of this happens with coding, provided that the code was done in a proper way, or somebody thought about the algorithm in a nice way and then said, hey, this is how it will happen, right? Like, say, if I say Pradeep, how will you say that this was done by Pradeep, right? Like, and it's me who is speaking and all that stuff. Everything is being recorded, and if I say that I came via so-and-so and this is the money that I spent, everything gets recorded, and that's what really happens. And the distributed ledger is, the same ledger is being distributed in multiple places. There is not only one copy, multiple copies, and again, as people said, you need different people or a majority of the people to come together and then say that the proof of consent does exist, proof of ownership does exist.
Okay.
So I can add adding to the point of the contest, I can give a real-time example. Let's say if the car accident happens, right? Let's take a IoT and blockchain as a use case. If car accident happens, so the entire data, imagine that we're able to store directly on blockchain. Based on that, the insurance claim can be in process. So what will happen? Like, we can't tamper the data, because we get the data from the IoT device, stores in the blockchain. So based on that, the multiple department have to accept it, and then naturally the process can be the claim can be even more frictionless. There is no much human dependency in terms of verifying this and that side. You can ask me that, why you need this. Already, if you can take the data from IoT and then you can store in the DB. But of course, if you directly store the data in DB, then you can always change, right? If you store the data in blockchain, that it's not easy to change. We need multiple departments to accept it. Then only the change is going to happen. So, right, as a similar way, if I want to sell my car, right, let's say if my RC book, right, it's not only India, even US and other countries also, like transferring the name and selling the car, changing the RC book is a lot of, bureaucratic process getting involved. Many people have to involve. It's a time-taking process. Imagine that using this blockchain, the 10 department have to consent this transaction so that automatically the ownership can change. From RC book can be NFTs, right? It can be an automatic process we can do. So these are the use cases that we can see. So it's getting the data and directly storing on blockchain so that it is immutable, and based on that we can make a quick decision. It is accessible to everyone. Right? Initial days that in the online tendering and other kind of factors given more transparency. One more step going forward and giving even more transparency on online tendering. Blockchain can be a fantastic use case around that. So even recently IIT also trying to conducted a voting system through blockchain. So that's one more interesting use case, given more transparency on the voting. So yeah, so that is an interesting use case evolving around the blockchain space. The government can really adapt this space. Other than this crypto and other factors, I think that as a technology, they give more trustless system and transparency. Everyone can take the data from there.
Okay. So two other keywords that kind of came up in the morning session: DeFi, distributed finance.
See.
Decentralized finance.
Yeah, decentralized finance, right? So basically what happens is like, what do you do typically in a bank, in the traditional finance, right? You deposit money in the bank and bank gives loan to someone else, right? And they make a margin. They pay you 6% and they give loans at 8%. What if you can do it directly, right? Why do you need a middleman, right? If that wealth can be distributed directly. So in finance, what do we normally do, right? We store wealth, we earn interest, we lend, we borrow, and also then there is a trading part, like whatever happens in the national stock exchange. If all those things can be tokenized, and the same thing can be done in a blockchain in a transparent manner, right? See, normally there's a lot of, it's a black box, right? Bank, right? They give 60,000 crores to someone, right? And they give 15,000 crores to someone. You have like no idea of the decision-making process, and it's not a smooth process, right? Certain people with access to the bank.
So, a bank is a sponsor, so I'm just going to remind you a little bit.
Yeah. So in DeFi, we kind of do everything in a glass box, right? It's a proper democracy in that anyone who has an access to the internet, he has the same level of interest rate like everyone else, right? Yeah, so it's traditional finance without the middleman in a transparent manner.
Transparent solving, then how did this sushi swap thing happen?
So sushi swap, see, basically there is this concept called AMM, right? Automated market making.
I'm talking about the typical where he ran away with it and then came.
So see, anything, say, even let's say we talk about a democratic party, right? We talk about.
No, don't touch that.
So see, even let's say Bitcoin, for example, it starts with Satoshi Nakamoto, right? You cannot have things that come out of nature. The Swayambhu அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம்ல, it doesn't come out of nothing, right? So you need a initially set of people. Yeah, you need an initial set of people to kickstart something. Basically, this cold start problem, right? So in that early phase, right? If someone, because someone has control, right? Because we cannot have this conclave like everyone will organize, right? Nothing is going to happen, right? You need to have someone take the initiative, be part of the organizing committee, make the panelists and everything. Then at some point of time, you can give the leadership to the people, then people can take decisions, right? Basically, constitution didn't come from people. You had people like Ambedkar doing it, right? So at that point of time, right, when power is in the hand of the centralized people, there is a possibility of a scam, right? Because at that point of time, it's a trust-based system. It's not a trustless system. Bitcoin at this point of time, it's a trustless system, right? You don't need to trust someone. There's no stranger. Ethereum, to an extent, it's still a trust-based system because Vitalik Buterin is everything with respect to Ethereum, right? At some point of time, he wants to take a step back. So that is why being anonymous, it's not a wrong thing in respect to crypto. You do things for the good of the world, and then you take a step back and let people take control, right? So that's how I put it. So in terms of sushi swap or most of these scams happening, there's always one person who's having that control, right? He's not giving away that control so easily, right? He thinks this is what I created. I should stay in control as much as possible because giving away power is not easy, right? So decentralization is all about that, right? You are in control, but you are willing to give away that control, right? For the wealth of the people. It's almost like Wikipedia. He could have made millions and millions just by putting ads, but he's saying knowledge should be free and I'm giving it to people, right? So with such kind of altruistic nature, you will have better blockchains, right? So, but initially, but as these scams come, right? So there is also standards that are increasing, right? So the first thing is called doxing, right? These days, any major smart contract, they reveal the people who is actually part of that, right? So you don't want anonymous people scamming people, right? So first thing is I'll take a risk of showing my face, right? You are going to trust me. If something happens wrong, I am responsible. So these kind of, it's evolving very fast, right? You look at this whole world, it's just 12 years, right? 2009 to 2022, right? There's so much, DeFi came in the last 2 years, NFTs in the last 3 years, right? So soul-bound tokens you're talking about, it's not yet there, right? So then this system learns fast, adapts and evolves, right? So next time you'll see the same scam will not happen. A different scam can happen. But by the next cycle, that will get corrected, right? We are evolving very fast.
So you touched upon smart contracts. Do you want to basically, anybody else who wants to talk a little bit of smart contracts?
Yeah, so I can. So smart contract is nothing but a programming. So right, we need humans to manage and approve the loans and other processes. Right, program will approve it. That is the basic understanding of a smart contract. So this can be used in multiple decision making. So that based on if-else condition, I would say. But in a decentralized way, what is the programming that people can access the entire? They're able to see the code. Right, who has the power, so who has the control, who is going to concern it, all this transparency available on the smart contract. People depend on smart contract, so smart contract is going to rule the world, so that is a way like we all believe. So because we don't need any particular centralized person who can really decide whether to do it or not. So smart contract will really governs the whole process. So smart contract is nothing but a programming. So there's nothing special something about it. It is all about programming decision making. Because of this decentralized technology, naturally there is a programming already is doing, right? We have a banking system that people do transactions and everything. It's governed by a centralized body. So where smart contract is no need any kind of centralized body to really govern it. So that is the idea. Community will govern it. So that is the way right now. I think it is a process of internet evolution, right? We see internet as initially internet is all about for a chat and discussions and all this kind of things. Slowly it's evolved to business, right? In 2012 we see Facebook is just for a chatting. Now it is a business, right? So that is the way I think it's evolution process. So even people used to talk about FTX scam and everything, but these are not new, right?
So we'll get to that. Yeah. I think I wanted to talk a little bit about this. Yeah, I think we're going farther away. So what essentially you're doing is that, so smart contract is essentially two pre-agreed upon conditions set by parties in the system, where you register it instead of going to the registrar and saying, this is what happens. It's essentially registered in the Web3 ecosystem, where when the conditions are met, that trigger automatically happens.
Yes, you are right. Yeah.
Okay. That was the definition I was looking for. Does anybody else have
simple, you can say a protocol kind of stuff.
Smart contracts are the one that really makes the blockchains actually smarter, right? Blockchain is nothing else but a database, and without smart contracts, it's just a
programming
database.
that is going on top of it. So does anybody else have any questions? You know, anything that you might have heard from someone that has been always bothering you, quite didn't understand what it was. Do you have any questions? Then we'll get into the philosophical debates about what Web3 is and stuff like that. Okay, so moving on to the next part, right? Like Web3 assumes that things are trustless. And we are here in a conference with the government involved, where the government is the trust body, which basically, you know, manages the overall thing, right? Because at the end of the day, the buck stops with the government. So where does the middle line between the ecosystem that the Web3 layer is building and where government systems are building comes into play?
When it comes to, this question is a little tricky now in front of the government officials area to solve it. And first of all, I would like to congratulate TN government to be in the top 10% of the Indian states to take the Web3 kind of stuff into the masses. Okay, so wonderful job to the officers also who have actually led the program. And in the morning is discussion, Vikram was telling that Web3 is a philosophy. Okay. Yeah, it's true actually. So when it's a philosophy need to be adopted. Okay, with based on this couple of pillars of confidence. Okay, a pillar like trustless or decentralized, secure, or privacy, or owning the content. All these things are already pillars of the overall Web3 context. Now, when government is coming into this overall picture, they want to adopt the Web3. And yeah, Web3, you should see it as a technology which has economy internally. Okay, if you see Web2 is not having inbuilt economy system over there. And only the problem with the Web3 is, it is also, attachment is also there with the economy. So if you look at the separate things, okay, so there is a thin line always. Government should not talk about this so that people adopt it very faster. And Web3 as a technology, people are bringing it to the core center now. Okay, so the use cases like NFTs, the certificates he was talking about, or the vehicle system tracking and other things you were talking about, government is well connected to those systems already, and they have to move this information to the respective blockchains, whether it's public or their own private blockchains, so that the safe game goes on. The moment digital currency is in place, okay, even the economy part will also be solved. That's what my opinion.
So, in terms of the philosophy, right, I'll say Web3 is like the child, right? Government is like the parent, right? So what we are saying is, normally what we do as a parent, right? We trust the child to choose what is good, right? When it goes back, the government interferes, right? So I'll say, see, I have been a manager before this, right? I'll always say to my juniors that the role of a manager to be invisible, right? Be redundant. When you have a problem, I'll come, I'll help you. Otherwise, I want you to do everything by yourself.
But
right?
most governments are control freaks, right?
But I think, see, that's why I said, right?
Demarcation between the parent and the child.
One thing is like, when things are happening automatically, say, right now, government is taking initiative to bring investment into this place, right? But if this happens automatically, when you have a very transparent form of system, right, where investors, they don't fear government. Like normally what happens, a lot of times in a lot of places, people fear government. Right? If I come there, I have to do this, I have to jump through so many hoops. That's why we have the single window system. Right? The role of the government becomes better when they become invisible, become facilitators. Right? So that's what we are also talking about here. Right? At some point of time, government will mature itself. Right? Like the fantastically our minister said, right? In Scandinavia, there is no need for a policeman. Right? That is an ultimate role of a police, to not be present. Right? Basically, like the thieves should not exist. Right? That is the goal. It's not arresting the thieves. Right? I think that is where we are going towards, right? When people are educated, people can make decisions. You spoke about G2C, right? Government, directly citizens are going to be the government in the future, right? Even small activities, we should be able to vote, right? Whether this bridge is necessary or not, whether this particular scheme is necessary or not. So all these things is based on this thing, right? Web3, right? We are basically
I will say this is the truest implementation of a democracy, right? Everyone has equal power. There is no decision maker. I think as a
you can't have referendums for everything. Yeah. So
not everything.
So
but
I think what he's saying is that there are multiple variations in democracy itself. The model that you are referring to is called representative democracy. India is a representative democracy, where you are talking about is direct democracy, right? So I think the models are also different. So see, I think this is also where I think we are getting more into the social framework of how Web3 works, because it connects into the social paradigm and all those things also, right? But yeah, you didn't still answer my question though. Like, why does if the Web3 construct fundamentally assumes that things are trustless, and government, like you mentioned earlier, if everybody was basically given the mandate saying that, hey, go run this conference, nobody would have done it. The government today anchors that initiatives of basically saying, hey, you know what, as representatives of the citizens, these are all services that is required, and basically they take the onus of driving those things forward. Right?
See, government, the whole Web3 exists in the virtual realm, right? The decision making and all those things are there. But you need implementation, right? See, certain levels, you need, this is going to be a hybrid, right? At any point of time, you cannot say that one system is going to exist standalone, right? As we transition, as people become more powerful, more intelligent, more capable of taking decisions, right? Government will slowly give the reins. It's almost like parents giving that power to the children slowly. Right? At the age of 8 or 10, you take most of the decisions. At the age of 18, you let them make some decisions. At the age of 30, you no longer take the decisions for them, right? It is a phase, right? Even at certain level, parents will still take certain calls, right? So that's why I'm saying it's a phased evolution, right? World is going towards it. So people say, he rightly said, right? The evolution of Dravidian economy also, we ask questions when Kalaignar and Anna were there, right? Now government is asking people to actually give answers also. Right? So I think that is what the Web3 evolution is all about. People can actually contribute much more than just being a watcher. See, Web 1, Web 2, Web 3 evolution, I think this is the whole thing, right? In Web 2, you are just reading, passive. In Web 2, you are also contributing. In Web 3, you are also owning the data. Right? I think, so this is a natural evolution, and it's going in the right direction is what I will say.
Okay. Maybe initial days, maybe the role of government can be like this, in the phased manner. Wherever the things are which are really obvious, where government no need to put a stamp of trust there, okay, a seal kind of thing. For example, birth certificates, I was morning telling me, and certificates of the academics, okay. These are things which are very obvious for the government, from the government side also. So in the initial days, government actually can come into the picture and say that, okay, we don't need any kind of paperwork, or it can be trustless. We don't need to authorize that someone is actually uploading their birth certificate to blockchain. They don't need to authorize it because they are the people who already gave it. Deemed approval. Yeah, deemed approval. So in the first phase, they have to adopt it, they will adopt it. Slowly when it comes to the economy part of it, by the time we go to that towards that, because see, we have a 80 million people population there. So 80 million people coming into the platform and then doing all these transactions step manner in the so many dimensions will take time. By the time digital currency could be there in the picture, where all the government bodies come to common agreement that, okay, we can also plug in this as a part of the ecosystem. So that's where economies also will be adopted within the Web3 system itself. So that to come to that stage, it takes obviously a couple of years. Okay, previously technology used to have 24 months, 30 months to have its own trademark or footprint in the society. But now the overall time got decreased to 8 months. Okay, based on the study, for every 8 months you see a new technology or versions, different versions of the same technology. So it is rapidly growing. So at one point of time, government forced to adopt it. Okay, and will be adopting as a whole all these systems slowly, so that once all the elements in the society are reached, then they'll think about the currency part of it or economy part of it. So trustless, obvious things, they will actually adopt it slowly and then move to economies. To answer the question. Yeah.
Did you get the answer, or still you're not happy with any of that?
No.
It seems to be.
This is an ongoing discussion, so I'm not expecting any resolutions to happen here. I think as long as the conversations move forward.
I'll try to give some answers. So basically, we don't want to see Web3 as a replacement of government, right? We're going to have a chief minister and prime minister. That is going to be forever, no doubt about that. right? It is going to help them to make a better decision, right? The Chief Minister or Prime Minister can't make all the decision based on the people alone, right? They need more data. Who is going to give the data? It is going to be end of the day people, right? So that is the challenge. So by collecting more data and then making a right decision, this blockchain technology can really help, because you can't tamper the data. Whatever actual feedback you're getting from the public market, based on that they make the decision. We all believe that government try to give more transparency for decision making, right? Why they given this tender to this company, right? There may be some plenty of reasons around it, right? There is no much transparency that we don't see right now, because if they use blockchain, so what even they make a right decision, they give more transparency so that they can avoid more criticism from other parties and other people that generally used to do. So that is the idea. So it's not going to be replacement of government. We don't want to see that way. It is more like a support for government. It's a software end of the day, right? It is not a
that was not the question I asked, but anyways, thank you. So two other questions, because I know that Ram has been so two questions. One is that, so today, when let's say a system gets contested, right? Like today, the ruling essentially rests upon the ledger of the government right now, right? If an asset belongs to X, Y, and Z according to the books of the government, then the verdict is basically going to go with them. You can write whatever contract that you want with two people, but unless it's registered in the registrar's office, it becomes very, very hard to implicitly, get justice on your side towards it. Now, all these systems that you're putting together, like smart contracts and all those things, if it gets contested, how does the rule of law basically interfere with?
So, see, the beautiful thing about Bitcoin is when I make a transaction, right? First thing that system itself automatically checks is where I got that Bitcoin from, where that Bitcoin came from, so it goes through the genesis part. At any point of time, a particular part of a Bitcoin can be owned only by one person.
I'm not talking about the final Bitcoin part.
No. I'm coming to that, right? If you look at most of the cases, right, who owns this particular property? There are multiple owners, right? If you have a proper implementation in blockchain, at any point of time there can be only one owner, right? So see, like you rightly said before, it's not a complete replacement, but it will make their lives easy. First thing is,
so no, Arjun, I'm asking a far more fundamental, easier question. So yeah, like today the process is in place that the judge and the law knows.
No, I'll say, right, the data is missing.
Data and give,
see,
right?
A lot of times the data goes missing, right? You have to go to 1930s record, 1960s record, 1980s record to actually establish something, right?
That is called Moolapatram and all.
Yes, correct, right? So if this data is actually, so you do a one-time activity of uploading the data correctly and ensuring at least 90% you are able to get it accurate, right? Then only for the 10% you need court cases, right? The thing about, we are talking about smart contracts, right? It's like if then else, right? There's no special treatment to anyone, right? Everyone gets the same treatment. If they meet these conditions, they get approval, right? They want to convert from agriculture to this permit, right? There's a standard level of approval. For anything that is an outlier, right? It's not going through the standard set. Then we will need courts, then we need governments to take certain decisions.
I think you're misunderstanding my question.
No, Vijay. See, that's where the government comes, and that's where even the answer to your previous question also plays out over there, right? Both are interrelated, at least in my head, right? So what, Kamesh is saying is, hey, the government should act as the registrar, and whatever that is on the registrar should go on towards the blockchain, right? So if whatever the 1960s...
the law also has to adopt, that
that's where the government comes...
a valid piece of evidence.
Yes, the income certificate is in the blockchain, right? Yeah. The same data, but it's in a better database where you are like more confident of the accuracy. There's less tampering and it's public, right? And when I go and buying a land, I'll check the blockchain and I can see the history of the purchases and this thing, right? So right now there is like multiple places you have to do. Still you are not confident. Without a lawyer, we are not confident even to buy a land. It should not be that. Say with Bitcoin, I'm purchasing it directly. Because I can see that whole provenance, right? Where it's coming from, where it's going, right? With respect to land, there is some black box. It's a lot better now. With all the digitalization now, all the registration happening online. There's no more offline registration. It's much better, right? But still, this is one level extra where there's much more transparency and there's a single source of truth.
But the technology permits government to be completely out of it.
See, technology permits everything, sir. How you want to implement? You put these design parameters, we can implement it that way.
In the use case mattum solradhu. When you in 84 we did one and the survey were all, there was one master survey done and everybody was given one A register where everybody in the survey ku appuram ivungaldu dhaan inda sothu, and then after that also it got registered under different name because appo vandu the EC was not online. Now the EC is online, but where his question is, even if you do one baseline, now today we just correct everything and put it on the blockchain. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஏதாவது issue வந்துச்சுன்னா, can you go ahead and...
yes, we can change it. Right? See, government is not going to make it like Bitcoin, right? They'll still keep control because when...
Yeah, that's where my other question comes from. I was also talking to Mr. Sir about it. The blockchain has to be private for the government, right? It can't be public.
See, even if you look at CBDC and all those implementations, this is a spectrum. The transparency and privacy is a spectrum, right? You don't want...
Every transparency around if it is private.
See, that
is my question to him also.
So one thing is at certain level, right? Within the government and the courts, when there is a tampering that has happened, they should know it, right? See, certain things I want to keep private. My salary I want to keep private. So in CBDC, how they are going to... So these design decisions have to be made when we are implementing the blockchain. Like when Supreme Court makes a case, I cannot say it's immutable. Immutable means I cannot change the ownership by anyone else, right? I have to give away the ownership of Bitcoin. But when we implement this for Tamil Nadu or for India, Supreme Court and the government will have certain authority to make those changes, right? So the blockchain is not going to be exact replica of Ethereum or Bitcoin. This is going to be a custom-made blockchain with design requirements based on government's decision. What level of transparency they need, what level of control over that blockchain they need. Based on that, the decision will be made. It's not going to be a government will not do it without zero power. They want power to change, but it will all go into a log, right? What changes they have requested, when they have made it, why they have made it, those details can be added to the blockchain.
Okay. So one of my last questions is, so there is Web3, the evolution of Web3, which was I think a long, I think the whole idea of identity-based internet was something that we have been talking about since the 1998s or something like that. So I think this is an evolution of the internet that as we think about it, right? But there are modules and pieces of it. So my question is it a better model to develop this web as an open source model? I think Vikram basically mentioned in the morning that the web having that open, being open sourced basically has helped it in a lot of ways. On the other hand, you see tremendous amount of VC money going towards, basically land grabbing major assets in the Web3 space. What is the risk that, the Web3 space essentially gets taken over by people who are keen to fund it? And then their interests are basically...
If Microsoft comes, in certain level, Linux also comes. But Linux comes after Microsoft, right? So this land grabbing will happen, but the technology has this provision of making it much more open source, right? So eventually reach there, even though the land grabbing is there.
But if the patents and all are gone, you really can't open source that version, right? Like that entire model basically gets disrupted.
See, at the base layer, if you look at Ethereum, Bitcoin and all those things, they are all built as open source technologies. Anyone can take Bitcoin and fork it, right? And right now there's 20 years back, people called Wikipedia public toilet. I don't know who used it before, who will use it later. How can I trust that data? But now that has become standard, right? Now people are demanding open source, right? A company like Polygon, right? They have made it open source, though they could have kept it closed-ended, right? I think Sandeep will follow this. He'll talk more about that, right? So these days, citizens are demanding it. Organizations can no longer say that I want to keep it closed. When Zuckerberg is building this Meta, right? There is a tremendous pressure from people to say, why don't you keep it open? Why are you building it closed, right? At some point in time, someone is going to build an open source version of it, and there's going to have a huge, right? Everyone who is working as a developer here, right? How many closed tools they use and how many open source tools they use, you ask, you'll get the answer. Because these are the influencers, right? They decide what is the standard. Because they'll be choosing the system where they want to build, right? And they will build it on an open source rather than a closed, right? I think the choice will be made. Right?
Okay. Okay. So my last question. So whenever I talk about Web3, a lot of concerns, and there are these user groups that I've been part of, and there is inevitably the conversation comes around this book called the Individual Sovereign. That was written in 1999. The fundamental premise is that as a citizen, I no longer have to be part of any government. Whatever value create, I am responsible for it. And if I am responsible for it, then why do I need to pay taxes, right? Now, if that is fundamentally one of the philosophies that is driving the Web3, ecosystem, how does something like the government, because, taxes are important because that's fundamentally fuel to basically build equality in the society as well. So, a system which is basically working alongside the government, what are the kind of things that it should factor in?
That's why government should get into the regulations and try to control it and make a benefit out of it, right? If there is no regulation coming up, so naturally it evolves towards, more into unregulated space, how we have, black market and other kind of things, right? So we want to really get into the regulation as fast as possible so that, a lot of Indians will stay in India itself to grow this technology, or else most of the benefit will move to Dubai and other countries. That is what even you can see Polygon is, went to Dubai and all the, tech companies moving towards Dubai. So I think as fast the regulation comes, I think government is also going to get benefit. You can see the recent announcement of 1% TDS of whatever transaction you do. It is a good move, right? At least they want to know who is making money have to pay the tax, right? That is good. So I think community and people are open for it if there is a regulation. If there is no regulation, there is no other way. Then naturally this, the lot of other confusion is naturally going to rise up, and that will get strengthening the government or weakening the government, which we have to see. That's a debatable question. But I think as fast as regulation comes, every country, you take a US, they quickly got into the regulation. They're taking a benefit out of it. So you can see Coinbase is IPO company, right? So I think as fast as still, if you see Indian exchanges are almost like everyone think like a grey business. But that is not real, right? People pay taxes and, giving a transparency that whatever profits they booked and everything. So Indians are ready to obey the rules and regulation and pay tax and use the latest technology. That is what I see.
Okay. And also, this is also an evolution, right? See, Web3 is not one philosophy. It is a place where everyone can come up with their own philosophy, right? Without public goods, our civilization cannot exist. You need road, you need water. For that, governments have to be there, and for governments to exist, there needs to be taxes. Whom they are going to tax? They are going to tax businesses or people. That is up to them, right? So, and what will happen is like places like Singapore and all those things, right? I'll be happy to pay taxes and live in a place like that, right? Where there's a rule of law, I'm safe, I'm feeling safe, right? Whoever wants to stay away from the government, they'll be going to a place where they want to establish themselves, and this libertarian normally doesn't work, right? Someone needs to take care of the roads, right? And I'll only pay for what I use will never work, right? We are a social animal. We need a society, right? I think it will evolve in the right direction. See, when you say Web3 is this, right? Actually, this is not Web3.
No, I'm saying that.
No, I'm saying Web3 will be what? In 2040, we'll say in the last 20 years, this is what Web3 internet was, so that we call it as Web3 because this is an era, right? Web2 in 2006, we didn't know it was a user-created internet. Otherwise, I would have gone and created a Facebook, he would have gone and created Twitter. Few people could see this is going to be a user-generated content era, and they created it. Now we see, okay, last 15 years, this is how internet has changed. We will call it Web 2.0, right? So it always comes in the hindsight. So we can say, we cannot say that this is how Web3 will be, right? This is how Web3 can be, and people will take a decision, governments will take a decision, and we'll see in hindsight how Web3 evolves. Hopefully, it evolves in the right direction, right? The mistakes of Web2, of this concentration of power with few entities, right? The lack of transparency, I hope it doesn't exist in Web3. Web3 is a proper, like India is the largest democracy, Tamil Nadu is a fantastic example of democracy. I think Web3 should be a fantastic example of democracy over an internet, right? And it will touch all our lives every day and provide value. Right, from Ola, Uber, Facebook, wherever we can avoid middlemen and where there is a direct interaction and the value is provided, right? For example, for getting a loan, I don't know what are the hoops I have to run, right? So for the same set, some people getting loans, some people are getting rejected. Transparency will make it a level playing field, and that's what everyone wants, right? I want to live in a place where the rule of law is same for everyone, right? Smart contract can create that, decentralized finance can create that world, right? And I think this is the world I would want to live in, and I think we have to build for that. Yeah.
If you take the technology as era, like Web 2 or Web 3.
Closing notes.
Yes. Yeah. So Web 2 or Web 3. Now Web 2, these sites, whatever we are looking at, maybe Facebook or Twitter's, they're all actually driven by these centralized organizations like their own companies. Now the whole beauty of Web 3 is actually in the reverse way. The people actually adopting it is fast, and they are building their own solutions like DeFi's, dApps and all, and they are now moving it to the communities, so people are already using it. There is no central body to actually control the overall system. So when any revolution in the history, whether it is an economic revolution or industrial revolution, anything, if that is coming from the people, no one could actually stop it. Okay, now there's a case which is happening in the governments also. Personally, I did not expect that our FM will talk about TDS or taking some crypto taxes in place. I did not anticipate so fast but it is happening. Now, because the people are talking about it, people are building it, people are using it. So the role of the government there actually is to now they will not have a choice if they don't jump into it. That's where I was congratulating TN government, because they started looking at this technology as an opportunity to reach their goal of 1 trillion. So when they are into the race, so obviously in a phased manner, they will adopt the technology and start case by case. At one point that will merge with the economy. That's a different story. We don't need to worry about that at this point of time. Okay, so, but as a technology adoption in any public systems will take a lot of time, because there are so many ifs and buts. So people may want to have the control on the system. People may want to modify it. People want to tweak it. So that will happen. But it will slowly, one day, it will merge with the economy, mainstream economy. That's where the overall technology will see its beauty. Yeah.
Yeah. Two closing thoughts, right? Like one, each and every technology take its very own sweet time to evolve, mature, and like unleash its potential. And as we spoke a lot of times, like, blockchain, Web3, everything is maybe like, like a kid, like maybe like a 2-month-old baby or maybe even lesser than that. So to really see its potential and like, for it to become more equitable for every common man to accept, it is going to take a hell lot of a time, and maybe something else will come even before that, right? So one, like, it's better to hold on to the horses, right? In the similar lines in terms of the technology, the other way to look at it is if you want to kill a mosquito, use a mosquito bat, not a bazooka or something like that. So even though, like, it is too tempting to say, hey, the road is being dug, can I use Web3 or a blockchain? It's too tempting to think about, hey, can I use blockchain for each and every nail on the hammer? Okay, I have a blockchain hammer, can I just go hit everything with a blockchain or Web3 and all that? It might be far more better for all of us to kind of take a step back and then say that, hey, is this particular problem can be solved with the existing ones in a much more cheaper and an inexpensive way? If it can be done, it's okay not to use blockchain as well, right? Like, it sounds counterintuitive to say that in a blockchain conclave or a Web3 conclave, but it is okay not to use Web3 for the sake of using Web3.
Fair enough.
My closing notes is going to be, so I think we need a quick regulation as fast as possible. Because India has a huge potential towards, doing wonders on Web3, because many companies like Polygon and many Web3 companies are really, India products are built in India, the entire globe is using right now. So this is a rare moment. We don't see much in a Web 2 world, because Twitter, Facebook, Google, everything is a US company, right? I think we have a huge potential to really take a global product from India. So, but we need a quick regulation so that it will really scale. Or else, what will happen? Most of the Indian company banned as a foreign company. So that is what used to happen. You can see Freshwork and other companies also does the same. So I think this industry, as fast as regulation we get, I think it will be more entrepreneurs will grow. And this will get a huge financial benefit to the whole country. Thank you.
Okay. I also want to say that on behalf of the Tamil Nadu Technology Hub that is scheduled to launch sometime in the February timeframe, we'll set up a forum that is ongoing, that we can meet perhaps, once in 2 weeks or once in, a month, where there's a forum that basically does this on an ongoing basis, where we can evolve some of these standards. And I absolutely agree with the sentiments of the conclave here that we should evolve this framework, that Tamil Nadu becomes the first to arrive at something that is beneficial for all stakeholders involved. All right.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for that session. So we'd like to quickly move to the next session. There's a slight change in order. Mr. Sandeep Nelwal from Polygon will join us at 1:30. I know many of us are really looking forward to hear him. But now we'll move to session 3, which is ideally session 3, potential of Web3 opportunities and challenges. Moderator is Mr. Vibin Nair from Stater Labs. Mr. Karthik Subramanian, co-founder of Kana Labs, Ms. Divya Shetty, COO of Circlex, and Mr. Madhava Venkatesh, CTO of Trustis. If you can please come on stage.
Hello, everyone. Thanks again for joining us to interact and understand more about Web3. We are glad to have this opportunity to present a little bit about what we are building. So I have with me a set of 3 other builders who are already building products in the Web3 ecosystem, and their companies are actually actively involved, almost entirely based in Web3 as well. So glad to have this opportunity. What we'll do is we'll start with a quick introduction of what each of us are working on, and then we'll get to specific things about the potential of Web3, what real life applications we are already building, some of the challenges facing Web3, as well as what we are most excited about the future with Web3. Right? So I'll start off myself. So I'm Vibin. I take care of business for Stater Labs. So Stater Labs is a liquid staking protocol. Essentially, I think all of us spoke about decentralized finance. So we are one such decentralized finance application. So staking is the way by which the network is kept secure and decentralized in the first place. Essentially, what happens is there is a cost, an economic cost for anyone to try and take over the network, which is what allows the entire protocol like an Ethereum or a Polygon to be decentralized. So what we help people do is build on top of staking through a derivative called liquid staking. So it's a representation of staking that someone is doing, and you can then use it all across DeFi as well. Imagine, for example, you had a fixed deposit with a bank, but you could take that a representation of that deposit and actually pour on top of that and use it all across other financial assets as well. So that's kind of what we enable through liquid staking. Divya, I'll hand it over.
Hello everyone. My name is Divya and I'm the co-founder of CircleX. We are world's first Web3 based company in the waste management sector, which is a completely unorganized sector. And bringing Web3 there is an effort that we are putting in. So we use blockchain and NFT to make sure that there is data transparency and traceability. So I'll talk more about what we are doing in some time. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Madhav. I'm the co-founder and CTO of TrustTrace. We help brands to become more sustainable and circular. Of course, there are many more technologies that are required, and NFTs and blockchain are also a part of the solution that we leverage to solve this global problem.
Thank you. So I am Karthik. I am co-founder and CEO of Kana Labs. For the Tamil audience over here, the word Kana from Kana Labs is basically means a dream in Tamil actually. So it was always, though we have been around the blockchain space since 2014-15, it has always been our dream to build our own product, which we have been doing for the last 14 months now. What we are building is basically a DeFi, what we call as a super app, to solve the liquidity problem that is going to come when things begin to scale on the blockchain as such. So we work across multiple networks to ensure the smooth flow of liquidity across the multiple networks. And to top it all off, we are also working with the central bank in Norway to basically off-ramp or basically connect, bridge the cryptos onto digital currencies as such. So that is an ongoing project at this point of time.
Perfect. Thanks, Karthik. What we can do next is kind of talk a little bit about, as builders, what excites you most about the potential of Web3, NFTs, DeFi in general, right? All of these paradigms and some of this have been discussed as to what each of them are. But as builders in the space, what excites you most about Web3? Maybe we can start with you, Karthik.
Okay, thank you. As many would have already covered with regard to Web3 as such, the one that makes me excited about Web3 is that the power, control of the power and the control of data is given back to individuals. Basically, that is what is called as decentralization as such. In Web2, what we all saw was that the data as well as the power was basically controlled by a few entities, like the usual suspects like Google, Facebook, and other social media. Now we are seeing that as part of Web3, we are able to basically take back control of our finances, of our data, and we decide basically how do we deal with our own finances and with our own data actually.
Nice, thanks, Karthik.
So the way I see it is, blockchain can be utilized for an amazing use case like waste management, what we are doing. there are a lot of waste which gets accumulated. So as per the PWM, Plastic Waste Management Rule by 2016, so every producer, importer or brand owner is supposed to take back all the waste that is produced out in the market. But how many of these brands are actually doing this? So how many of them are actually registered on the EPR portal? So if people are from SPCB here, so you might be well aware that there are still a lot of brands, even in Tamil Nadu, who are not still registered. But they send out so much of plastic out in the market. So how do you make sure that these plastics are sent to recycling centers to recycle further? And most of the time what happens is on the ground level. So Web3 can come into picture only when you have the ecosystem in place, what we call as Web2 ecosystem. So until and unless this ecosystem is developed, it is very difficult to implement the technology on top of this. So there needs to be a proper network in place in terms of collectors, aggregators, a set of aggregators who will make sure that there is waste which is baled and then sent to recycling centers. So since we have developed this particular ecosystem for quite a long time in the waste management sector, we are now able to bring in blockchain and showcase the complete traceability in terms of the waste which is collected till the time it goes to recycling centers. We can showcase the complete journey, and government in specific can utilize this platform to see how much of waste is collected and sent for recycling. Today, there is no such ecosystem in place. Anyone can come and tamper data. They can change the documents. They can say that this particular truck has moved to a recycling center for, say, X brand. It can also be built in the same brand's name by some other company and showcase it as like double billing, what we call. So these things are something that's very usual. And in a country like India, it is something which regularly happens, right? So how do you avoid such things? So the only way is to utilize technology like blockchain to make sure that we showcase complete traceability throughout this journey. Thanks.
Madhava, if you would like to.
So I think I would like to start with the quote that was very popular during the COVID time, right? No one is safe until all of us are safe, right? So what it means cooperation at a larger scale globally without direct financial interest to cooperate, right? I think where the opportunity of decentralization, I think when she was actually talking about a very interesting aspect of the EPR, right, which is extended producer responsibility. So today, when we have some larger problem like climate change, okay, which affects all of us, but none of us individually can do anything about it, right? It requires a different type of cooperation among entities, which cannot be driven through a single government, because today what you produce here gets consumed in the Western world and then gets disposed back in another Eastern world, right? So it actually is a technology that is very beautiful, where we as humans, we have always helped each other at every aspect. We were never forced to cooperate. We were never forced to collaborate. I think now there is a chance, which is enabled through technology, to cooperate without any central incentivizing mechanism, where we can look at solving our own problem. I am not still talking about the sovereignty that Vijay talked about. We are probably further out of that, but at least some common challenges which are global, which individual governments cannot change, but as an individual, you and me are affected, our children are affected. Let's take control of that situation. That's where I see this technology very exciting.
Great, thanks for that, Madhava. Essentially, we touched upon a few things that have come up repeatedly as well, right? One is about this being decentralized in the first place, right? The power being with a wider set of people than having a single trusted entity kind of controlling the narrative, right? End-to-end traceability that everyone can see, right? One of the good features about blockchains is that it's all publicly auditable, verifiable by everyone. There's no special person who has access to be able to read the database. Everyone can see in public what is present on the database, which is what manifests in some of the use cases that Divya and Madhava just spoke about as well. So I think with that, maybe what we can go into is, we spoke a little bit about the promise and the potential. right? What are some real life use cases all of you are already building? Where is Web3 being used today? And how is it adding value to people?
So we have launched something called as MetaBins. It's an NFT. So we see NFT, right? So it has evolved in the last 2 to 3 years. And an amazing concept where artists own, they can sell the art, and of course, whoever is purchasing, they can own this as an asset. Now, we didn't see there were a lot of no real world utility for this particular concept called NFT. So what we came up is, if you hold our MetaBins, so it's a virtual asset, we will peg it to a real world utility, which is real world dustbin. So if you buy one NFT, so there is, in real world, there's a dustbin which is deployed. And the reason why we came up with this is, when we did survey, we understood that there were no enough dustbins in the country to dispose of the waste. So we understood that there needs to be more and more dustbins in the public places, parks, schools, multiple other locations. So we started deploying these dustbins. Now we are working with brands to make sure that these dustbins are deployed everywhere. So we have a mission million dustbins. So we are on this journey to make sure that we deploy this million bins across India to make sure that the waste is properly collected and then sent to facilities to process it further. So this is our intention. So through this, how now a consumer is also benefited, right? So he can hold this NFT, but also in the real world, he is making an impact. He's becoming a part of the mission. He wants to see a cleaner India. So this, as a citizen of this country, this is something that I get an opportunity to be a part of, and I can contribute to this mission. So that's where a citizen is also happy about, is what we feel.
Madhava, if you would like.
So I think there is an increasing interest in exclusive products, right? I mean, when I say exclusive product, non-commodity products, right? So for example, organic food is an exclusive product. I mean, it's no longer, the identity of the product. Commodities, you don't know the identity, right? So there is an increased need for building identity to products. Building the provenance data. So that's a problem we have been solving at scale. So if you're, for example, buying a product which claims to be a recycled, made from a recycled plastic, maybe that Divya is solving, how can the customer verify that claim on the product? So empowering the consumers to verify those claims which are made by brands and make it transparent. This is a problem that we have already solved, and we have scaled that use case. The next big thing, again, I will continue the exclusive term, right? When we talk about exclusive luxury products, I need a handbag, which has 50 pieces globally. How do I continue to produce it sustainably and consume it sustainably, right? Because the biggest challenge with more and more exclusive product, I think why we are interested in NFT, because there is always a cap on, there is always an artificial scarcity, right, which is created by these NFTs, right? So as we go towards more exclusive products, we cannot go back on the progress that we have made in terms of the environmental consciousness and other thing, right? Exclusive, you can still be exclusive by being very conscious and participating in a circular ecosystem, which means that you should be able to, for example, I got a exotic leather bag. Maybe I need a new model. What do I do with this? Don't dump it. Now you can resell it, which means that the authenticity has to be maintained. So that is the next problem we are getting into. How we can increase the life of the product, how we can enable e-commerce. Still you can be exclusive, but more consciously exclusive products.
Yeah, that's a great use case, Madhav.
Yeah, okay. So there are a couple of real world problems that we are looking to target basically. One of it, which may not touch everybody around here, is that we are trying to solve the liquidity problem in trading as such. Especially on the blockchain side, on the crypto side. Nowadays people always believe that a lot of people who are new to the crypto world believe that they are doing something wrong or something illegal, and that is the kind of projection that has been given given to as far as crypto trading is concerned. So what we are trying to do at this point of time is that we are trying to basically, first of all, work with the banks as well as the governments around the world to basically off-ramp all these trading related profits and anything of all these things through digital currencies, so that it comes back into the system. Those who believe in DeFi, a lot of people whom I have met personally, ultimately believe that they can create a parallel economy, which in my opinion is not something that is possible. I always believe that any blockchain or a DeFi solution should try to work with the authorities and the governments as such. So we are working on a solution that will basically bring the banks as well as the authorities on board into the DeFi space, so that it makes a more acceptable space for everybody. That's the one thing. And the other thing is that we are looking to basically expand upon is the payments problem. Payments is not the payments is a problem. Not everywhere do you see a bank. Not everywhere are you able to have access to finance, lending, borrowing. It is not available in very remote villages or very remote towns at this point of time. So through blockchain, through cryptos, we are also looking to resolve that problem as well, actually.
Very interesting, Karthik. I think maybe just picking up on that, right? I think one of the biggest use cases that we have seen come out of crypto, surprisingly, is the stablecoin boom that's actually happened, right? If you look at a product that's really kind of penetrated deeply within the ecosystem across countries, it's what is called a stablecoin. So I'll give you an example of the most popular stablecoin, which is the US dollar stablecoin. So USDC is actually a regulated version, which kind of they work with the US government to be able to tokenize the dollar itself. Now, because it's on-chain and it's permissionless, now anybody can get access to the dollar, right? Which is very hard. Now, some of the biggest use cases where people have been very thankful about an opportunity like this is in places and countries where the inflation has been super high and people are completely putting most of their savings into dollars, for example, to really kind of save their lifelong earnings, right? And inflation is now such a popular thing. 80 to 100% inflation is not something that you get surprised by suddenly, unfortunately, as that sounds. But that's something that's kind of really worked, right? You had a question?
Yeah, I have a question for Karthik, actually. Karthik, so you said that you're trying to onboard banks and other financial institutions into the DeFi space, which makes some kind of a sense right now in the world that we live in. They are the biggest financial institutions, so yes, they need to be given some kind of an opportunity to be part of this. But eventually, the idea of DeFi is that banks should not ideally be there, right? Or at least not in the role that they play right now. So, at least in the medium term to the long term, what kind of a role do you really imagine for banks or financial institutions?
Okay, though in a utopian world we would love to get rid of the banks and all the controlling and the regulatory authorities, we need to be practical at the end of the day. And I believe that without the help of the government or the banks or the regulators, a growth of Web3, blockchain, DeFi, I don't think, personally, that is my opinion, that is not possible at this point of time. So the banks have to come into the picture at some point of time. Definitely there is going to be an economy which is basically out of the financial system, where black money, cash, and that is going to continue to happen. But those who want to take part in Web3, in cryptos and things like that, but in a legal manner, I believe in the long term, the pathway would be through what I was referring to as the digital currencies as such. So basically, those who want to take part in the Web3 economy, I don't think they can just sit on Bitcoin or Ethereum or any of those tokens out there. They have to ultimately bring it back to their regular day-to-day usage, which I believe the digital currencies would solve. Yes, in that case, we have to rely on banks at the end of the day. But on the other hand, one of the main complaints against banks is that they don't allow you to do what you want to do. But when you are moved into wallets which you specifically own, Okay, the digital currencies are basically moved into wallets. They don't go into banks as such. They go to the individual wallets, just like the bank accounts. So once it comes back to your control, then it is easy for you to basically avoid banks to an extent, at least, right? You may not definitely not get rid of the banks, but you can avoid their interaction to as long as possible, actually. So that is how I view it, actually.
But so what will be the role of a bank in that kind of a, is the regulation you're talking about?
As in that context, the role of a bank would basically be to be a regulator as such, ensure that your funds are basically safe at one point, and probably also give you the control over your funds. Basically, that's how I see it as, actually.
I think there is going to be a merging of things that's going to happen in the future. Right? Essentially, banks are going to get into crypto, which is what you see happening quite a lot, right? JP Morgan has just started a specific unit which is dedicated to blockchains called ONYX, for example. They did their first trade on Polygon. Maybe Sandeep will touch upon it when he talks next. But the point is that I think banks are going to get into crypto. A lot of crypto institutions today, Aave has, for example, $5 billion in deposits, right? They're acting like a place where you can put in deposits. So there's going to be a merging over a period of time as crypto becomes a core financial rails, for example. So as it becomes a dominant financial rail, this difference of what today are traditional banks and what are today different crypto DeFi protocols is going to merge over a period of time. There is always going to be on-ramp, off-ramps from currencies that people typically use. And maybe perhaps a lot of that moves on like into digital realm as well, like Karthik mentioned. But I mean, this difference is going to meld away quite soon, right? Because today one set of entities are in almost a very different regulatory environment versus others. The difference is stark, but that's going to disappear over the next 5-10 years. Perfect. Maybe one more thing that we could touch upon, right? We talked a little bit about how Web3 is being used and what real life help it's kind of providing to people. What are some of the challenges that you see today that Web3 has to still solve to actually get mainstream penetration?
I feel the regulations first thing. So until and unless that's there in place, it becomes really difficult to evolve with this tech, right? And of course, most of the companies would also look out for other opportunities to move to different other countries wherever there is already regulations. So that's one part. The other part is to make sure that, how do we utilize this technology in a way which is beneficial to the ecosystem, society on a large scale. So that is something which, of course, this technology has evolved so well over, the last decade. And I'm very sure within the next 10 years, we will be in a better place in terms of adopting this technology. But there are challenges like, which we actually face in the waste management sector. It's huge, it's humongous, right? Only 9% of the world's plastic is recycled today. 91% just gets dumped in ocean bodies and landfills, which is a serious concern for all of us. So in such cases, it is very difficult. So now the government has come up with the rule, even under the EPR, that 25% of the packaging material, what brand utilizes, needs to be recycled content. So now if the government is giving this rule, but how do you actually measure this, right? So how do you authorize and say that yes, it is actually this particular brand is using 25% of the recycled content? They are, it's very difficult for a government to track this. That is where technologies, like blockchain would come into picture to help solve. So this is where both the parties integrate, right? Like, people like us who are working in this space, technology developers would come into existence, government body would come into existence, and the brand on the other side who are actually producing this waste. So now everyone coming together will be able to solve this particular problem. So that is how I see this industry.
So I think digitalization is very critical, right, for this technology to succeed. I think in the morning somebody was talking about insurance. The car meets an accident, there is an IoT device which transmits the data. There is so much real world assets which exist, right? I mean, suddenly we cannot just move to a metaverse and say that, okay, I will only own digital assets. But if you don't know how to uniquely tag a physical asset. We still don't have a solution, right? You still don't have a solution to tag every physical real world asset. It is very easy, for example, to talk about a land registration record because you already have a lat long coordinates which will physically identify that asset uniquely. So if you think that Web3 is a completely different economic ecosystem, which is disconnected from the existing real world ecosystem, I think we are making a mistake. Okay, it has to add value to the existing things that we are doing. Okay, it cannot be creating another problem, completely a new problem, and trying to create a new solution for it. So I think the digitalization, tagging real world assets, we have a significantly long way to go. I don't think, we are just in the starting point. Maybe 2040, I hope, I can still be on the other side listening to some young minds who have solved this problem at scale.
Yeah, okay, so I believe there are quite some way to go as far as Web3 is concerned. Just based from the technology point of view, what we are seeing as a big challenge to Web3 is first of all taking the technology to the masses. Everybody says that they want to take the technology to the masses, but how do you do that actually? It is a very difficult technology to understand first of all. And I believe that we are making it a little more complicated for ourselves as developers by having so many, for example, purely from a developer point of view, by having so many networks out there actually. Because there are so many, till around 3 years back, there are only 2 or 3 networks. Now there are around 20 to 30 at this point of time. And what happens is that this leads to a distribution of the users across multiple networks. And the liquidity as well as the users are basically siloed into specific networks. And this only complicates the problem even more actually. So, so the idea is basically to make the technology as seamless as possible so that it is very easy for even the Web2 users to understand, right? That is I believe is the biggest challenge that Web3 is going to face, because even now Web3 is for a niche audience only. Those who are into crypto trading, those who are very much deep into the technology, only say probably that is around 1 to 2% of the people in India. It is a very niche technology at this point of time. So if you really want the masses to start using it, you need to make it much more simpler, and you need to take it to the people and in a way that they understand basically.
No, makes sense, Krishna. I think one of the couple of things that I find problematic with Web3 as well is, one, the way to access Web3. Right? We keep talking about how not your coins, not your crypto, etc. But it's not easy for anyone to hold a wallet and hold all their life savings, or let's say a substantial part of their net worth, and manage their wallet themselves, right? I just happened to forget the private 16 word code for some point, and I was just panicking, right? I was wondering, like, okay, there's a reasonable amount of money there, my password is not working, what am I going to do, right? Because if it's gone, right? Now, how to make it simple for people, abstract some of the complexity away, I think is one part. The other part is today, I think even if we bring a lot of real life use cases, right? I think if you go back, let's say a year or so back, the amount of traffic that was on Ethereum was making it so expensive and slow, right? The network gets congested. So the point is that we have a long way to go in terms of making the technology first faster and cheaper, right? It is still a slow shared database. It has some unique properties that are great, but it's still slow. I think there's a lot of good work that's being done by different networks to make it both faster and cheaper, which is what will then allow a public network to be almost a public database to be as simple and cheap to use like a private database is today. So those are a couple of pointers from my side.
Just to add to what you were saying, right? I think it's a shame when we say decentralized and not interoperate. It's actually a shame to the Web3 community. I think we should all stand up and say that, okay, if we really believe in decentralization, if we really believe in empowerment, let's build interoperability as the first step. Networks will exist. 100 networks will exist. But I should have the freedom and liberty to move across network. We are just creating an alternative government now. That's it. The cage is different. That's it.
Lovely. I think that's a great note to end on, with some self-criticism as well. But glad to be able to share, folks. Thank you.
Okay, great, Sandeep. Thanks for joining, man. We have a very, very excited crowd who wants to hear you speak. It's the Web3 community here in Chennai. It's the Web3 ecosystem builders here. And But who else they would be happy to hear, none other than you, man. You
Welcome to everyone.
Oh, wow. So, great. So, Sandeep, we started this session on a very, very philosophical note, where I said that Web3 is more of a philosophy, that we all have to discuss, talk, and, build things based on that, right? Now, a lot of people had different opinions about, what is Web3, what encompasses Web3 and all. Now, I'll ask this to you, Sandeep, what is Web3, what is being built, where it is going?
Yeah. So, before going into what is Web3, we should actually ask ourselves why Web3, right? It can be a very fancy thing, but why do we even need it? If we go 300 years back, probably, right? It was only the king, right? And the society was governed by the king, and king was the only rule of law, right? And then whatever king will say, that happens, right? Then when the democracy came in, nation states came in, and we, had governments, and then we created all of these, institutions where today, if you see, and today we are living in that age where, our government is an institution, our banks are an institution, our municipality is an institution, the companies that we interact with, we buy stuff, they are also institutions. And these institutions are run by a few individuals, right? And in the last 20, 25 years, what has happened is that with the advent of internet, we started spending more and more of our lives on these online applications. And like now these online applications consume 60-70% of our human interaction, apart from our peer-to-peer interactions with our friends and family. Even right now we are, talking and I'm talking via Zoom, which is a third party, which is an institution, right? So these third party institutes in the last 20-25 years, we have realized that there is so much of, malified activity, sometimes scams, sometimes decision making which is not correct for the overall individuals related to that institution. Like for example, banks, you only get to know after bank has been doing some crazy scam stuff for last 5-10 years. In India also we have seen this, we all saw Yes Bank like 2-3 years back, that suddenly you realize that, oh, Yes Bank doesn't have enough amount of money as owed to the customers, right? So basically what Web3 is, basically in Web2 we are living in the world today where all our lives, 60-70% of our interaction with everything that we do, they are done via these online applications which are controlled by some parties, whether it's Facebook who controls your data, Google, everything like that, right? Now with this is Web2. Now with Web3, now what is Web3? With Web3, what we are trying to do is we are trying to remove this centralized control from these applications. And instead of these applications being run by a few individuals, we are creating this infrastructure where the communities can run these organizations, right? For example, bank. So in DeFi, as we say, there are multiple banks like Aave and Compound who have billions of dollars from people's money. And exactly what exactly a bank does? A bank actually takes money from you. You lend it into the bank, and bank basically you give money to the bank, and bank lends it to the borrowers and makes some return, and then passes on some part of the return to you and keeps some percentage of the return, right? That is being done on DeFi in a non-centralized way. And all that, I saw that people before this, we were talking about FTX and all that, and a lot of failures that have happened in the past 1 year. They all were the failures of CeFi, like centralized finance, which is exactly what the DeFi and the Web3 world is building against, right? So all those failures, none of the DeFi protocol failed. None of the DeFi community, failed to see that, okay, this protocol is over leveraged or anything like that. So that is what exactly we are building at Web3, where we are building more transparent, decentralized, and community-owned businesses. That is exactly Web3. If I had to give you one line, I would say community-owned businesses. In future, for example, let's say Uber, right? How many of us have used Uber, but what is our stake in Uber? Like, can we say anything to Uber? Do we have any interaction in the or say in the decision making of Uber and all that? Like, absolutely no. In fact, not only us. In fact, think about the drivers who are actually the workers of this company Uber, and then they don't have any say in the decision making, and neither they have any stakeholding in the company. Like in future, maybe like right now the technology might not be ready, but in next 2 to 3 years, 4 years, you would see some form of a decentralized Uber evolving, which is built in the form of a smart contract where the drivers join in and the users join from the other side, and there is this matching engine which simply matches the demand with the drivers. And in that scenario, the fees can be very, very low. The cut that the drivers have to pay, the drivers will have a more say into this thing. So basically, it's like what I was saying, that from going from king ruled these things to the democratized institutions. Similarly, we are doing what democracy did to the nations. Web3 is trying to do to the businesses. Like running businesses in a more decentralized and community-owned way is what is Web3.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thanks, Sandeep. I can see that, a lot of that sentiment is also coming in from the recent events, be it FTX and, all other exchanges, what trouble the ecosystem has to face. Now, Sandeep, when you were talking about Web3, right? From the beginning of the session, a lot of questions where it has come from delegates is, where are we seeing this Web3 happening, right? I mean, what is the use case that is being solved? Is anything being solved already? What is happening now, right? Or are we just talking about a utopian society that might be there in the future? Is something happening in the present?
Yeah. No, so I mean, I am actually not a believer of the utopian kind of theories, like what kind of in the Marxist or communist kind of systems that have been explored. It's very difficult to achieve that kind of utopia. But the free markets have a way to find a middle path, and I think that's where we are moving. Like these DAOs, the structure, decision making of the DAOs, and all that, the how the things are moving. Because as a business, like I said very freely that community owned businesses, but when it's a community owned business, it's very hard to take decision, do decision making. Yeah. So don't mistake me from saying that from day zero you can build a particular application which is fully decentralized. No, you have a progressive decentralization process. You start with a few individuals like who lead that kind of application. They will build something, build some traction, and once the traction starts coming in and the application starts achieving some sort of escape velocity, they slowly hand over the control towards the community. So we are not talking about some utopia or kind of this dream over here. There is like free markets are finding the process and how a company who starts with this one, like a centralized company, becomes a more decentralized company. If you see also in a way the public companies that we see with the stocks and all that, like they also have AGMs and all that where shareholders can vote and things like that, right? So there is some form of that already available, but because of the current infrastructure on how those shareholdings and everything can be managed, it makes it very difficult. Blockchain just puts it on steroids. Like the users can directly become the stakeholders, and other people can join in and things like that. But what is happening in Web3, coming to your main question, I think there are 2-3 main sectors which are experiencing hyper growth. Of course, like DeFi has been one. We saw a very big DeFi summer back in 2020. That is constantly, I think, like now I feel that with this FTX fiasco and whatever has happened in the past, like 3AC, Luna, and this and that, I think DeFi is making a comeback, and you will see. I feel that in the 6-8 months you will see again a revival of things in DeFi, because that capital who was going into the centralized exchanges is coming back into the self-custodied wallets. So DeFi is pretty big already. I would say that it's not a small industry. There's already $30 to $40 billion worth of capital. India, let me tell you the size of gaming industry, right? Mm-hmm. So gaming industry in the US is actually bigger than Hollywood, all these like OTT platform, Netflix, this, that, the NHL, NFL, sports, all the sports combined, gaming industry is bigger than that, right? So and in the gaming industry, people are realizing, and the gamers are realizing, which has happened in the past. Like currently, the gaming structures are very exploitative in terms of the business model. Like you have freemium, free to play this thing, but anytime you want to do, you have to kind of pay money to buy more assets and things like that. And then anytime you can be deplatformed, like anything that you do, like in the past we have seen that somebody said something about a very big government, and then government got him to ban. And in India, again, we don't realize, but in the Western world, many of the gamers, like gaming is their livelihood. They make money by gaming, right? And then blockchain is actually that play to earn model. Although we saw a very kind of stellar rise of one particular game and all that, but those economics were not sustainable. But people are building these sustainable play and earn economies where the people from countries like India, they are already spending so much time in gaming. They will spend time for mining these assets and things like that, and they will sell them to the people who have the money to buy them, instead of the game only selling it. Now games are building in the form of economies where people work hard. Some people will put labor to create those assets, and they will be bought by people. So I come from a very humble background in Uttarakhand, and I see because of the smartphone penetration in India and the geo internet, like I see so many of my cousins and all that who come from like just like probably $100, like 10,000 rupees a month, but they keep playing the games, right, all the time. Imagine if they are able to play some of these games, make some money, and then create or mine those assets, and they are able to sell them somewhere else, and it gives them another, like, let's say even $100 a month, which is not a very big number, but it can be a life changer for them. $100 is like 8,000 rupees, right? So it's almost like more than 50% of their salary. So I think there are so many people who are looking to do that. You would see, like, for example, IndieGG in India is kind of creating that whole guild kind of structure. So gaming is a very big thing. Like right now, this, I think overall, like more than $1 trillion industry, every studio globally is trying to do something in the gaming. The third important segment is, and I can talk on and on about that, but the third important segment is these creator economies. Like you guys have all seen that Reddit and Instagram, they both integrated with the Polygon to do NFTs and things like that, right? The reason for that is precisely these creator economies. People are seeing that these creators, they create a lot of kind of content, and basically making the content as an asset class, so which you can directly sell to your audiences. Sooner or later, people are also trying to create, like, for example, if I am a creator, I created a video, I can sell the royalty rights, 50% of the royalty rights to the public, because I don't know like how this video is going to do. I can hedge my position, but if that video ends up making millions of dollars, whoever buys those rights, they can buy. Of course, the regulation and all those things is being worked out, but the content creator economies is a very big segment also in this one. And I would even say that the decentralized Uber, the drivers are creating that network for those rides, right? So I would say that creator economies or shared economies, you want to call it, I think those would be will keep going as prominent segments.
Yeah, that's a perfect view of what's happening here, be it from the gaming industry, the DeFi space, the NFT space. Now Sandeep, all this is good from the perspective of the Web3 ecosystem, right? But what about governments, right? How do they adopt this technology? How can they utilize this, right? Can you throw some light on that? I know you're working with a lot of these government agencies through Polygon to implement a lot of stuff. Can you throw some light on that?
Yeah. So on the government side, see, although the things, because the governments have to manage a lot, like the mandate is very, very big and things like that. So the things move slow, but I think we have done, like at Polygon itself, like for example, in the Maharashtra government issued a lot of like COVID certificates, like vaccination certificates on chain, which anybody can then with a QR code can show anywhere and prove that they have the vaccination certificate. And then, you know, they are also issuing some caste certificates in Maharashtra, if I'm not wrong. Also, I think the police department of Firozabad, they actually did FIRs on blockchain because, you know, blockchain, basically one quality of blockchain is it's very transparent and immutable. Like once a record goes there, you know, it can be audited, it can be changed, but you can't delete the record, right? So, and you can't deny that record. And we all know that, for example, you know, in some parts of India, like, you know, so many bad activities or crimes happen, especially crime against the women happen. And then, you know, police will not even register the complaint, right? Here, like, you know, if somehow we can create, you know, portal or something like that, where people can go, or even like a SMS, like simple SMS somebody does, and they are able to log their FIR on blockchain, then, you know, whether it's even if like it's a when nobody can change that record. People know that this FIR was registered, and then police has to take some course of action on that. And similarly, a lot of things can be done over there, like, you know, where governments, because, you know, I think for governments, like, you know, this transparency and accountability, I think for every government, it can actually attract a lot of you know, voters and audience also them, that if governments are open to, you know, providing their data freely, accountably in a transparent way. So I think, you know, we have also discussed in the past with some PSUs. So for example, they have a lot of scrap material, and that scrap material is lying all across the plants in India. Like, you know, the one estimate was it could run into thousands of crores, but, you know, nobody has accountability. It's in their system, and no single person, because people keep getting transferred from one place to another. There's no accountability over there. But imagine that scrap was logged on blockchain, and over time, like, you know, journalists could look at it and they can say that, hey, this particular PSU has 1,000 crores worth of scrap lying over here. Nobody is taking responsibility. It puts some pressure at the top, where somebody will assign a special project that, guys, I need this scrap to be utilized, sold out in the market or whatever, and make this 1,000 crores back for the people of India. So I think in terms of accountability, land records, we have always talked. Like, I personally know, you know, one of my friend, very close friend, he was working outside, and then in Uttarakhand, like, somebody just created a fake certificate of that land ownership, and then put that property on dispute, and he had to go back, pay the money and all that stuff to that guy who's actually created the dispute and all that. So land departments and all that can be a very straightforward use case. So, you know, basically overall, like, sometimes like records, as well as, like, you know, on the other side, like providing some transparent data about things government and government departments are managing people's money, so that it's transparently available to everyone, and people can you know, have a view on that, and make people accountable, make government or government departments accountable.
Wonderful, Sandeep. I think public distribution systems, PSUs and all that, you know, that's a very big scope for the government to start implementing blockchain. You know, that is where a lot of auditability and
one thing I want to say, you know, Vikram, over there, like, you know, every time, like, we talk to the governments all across the world, I'm saying, like, you know, when we talk about blockchain, then governments want to do private blockchain, right? And I want to tell all the, you know, audiences here from the governments and very, you know, honorable members from the government of Tamil Nadu and, you know, other government departments, that, you know, anytime anybody pitches you private blockchain,
it's an oxymoron.
I mean, I don't want to say the word exactly, but it's actually a scam. Like, you know, it's private blockchain means it's day night. It cannot be day and nights on the same day. So private blockchains, like, blockchains are meant to be public. There is nothing called private blockchain. And I keep seeing, like, a lot of people, you know, from the enterprise side, that they will come and then, oh, you have your own blockchain, you have 4 nodes. You know, if you have your 4 own nodes, you are controlling them. You can as well as have a server. Then it's basically a very weak database, which is like, you know, you can have a much better single database service, which can actually have millions and millions of records stored for you. There's no point of blockchain. Blockchain is only when you are open to give out the data, and that data is managed or is run by public validators, and even government cannot change the data. There can be a possibility of updation, but nobody can change the data. There will be an audit trail, and that's the point. Like accountability, these systems are trying to put so that even the people in power, they cannot maneuver around that. And this, like, as you see, like if you see from the humanity perspective, right, like the evolution of humanity, this is going to happen. It might take time. It will take time, probably maybe, who knows, like 5-10 years. But I think it's a natural evolution, and people are going to demand more and more for this. And I think people who take the pioneering position on this, they are going to be like loved by their audience and the citizens under their command.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I think we have more philosophical discussions on this ground with the government to happen, on what is this private blockchain? Is there, do we even trust it, right? So I think you took that a bold stance and, put that out there, right? Now, Sandeep, now this one is for the builders, the developers, the startups in this ecosystem based out of TN. What would your advice be? What is that they should be building on, working on? Which industry you think is having a good scope from your experience and from your viewpoint?
Sorry, I missed this part.
Sorry. So this one is for the community and Web3 community here, builders, startups, developers who are all out here. If I ask you to give an advice to these people on what they should be working on ideally now, which industry they should be focusing, which problem they should be trying to solve, what would be that from you?
I think like there are 2-3 things that I can tell. Like one is, I think this dedicated blockchain. Again, I'm not saying private blockchain. Dedicated blockchain means public blockchain, but dedicated to an app, right? That ecosystem is growing very fast. And I think with, like, for example, Polygon Supernets is there, Cosmos chains are there, Tendermint chains, and other app chain ecosystems are there. So I think that is going to pick up more and more. It's basically like shared servers. Like, we, in the very early days of internet, like it was very hard to have or costly to have your own dedicated server. So you used to have shared servers, right? And then if one of the website has a lot of traffic, suddenly you your website also goes down. That is exactly what is, let's say today, these shared blockchains. Like if Bored Apes is having a drop, suddenly your application is also experiencing high gas fees and all that. Instead of that, you can have dedicated public blockchains. And I think that's where, people who are working on infrastructure, DevOps, who are really good at DevOps and all that, reach out to me also on Telegram. Like we are also supporting these people who can build on the infrastructure side on these dedicated app specific chains. Then I think like next 6 to 12 months, DeFi is going to experience another wave. So DeFi, I feel that DeFi is very interesting. And then the third one would be these creator economies. Although creator economies are also very local and geographically specific. So you have to see that, what kind of like local laws are applicable on it, and, can that create a problem? But I feel that, if you start at a smaller scale and you are able to employ a lot of citizen, give employment with that creator economies or shared economy, right, where people are contributing and making money with something in a legit way, like not like a kind of a Ponzi-ish way. If you do it in a legit way, I think the governments will understand that, okay, this thing is actually creating employment opportunities. I think that's what IndiGG is trying to do. They are trying to create employment opportunities via gaming for the youth all across India, right? So I think those would be interesting things to do. And if you have an enterprise setup, services setup and all that, obviously, pitching more to the government. And I think Tamil Nadu government has been also very open. State where the governments are open for this, I'll be interesting. Economies and DeFi, I would say these would be the two main things I think people should focus on. And of course, the infrastructure of dedicated chains. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful, Sandeep. I think we had a great time picking your brain, understanding about what is your viewpoint on Web3, where do you think governments can intervene, and what can builders and developers here can focus on. Thanks a lot for your time, Sandeep. We want to have a much longer session. I think we should definitely have a much longer session with these creators here, maybe some other time. But till the time, thanks a lot for your time. We had a great time. Guys, please give a big round of applause for Sandeep Nilwal. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Sandeep.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think there has been a lot of discussions about, banks and Web3 ecosystem. Somewhere it feels like, there is some reverse education that has to happen to the Web3 ecosystem here. I think I'll take it up and talk a bit about this before I invite Ikitas to the stage, right? So guys, if you see banking as an industry has learned, built and evolved to a level with the 400 years of experience, right? Starting from the Jewish ghetto banki and all, how loans were given, and with a lot of that experience, it's wherever they stand now comes from a lot of experience of auditing, compliance. When we easily quote certain things that, they give loan to XYZ person, then they cancel loans. But they've been an integral part of also building the nation that we easily pass through, when we talk about only scams. The trouble that we have when it comes to Web3 ecosystem is, we talk about only the scams in Web3 ecosystem and not the good things in the Web3 ecosystem. I think somewhere we are also reversely doing it to the banks here, right? According to me, in future, how this is going to evolve is there is going to be a hybrid model like what Vipin said. There is going to be a lot of handshaking, a lot of give and take that is going to happen between this technology-focused industry and that people-focused industry, right? They have a rich knowledge of, how to choose people. We have a rich knowledge of technology. There's going to be a merger between these two sectors. Ideally, that is what we should be working towards. Now, Equitas Bank, we've been working closely with them. They've been working closely with a lot of other ecosystem players even. It is that vision what is needed from the bank, right? To focus for the future, right? To deliver or help people who are having a vision of the future technology. I think that is what is important. That can happen only when there's a mutual trust between these industries. I think that is something that even as a Web3 ecosystem players, we'll have to start working on. Now, having said this note, I would please invite one of the main sponsors, Equitas Bank. Sir, who's Mr. Shamu from Equitas Bank, who's leading their digital front. Could you please come to the stage, sir? Can you put his presentation, please? Oh, it's already.
Check. Good afternoon, all. Thanks, Vikram, for setting the context. So banks are definitely wanting to partner, and we'll show you some examples of what we've done in the past. Thanks, Geotis, for organizing this event, and to Tamil Nadu government for doing a fantastic start of the journey. So a quick background about Equitas. I know lunch is ready, so I'll not take much of your time. So we'll make it short, crisp. Equitas is derived from a Latin word, which means fair and transparent. So our MD and CEO, Mr. P.N. Vasudevan, founded first microfinance a decade back. That slowly got into as Equitas Small Finance Bank in 2016. Now, one of the things that we wanted to do right from our journey at the beginning, even in the microfinance world, there's a Harvard case study by his name. And that came purely because of his open-mindedness and wanting to help people reach financially at the last mile. So with this background, when we started as a bank, the main intention of our framework, even before we wanted to get into a lot of products and services, to see how we can build an open architecture. So this is going to help not just the banks operate in traditional way like what Vikram had quoted, 400 years of doing the same brick and mortar story, but how do we value add? How do we bring in expertise? How do we accept things that we don't know? And how do we relate to things that we are good at? So with that background, I'd like to go ahead and quickly run you through what we do and how we do. So quickly on our journey as a bank, where we started, where we are. Regulators, statutory bodies and departments, in the earlier forum discussions, people were saying banks don't like cryptocurrencies, banks are against cryptocurrencies. Well, it's all in the mindset. If you see when Web 1.0 came up, we didn't know 2.0 is going to come. We got adapted. Nobody knew that you go do a search for a railway ticket and you get a call about it, you get an SMS about it. That's Web 2.0. And nobody knows what's ahead for Web 3.0 as well. So it's an adapting, evolving thing, and I'm sure people will get adapted. So we'll touch upon why they are there and why we also have to make sure that we are in partnership with them. What are our channels offerings? A quick glance of our products and propositions. I won't go too much on our products as such because our team is here the whole day. So any questions you have, post lunch we're here and so we can cover it up. And how we could give our solutions that could leverage for partnerships with fintechs and startups, together how we could grow business, and why we call ourselves a bank with a soul. Next. So quick landscape. So like I said, 2016 is when we started and we launched ourselves as Equitas Small Finance Bank. 2017, we were the early runners for FASTag. We were one among the top 6 banks to have come up with FASTag issuance when big banks were still trying to build it. Now every bank issues, that's a different story, but we were one of the early runners. We had a tab-based onboarding. Like I said, we wanted to make sure we deliver banking to the last mile person. So which means people who may not even have an Aadhaar card. We help them get an Aadhaar. We help them understand why a bank account is essential. And how do I do that? I do it at his doorstep. And that was the first initiative on Tab. We had our corporate internet banking launched. In 2018, we were one among the early runners for allowing you to manage your debit card on your mobile banking. So today, everybody does everything on mobile, right? 2018, it was still landscaping ahead. Similarly, on FASTag acquiring as well. So we were one of the early runners on FASTag acquiring. 2019, we launched facial recognition. One of the regulatory requirement, right, for a financial transaction, it should always be a 2-factor authentication. So we had facial as one of the authentication and followed by a MPIN or an OTP. We had QR code, POS acquiring. These are all now the new ones that everybody is using, right? Nobody carries money anymore. No physical currency. Everything is on QR. So we were little ahead in the years. 2020, even before pandemic hit across the globe, we wanted to provide digitally how we could enable the last mile to open an account, right? So we called our product suite as Selfie. So Selfie comes in savings account as well as in FASTag. So where within under 5 minutes, you're able to open a savings account with 0 balance, just with your Aadhaar and PAN. Now it comes under a half KYC with restrictions, but with video KYC, you enjoy the full benefits of it. So we launched that, and God forbid, COVID hit us, and that's when nobody was able to move, but they still had to run businesses, do transactions. So that's where we suddenly saw a spike in the entire digital account opening, where people in the comfort of their home were able to open a savings account under 3 minutes and do a video KYC, and the entire savings account was up in 5 minutes of flat. BBPS for your bill payment, chatbot. We're also having a lot of do-it-yourself services. So what we want to do is, whilst we've got 380 plus branches, our intention was always to make sure customer doesn't have to walk into the branch unless and otherwise it is really essential. We also went live with prepaid cards, micro ATM, biometric-based conversion for your KYC. In 2021, we went ahead with video banking for servicing. Apart from just doing a call center-based servicing, our intention was to be omni-channel present, which means across any means and any modes, a customer can reach the bank for his day-to-day transactions and services. We launched a new look and feel of our internet banking and mobile banking, cardless cash withdrawal. So, I mean, now cash itself is a big question mark. So, but still, we still wanted people to enjoy the benefit of being able to withdraw the cash without the need to go to an ATM. And one more step ahead that we started in 2016 itself, we launched CRMs, which are basically cash recyclers. All of us go to an ATM. Most of the times, ATMs are out of cash. All our missions are cash recyclers, where somebody comes and deposits the money, and the same money comes for the next person to withdraw. So this way, your cash outs are very lesser. They're more expensive, but the intention for us is to serve the public, and that's the reason why we went with cash recyclers instead of an ATM. So we had collection using QR code. Obviously, COVID, people can't meet, so the easiest way is to do a QR-based collection. We also, so this is where we wanted to touch upon a little bit. So we are open for fintech partnerships, where it is a give and take between both entities. We learned a lot from the other side, they learned a lot from our side. We have one of our big partners for a fintech in India for a savings account, basically MyStack, used by a fintech, collaboration of bank plus value-added services. So that was our first partnership with NeoX. Comes with a virtual debit card. We were the first in India to launch FASTag taxi parking for truck drivers, where the FASTag that is used for crossing tolls can be used for parkings as well. Digital wealth and investments. In 2022, we launched another authentication, basically fingerprint on your mobile banking, similar to facial. Integrated rewards. People always talk about rewards, but you'll have to, most of the banks, divert you into a different portal, and then you have to go search for your points and all that. But here on your mobile banking, on your account, you will know how many points you've accumulated and what you can do with that. Similarly, our next neo-banking partners was Frio, MoneyTap, which is one of the lending fintech partner in India. And we partnered with them for a savings account as well. ASBA, like I said, live chat, WhatsApp, bot. So omnipresence for servicing the customers was our motive, and that's where we are. We have our own merchant app, the virtual account. One more step for making sure transactions are carried out of ease. You don't need to remember your account number, carry your debit card, carry your checkbook. We want to avoid all of that. Minor account, NPS, InsurTech, basically for our insurance products. Next. So any questions anywhere, we're here. I don't want to take too much of time, but we were given only 5 minutes. I'm sorry, but so regulators, right? Unfortunately, we need them, whether we like it or not. So our MD always keeps saying, whenever you're in doubt on a regulation, give the benefit to the regulator. You can read it differently, I can read it differently. If we both are on doubts, then let's give the benefit back to them. That's the best and easiest way. The reason is because they've seen things that you and I wouldn't have seen. They've seen a lot of fraudsters and imposing AML, which are something that are not open to any one of us, right? It can happen anytime, differently every time. So banks have to have the need for such regulators at each levels, and we partner with them. Regulators are not policemen to see whether you're stealing or not, right? And banks don't give you an opportunity to steal. So we work hand in hand, and that is the reason why some of the fintechs may not understand the reason for them being there. But I think when they work with us, they understand the need. They understand the need of data privacy. They understand the need for confidentiality and how transactions mean value and how your transactions as data means as value. So most of the regulators, I'm sure all of you know. Next. Next. So this is just a framework. We'd like to show this to you because any fintech or a startup that wants to partner with a financial institution, be it a bank, there is a framework that they need to go through. This is essential for you and for us as an organization to partner with. This covers stability of you financially, us as well financially, and to ensure we give the comfort to the regulator who wants to adapt and make use of you as a partner with the banks. Next. So this is a landscape of our offerings. I think I covered most of it on the journey slide, so I'm not repeating it again. So whatever is there in today in financial sector, we are there as an offering digitally on your internet and mobile banking. And similarly, we've got the channel, omni-channel presence for servicing customers on account opening and for servicing on transactions. Next. So a list of our products, savings, catered, Enjoy is catered just for kids, minor accounts, minor people less than 18-year-old, mass affluent regular customers. We've got affluent segment with Wings. Elite is our high affluent HNI customer variant. We've got a fixed deposit and recurring deposits. We call it as fund tenure, 888 days. You can check our website. We're one of the good banks that pay a lot of interest. So You can definitely check that. Series of current account in the same fashion depending on your industry segment and size. Protection against life, health, general, and helping you build your wealth through SIP and investments is one of the propositions of our product. Next. So again, this is on the asset side of us. Loans, home loans, agri loans, loan against property, business loans, loans against financials, credit card, microfinance, and CCOD. So these are our asset products as well. So we are a bank which is both on asset segment and liability side of the industry. It is not that we cater to only a particular segment. A lot of people have a perception that we are not there for an affluent or a mass affluent or for a, it's only for people who are in the need or for the people who want their first bank account to be open. So that's what we want to break in the industry. Yeah, next. So, like I said, these are stacks. So what we're going to talk in the next 5 minutes are opportunities for people who are sitting here who would want to take a step to partner with a bank. And these are solutions that is right now worked, which is partnered as well. Yeah.
You were given 5 minutes only because everybody's waiting for lunch.
Shut down.
So we really have to wrap it up right away.
Yeah. So we've got a list of stacks which is already available in our website. So anybody who wants to, kind of understand and, find about how we can synergize together, I think it will be great if you could drop into the website and meet us at the end of this discussion. I just have a 2-minute video which we would like to jump to. Last one. So the reason why we call ourselves a bank with a cause. They'll open it directly. Video. Yeah.
என் பேர் சாந்தி. ரயில்வேல கான்ட்ராக்ட்ல வேலை செய்யறேன். காலையில 8 மணிக்கு போனேன்னா சாயந்தரம் 6 மணிக்கு வீட்டுக்கு வருவேன். என்னோட ஆசை, என்னோட சந்தோஷம், மொத்த உலகமும் என் பொண்ணு பிரியா மட்டும்தான். வீட்டை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அந்த அம்மா தான் ராணி, நான் ராஜா. ரோட்டு ஓரத்துல இருக்கிறப்போ வேலைக்கு அங்கங்க கேட்பேன், எங்கேயுமே கிடைக்கல. எதுவுமே இல்லாம தான் இருந்தோம். ஏன் கட்டுறதுக்கு துணி இல்லாத ஒரே புடவையை துவைச்சு கட்டிக்கின்னு துணி பை அதை போத்திக்கினாலாம் படுத்துருக்குறோம் அந்த ரோட்டு ஓரத்துல. ஒருவேளை சாப்பாட்டு கூட எனக்கு வழியே கிடையாது. பிச்சை எடுத்து சாப்பிட்டு இருக்கிறேன், மற்றவங்கள்ட்ட கையேந்திருக்கிறேன், மற்றவங்க சாப்பிட்டு வச்சுட்டு நான் சாப்பிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். பசிக்குதுன்னு நாங்க போய் கேட்டோம்னா நீ வரியாமா அப்படிம்பாங்க. ஒரு கட்டத்துக்கு மேல ஏன்டா பொண்ணா பிறந்தோன்னு கூட நினைக்கிற அளவுக்கு கூட நாங்க ஆளாய் நின்ன நேரத்துல தான் எப்பிடிஎஸ் நிறுவனத்துல இருந்து ஒருத்தர் வந்தாங்க. வீடு எடுத்து தரோம், நாங்க வாடகை கட்டுறோம், நீங்க வந்து இருப்பீங்களா, உங்களுக்கு எல்லா விதத்திலயும் நாங்க ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. சரி இப்படியாவது போயிடலாமே, இந்த ரோட்ல இருக்கிறதுக்கு இப்படியாவது போயிட்டு கொஞ்சம் முன்னேறி பார்க்கலாமே அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு வந்தேன். வேலைக்கு ஒரு இடம் சேர்த்து விட்டாங்க கேட்டு. என் பொண்ணுக்கு படிக்கிற செலவு கூட ஏத்துக்கினாங்க. ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் வாங்கி கொடுத்தாங்க என் பொண்ணுக்கு. ஏன்னா இந்த ஓட்டர் ஐடி வாங்கி கொடுத்தாங்க எங்க சாருங்க. பேன் கார்டு, ஆதார் கார்டு, இது என்னோட ரேஷன் கார்டு. இது எதுவுமே என்கிட்ட கிடையாது. எதுவுமே இல்லாம தான் இருந்தோம். வேணா இன்னைக்கு தலை நிமிர்ந்து சொல்லுவேன், நானும் இந்திய நாட்டு குடிமகன்றதுல நெஞ்சே தலை நிமிர்ந்து. அந்த மாரி அவங்க ஒரு நூலு தான் எங்களுக்கு கொடுத்தாங்க. இந்த நூலை பிடிச்சிக்கிட்டு நீங்க எவ்வளவு தூரம் நீங்க முன்னேறீங்கன்னு நாங்களும் பார்க்கணும். இன்னைக்கு எல்லா விதத்திலயும் இன்னைக்கு அந்த நிறுவனம் எங்களுக்கு உதவி செய்யுதுன்னா அப்ப அது எனக்கு தாய் வீடு தான். என் பொண்ணு 4வது படிக்கும் போது இட்டுன்னு வந்தேன். இன்னைக்கு கல்யாணம் பண்ற வயசு வந்துருச்சு அவங்களுக்கு. இன்னைக்கு 4 பேர் மாரி நானும் போறேன் வேலைக்கு, 4 பேர்த்த கூட பேசுறேன். இன்னைக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே சந்தோஷப்படுறோம், மன அமைதியும் இருக்குது. அதுக்கு அந்த எபிடெஸ் நிறுவனம் மட்டும்தான் எனக்கு காரணமாகண்டி, மற்றபடி யாருமே கிடையாது. அந்த ஒரு நம்பிக்கையில நான் இன்னமும் போராடிக்கிட்டு தான் இருப்பேன். என் போராட்டம் இவ்வளவு சீக்கிரத்துல நிக்காது.
That's Secretary. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Lunch is open, guys. You can go and have. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we'll get back at 2:45 here for the next session. 2:45, yeah? Let's have a quick lunch and get back.
Okay, so we'll start the next session. So the next session, we're going to dive deeper into NFT and metaverse and what the creators in this ecosystem are doing and how can this contribute to people in day-to-day life, in their lives, how can this contribute and help them economically even. So now for this session, we have on stage Robert Ravi sir, CTO Tamil Nadu, who will be moderating and who's the chair for this session. And for the participants or the speakers in this session, I don't think they need much of an introduction still. I'll do some introduction for you both, sir. So we have first Mr. Madan Karki. Madan Karki is a lyricist, screenwriter, resource associate, software engineer and entrepreneur. Let me take a breath, sir. Yeah. He holds a doctorate in computer science from the University of Queensland. Karki began his professional career as an assistant professor at the College of Engineering, Guindy, and after ventured into the Tamil film industry. He started working as a lyricist and dialogue writer. He resigned from his teaching profession in early 2013 and began working full-time in the film industry. He also launched the Karki Research Foundation, an educational research organization which primarily focuses on language computing and language literacy. So Mr. Madan Karki has a lot of exciting things that he has done or still doing in the metaverse and the NFT ecosystem that he would like to share with us. And I also hear Mr. Pradeep Kumar. Even I don't think he needs much introduction, but still. So Pradeep Kumar is a singer-composer. He's a new generation singer who is known for his creative work called Pun. Pradeep's 13-minute musical piece, Pun, is considered India's first programmable NFT. Thank you, Pradeep. Thanks for coming over. I'll better let you guys speak to know much about it. Thank you, guys. Over to you,
thank you, Vikram. Once again, welcome, Pradeep and Karki. It's really wonderful to have such wonderful artists around here. Let me set the stage for the session. What we are looking at, though we talk about Web3 as an enabler coming in, as we were discussing in the morning, there are at least 2-3 critical foundations which has already been growing. One among them is NFT, blockchain, BrainNet, etc. The NFT platform, as we were discussing, the technology is there. The technology of NFT has grown. The technology of blockchain has grown. The technology of BrainNet has grown. But how it is effectively you put to use is going to form the Web3. This session, what we wanted to try to do is, as a community, when Web3 keeps going, can we not do something for the immediate need? Like, I'm glad from what you read from Pradeep, a 30-minute small NFT, which is programmable NFT, is already doing as an artist. The real artists who are actually in, how they could benefit right now, because right now as we speak, there are a lot of NFT platforms up and running. Of course, there is a bit of crypto, which we were again discussing. Now with the government of India coming in with digital currency, there's a complete difference between digital currency and the cryptocurrencies. Complete difference is there. So we are trying to marry with one of these startups, how this sort of NFTs could bring in a platform of a real currency. That's the session is going to be there. We are also having a Zoom connection across Tamil Nadu today. So this has been live streamed to various parts of Tamil Nadu where some of the artists associations, sculptors and small scale industries, these people are also joining this session especially to know how NFT could help their lives. And we have two great people sitting around us who though their heart is lyrics, but they are put into use this effective one. Karki, how do you visualize this NFT can really change the lives of the people, especially the artists? What do you think is the way forward? As an artist, what do you think the technology should give to you?
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. So happy to be here. First, I'd like to thank the government for putting forward an event like this and talking about future. So we've always been talking a lot of things about past and we've about our heritage and things. But this one is something really special. When I always look forward to how the next 2000 years is going to be for this. So talking about the NFTs and technology, when we talk about tech aspects, it's a totally different thing. Once we bring in artists into this part, Pradeep would agree with me, most of the artists are first shy to sell their product. So that is the reason why many of the original artists never earned anything. Either the agencies that sold their art or the music labels that sell their art, they make money, the artists don't. So artists first, they are really, really shy people to just come and ask for money. True artists, they just purely focus on what they want to create, and they don't even worry about who's going to look at them, who's going to appreciate, what's going to happen, anything like that. So that is how art was, the pure art was. With bringing in a tech like NFT into art is something really trying to get them inside a totally different world that they are not very comfortable with. So this is the first thing I'd want any of us to do, to get the fear out of their minds, the artists' minds, and try to make them more comfortable towards going and publishing their thing. They see when a software engineer makes a software and goes and sells, there is no problem. This is my rate. This is the hours I put inside. This is my remuneration. They have something like this. We don't have any kind of a standard thing for art, for an artist to go and say. It's like mostly like gambling. So if someone likes, someone picks it up. So imagine the thing of writers. Most of you would have visited book fairs where we have a lot of writers, short story writers, novel writers coming and putting their books, like one among like 2 or 3 lakh books in that thing will be their thing, and they want to sell it, they want to take it to a thing, and they want to make it for their living. So art has become as a secondary thing for them, as just a passion. You can't make a life out of art. So when I was studying when I joined my PhD in Australia, my advisor asked me, like, what does your father do? I said he's a writer, he's a poet. Okay, what does he do for a living? Was the next question. I told her, like, he makes his living by being a poet. What? And she was not able to believe that. So it's very rare where we get a writer or an artist making their life out of art. That is the only thing that they know, that they want to do, but they don't have any proper means for them to make money to live. So this barrier is what I want a solution from all of you. So this is the one major thing. So I also wanted to talk about one platform that me and my friends are actually building right now. It's called the canvas.space, www.canvas.space. This particular platform, we've built it from a creator's perspective. So putting a creator in the center. Usually products, when we develop, we actually start from the tech in the center. The tech will actually decide what's going to be and things like, it's like I'll build a house in whatever way I want to. Whoever is going to live there or fight there, it's your problem, kind of a thing. From there to I'm designing a house personally for you. So this platform is created for creators, and micro monetization of content is what we wanted to do. So this is something new. We just imagine, all these things are possible now if you log into canvas.space. Like you can, if you're a photographer or if you're an artist, you want to put your artwork and you don't want to monetize the entire art. You have multiple ways to monetize the art. First thing, you can just give it for free. Like the real shy artist you are, you don't want to get any money, just put it out for free and invite your friends to come and watch. Second, you can ask for a donation. If you like this, support me. Support my artwork and pay me money. The third one is they can sell the whole thing for some particular money for people to see. And the fourth option they have is they can just select a small part of the art and blur it and put a pay block to it. So as the central face in that particular art can alone be blurred, and you can put a pay block to it. This is for an artist or a photographer. Similarly, for a short story writer, if you're a short story writer or any writer or a poet, so you have the control of every single word. So imagine reading a thriller short story, and the last word of the short story is going to reveal who the killer is. And you blur that particular word and put a pay block there. They read the whole thing. If you want to know who the killer is, just click and pay the artist. So pay the artist is oh, Katapa. Exactly. So this is a kind of thing for with videos. You have even more power with videos. You take a short film and you can select a couple of characters and blur their faces throughout the video. AI automatically does that. And if people want to look at their faces and expressions, they pay. If they think the video is good even without their faces, they can watch as they want to. So this is the power we want to give to creators. They can do whatever they want. It's in their hands, and they totally control their art and their thing. So these are the kind of solutions, but we need more solutions like this to get them out of their comfort zone and get them to, you can make a living, don't feel shy, because this is what people do. People work in banks, they get a salary. You work as an artist, you get your remuneration, you decide your remuneration. So this is one major area we want to.
Okay, thank you. That was a real inspiration. I think I'm sure the artists who are viewing this across the state will just take a clue, and then we will come back to you a bit more on. Going back to Mr. Pradeep, we are really astonished about during the COVID time, you tried to do this programmable NFT when even somebody was thinking about it, especially for artists like this Tawal. And how did you try to conceive the concept, and what are the efforts you made? What are the issues you faced? Do you think anything more the industry needs to do? Onto you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you again for inviting me to this wonderful space. And usually I mic edutha na paada dhaan seiven. So Web3 has made me a speaker for the first time. So thank you. I also recently gave a TEDx talk about NFTs, and how. So my how where I come from is. My narrative starts from a performance perspective, because I have been a performer since childhood. So I started performing when I was 11 years old, and I have always been Tamil la solluvaanga kaila kaasu vaayila dosa. Naanga vandu we perform, we get the money, that day is done. Next day we perform. So and I have been associated with a lot of folk musicians around in Tamil Nadu, and not just folk musicians, contemporary artists, and I have my interest grew more than what I learnt, the Carnatic music that I learnt. So I was able to interact with a lot of artists from around the world. And what I recognized is that one problem where people ask you, so you are a singer, so what do you do for a living? So that question has always been there. And that question has always been there for me also, for me, as a person to live in this world with this thing called money and things like that. But cutting to the chase, when I discovered about NFTs, that's where I realized where artists can really have the power to sell their art, or not even. I don't even want to call it selling the art. It is what the art deserves, because we as artists, as creators, I personally believe that we are just instruments to something that's divine, that's flowing through us, and we are just giving it out to the world. And we give it out to the world because we think that it is important to be shown to this world. And if there is something that can give power to the creators, it is trustless. It is you don't have to depend on a central unit to interact with the audience directly. That's what happened to me. Since the young age, I was performing, and I sing to the people, and people enjoy the music. It's done. So this Web3 space has really taught me, in this 1 year of my journey with Pun. And I have in fact spoken a lot about Pun in this 1 year, and that's the reason why I'm even taking the microphone and talking right now. So basically, my narrative is, as a performer, how I can enhance the monetary system for performers, And that's the reason why when I got a chance to interact with this platform called Async Art. So they are a wonderful platform which enables programmable art. And to simply explain programmable art, we can sell the layers of the art, and the master is a dynamic master. So the layers can have different variations, and as you change the variations in the layer, the master itself changes. So we thought, why not apply it to music? And there were more than 14 or 15 programmable music pieces that got featured in Async Art, and Pun was 16th, I guess. When I got this opportunity to work with this platform and with the builders and with the coders, and I don't have any education in terms of coding or cryptography or blockchain technology, crypto, and nothing. So I come from a performer exploring NFTs and discovering programmable NFTs. And when that happened, I thought, why not include all the artists that I really love to work with. That's the first thought, and that's how this whole journey began. And I called each of these artists who I really love to work with, and I told them about NFTs, and I told them, what's the spirit of NFTs is in what is the core of the NFTs. It's not about the volatility of the market, or it's not about crypto itself. It's about the artist and the people who you share your music with. And that it's been a great journey for me. I can talk more and more about this piece because it has 40 artists who have collaborated in it, and all of our revenues are written in a smart contract which gets split on chain when the sale happens. And so which is kind of a trustless base that we have for this art that we have placed on this market. And it is still difficult for me to actually speak to these artists and tell them what it is. They get overwhelmed with so much information and things like that. And that's why when I met Vikram and when I met these people, I really wish that government imposed some regulations on these things, or because this is just art and representation of art that we as artists are trying to do. And this gives us a very transparent platform where the artist can actually create revenue system for them, and you actually can close the loop of this whole revenue generation for artists, and they can create their own communities. And Web3, and that's the most amazing thing about Web3. When I could meet these wonderful people, Charles is here, Karthik sir is here, Rapogen team is here. They are all builders, and they when I meet these people, I don't have any formal education on coding or computer science or anything, but I was able to interact with these people, like how Kaki sir said, where these people are actually building stuff for the creators. They don't create a platform where they tell us you can do these things on these platforms, and that's the most interesting part. And I am as an artist and as a performer and as a creator, I will be glad to introduce this to as many artists and as many people as I can, because this was truly liberating for me as an artist to be in this space. Just to give you an example of how this piece works in a nutshell. So this piece, the Pun piece that we have created, has 9 layers, and in each layer there are different number of artists who have created that layer. And all of these layers combine to create this 30-minute piece. And each layer has different variations. For example, we take a traditional melody layer in Pun. We have sarangi, we have veena, and we have slide guitar played by me. So whoever collects that layer, they have the option to listen to that piece with a veena or with a sarangi or with a slide guitar. So this is a new way of interacting with the audience. The audience, like he said, they can choose choose the color of the palette of the art, and each variation is connected to the art directly. So as you change, so if you see a pink lotus, it means that you are listening to Sarangi. So the art also gives you a perspective of what state the music is in. And there are 19,440 different state changes that the master can go through. And we have actually shown around 600 variations on the blockchain now. So it will be a great journey for PUN, in the coming years, because as the collectors, and we have one of our collectors is here of PUN, so he has the power to change the layers of one of the layers. So it will be interesting to see how these people who form a community around PUN and changing the music themselves. But so you just imagine how liberating it is for me as an artist to create a piece and give it to the people, and they can experience it how they want it. So and it has 40 people in it, and it's all transparent, and it could create, I wouldn't say that I have created a model of revenue generation, but I have created an art piece with so many people collaborating in it, and which is also a programmable piece. So yeah,
that's really interesting and lovely to add that. That's where the computing power, I think the industry should come in and say that today we are having, he was mentioning 1,000 odd different layers. Tomorrow it could go in million as it goes up. So that's where the computing power increases, probably quantum computing or stuff like that, which the industry should take it forward. As we move forward, once again to remind that we have different artists across Tamil Nadu who are connecting. If any of these people wanted to have any questions, please put their questions in the chat box, and we can ask these questions to our esteemed guest here. Going to the next question, what we want to see is, both of you being in the entertainment industry, one question that ponders is, we have seen NFTs hovering across different actors. We found some of these NFTs have become opportunities, some have become pitfalls. What do you think, in your opinion, actors should take care to see that they avoid pitfalls and then reach into the opportunity? What do you think?
I guess it's all about the intent more than the content that we create. I think as creators, the intention of creating that art is more important. And if the intent is right, and if we have a clear roadmap of how the project is going to be, and if we have a clear idea of how the revenue model is going to be for that project, I think it will grow, and that's the way every thing works. And once we have a hold on how the community building is going to begin around this NFT project, then we understand the community, and we understand the use cases of these NFTs that we provide. If all of that is clear, I think there will not be a pitfall, and all of these pitfall happens for some of these projects because of all of these things are not clear. And if these things are clear, I think, and it's all about the community, and that's.
Do you think it is clear from the user perspective or the platform perspective?
Yeah, we need more platforms. That's important, and especially for India, we need more platforms which can adopt this technology and provide this. And I'm very glad that Karki sir is actually providing that platform for artists. And yeah, it's all about the clarity of vision. If the vision is clear, I guess it will never be a pitfall, because it is driven by the community. And if it is driven by the community, we are all driving it forward, and that's how it has to be, I guess. Sir, you
would like to add?
Regarding the actors and what their commitments is, people, most of the companies, they want actors to be models, to just sell their products. So that is how actors come in. And I truly believe 99% of the actors don't even know what NFTs are. They know that it's some new technology where you can just put your movie and people can buy your thing, and they don't know anything about the technology or anything. And this is a very hard technology to explain to artists. People have just now started to use Gmail and some basic Word document, Google document to just type something and send out. People used to write on paper and then they send it to publications. Still, even people very slowly, they just know, even with the advent of smartphones. So I'm not talking about the artists in cities. I'm talking about the artists in all the rural places. We want the technology to reach them. We want this technology to go there. To that, we need really good videos to explain what this concept is. We need maybe an animation thing, or because these are things that people can't see. People can't see. When you talk about NFT and you say you attach an NFT to your art, like where do you attach it is the question. No, you can't see it. It's actually coded, it's inside. So if we have to go and explain all these things, we need real good animations and good people to explain to masses what NFTs are. So that education is one primary importance, not just for actors, but for everyone.
Yeah, that's a very important take, which we need to say that whenever we are trying, when the platform builders try to bring in different players, especially, the NFT goes only in when you start some sort of a celebrity coming in, and then we say the platform grows up. We should be cautious that these platforms don't become vaporware. Because vaporware is a very, very sooner it can happen if what Karki and Pradeep is trying to say is not being done. So it is our own responsibility to ensure, because they were right, they not be fully exposed to the technologies. We should go hand in hand and help and then see how we take it forward. Going into back to the, since both of you are already into this NFT and you're trying to do this programmable stuff, one thing that always comes, whenever we used to also have the dialogue with a number of players, one of the key things that come up always in the mind is, how I am going to get back my money? Are you going to pay in tokens, or are you going to give me back my Indian rupees? Or because the artists may not be familiar about these so-called bitcoins or Ethereum, these coins or etc. They all only know about INRs. So do you face such problem in your industry? How did you try to overcome? Do you see that is something need to be done in this particular sphere, at least by the government or the regulator or somewhere?
The one thing about the crypto is we don't have a kind of a regulation body. So that is one all over the world. To my best of my knowledge, I don't think it's still legal in India, but it's taxable. Having cryptocurrency, I don't know whether am I right or wrong. In India, it's still not legal, but there is a tax on cryptocurrency. So we still don't know whether to use it or not. So we need to provide an option for the artist in whichever currency they want to, they can get it. So that is that option. You want it in USD, you want it in Indian rupees, you want it in as a cryptocurrency, or you want as a digital currency that's going to come up. So the platform should be ready to adopt to any kind of a payment methodology they want to, and make that very simple, because that is where these things gets very tricky, where when we faced when setting up an accounts with artists, we wanted them to set up a Stripe account or a PayPal account, which they were not able to do it. They said like, can you help us out with this? Then this becomes a kind of very sensitive issue, because we are handling their bank accounts. We want to add their accounts on to this particular site, and this can't be done in a full-fledged scale. So making this payment gateway very easy, like making it very simple without any complication, maybe with a mobile number or with UPI or any kind of method will be really good. And asking them to open a crypto wallet or anything like that, it's like even more like we need to, it's very tough.
Thank you. I think that's a very important take again. I am sure there are some startups who do the startups as exchanging. So irrespective of whatever you trade in, I'm sure Srinath is going to come up and explain something at the later thing, how these exchanges could also convert whatever happens in your NFT, in your currencies. You will have INR at the background. So with these few things, I think we can take a couple of questions from the audience. Yeah.
It's actually a question. So, I mean, I might as well put this question to the developers here, but I want to ask you as artists, and this has come up in a couple of times now when you've spoken. See, one of the reasons why many artists earlier were exploited, at the base of it is information asymmetry, right? Like they didn't know something, they didn't know how contracts worked, they didn't know how the industry worked. So somebody who had that knowledge and had the artists in their good books were able to exploit them. it seems to me that Web3 presents the same opportunity to exploit artists, and in a fantastic manner, because it probably, I mean, I think I'm an averagely smart person and it's taken me a year to understand NFTs and blockchain. It might take a lot of artists a really long time to understand, or perhaps they never may be able to be inclined to understand that fully. So how do you see, as artists, how do you think that that kind of exploitation can be stopped? Because like you said right now, if somebody has to help them create a wallet, if somebody has to help them, or somebody has to create an interface for them to deal with Web3 or deal with blockchains, then there is a very wide opportunity there for exploitation, right? And that can happen in a very systemic scale. So how do you solve that issue?
So even without that, I'll just talk about it in general. So this was the question I asked my developers. So we are doing art here, we are selling art, and people can put art as NFTs. Say there's an artist in Tanjore who's really good with his art, but is never exposed to any online or anything. What if a person from some other place gets this particular art, goes to say Singapore and puts it out as an NFT, and someone in US buys that particular art and as an NFT, and they make money, and what should this artist do? Where can this artist go and talk about the prove that it's his original content? So these kind of questions are like there in any kind of mediums where any sale happens over art or any form. So that is one question I wanted to ask. The next session which is going to happen, which is I think the legal aspects are going to be discussed in the next session, I think. So that session will be a better place to answer these kind of questions. In which country should this Tanjore artist go and file a case? In Singapore or in India or in USA, or go to Metaverse, wear a thing and just go and put a thing. So we have a lot of questions that we need to answer. We don't have answers, because whenever a new technology is coming in. So see, I had a problem. I was playing cricket on my virtual reality headset, wearing a Meta, and playing that I got injured. It was a real game. I got injured. I got some ligament tears. I went to my doctor and I was explaining, and it took me 35 minutes for me to explain how I was playing a video game and I got injured. How can you get injured playing a video game? I said, no, this is a different thing. This is a virtual reality. And I had to explain her what virtual reality is, what the device is. But the bat won't have any weight, right? How can your ligament tear? So this was her question. So now a new technology is bringing in a lot of medical issues. Apart from the regular problems that we have. So definitely legal is a very big issue. We don't have to worry about it. It's the problem of the legal team. They definitely have to give some kind of a solution. How the contracts are working is beautiful, actually. The way the digital contracts work that Pradeep was explaining. So we'll definitely have a way to bring it, avoid the exploitation that's happening. Even now you're talking about like in the real world, not in this particular thing. Even in the real world now, artists are being exploited. So it's not about the long time back. We're not talking about like in 70s and 80s. We're talking about 2022, 23, the contracts for 23. Same thing happens, right? So it's the legal team to step forward to give us a solution for this.
Yeah. Thank you. I think it was a very, very interesting dialogue we had with both of you. And I'm very sure it has really inspired people who are watching this, and we are also inspired. We would love to still work closer and see the needs. I mean the government of Tamil Nadu along with the industry. At this junction, I would like to share that the government of Tamil Nadu will also be open up to see if we can create some sort of a platform where maybe all the artists will not be able to pay and come to a channel. Maybe can we develop a platform, a common application platform, something we call it, where these artists can come and register, and then we can try to marry what you're trying to do in this server. So we'll help you in developing the platforms. I'm sure the startups down here to look up to see how we can correlate, cooperate, whatever, etc., so that we see that continue this journey for further. And the ultimate aim is, can we do some delta X to improve the lives of the artists, sculptures, or the medium scale industries, or the cottage industry that's happening in Tamil Nadu. Thank you once again for this wonderful.
Just to add a few more words, I'm extremely happy. being in this journey, NFT journey, and coming to this point on the stage, talking about regulations and which we all wanted it for such a long time, and just getting or understanding the spirit of Web3 and moving forward with technology. And I think Tamil Nadu has been one of the biggest players in Web3, and I see so many Web3 meetings happening, so many people building stuff on the internet, and I'm so happy to be here to be discussing the legalities of these things, so that the government could identify these right players and get the people, get these artists, these great platforms to present their art. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you once again. I request the team who are we join in the Zoom to continue to wait till for the next speeches, where we are going to have a complete demonstration of the platform. Once again, thank you. Yeah, we'll continue with now the demonstration. We're a team of young and mixed generation who has done a lot of this NFT stuff. As we already mentioned, we are going to show some of the demos, what the team has actually done, how these platforms could be effectively used by various artists, etc. We will first like to welcome Laya. A small short note you can tell about.
So Laya Matekshara is a very young NFT artist who has done a breakthrough in this ecosystem. We would like Laya please to take through a journey. And Laya, you want your presentation up there? Yeah? You can speak up. Yeah.
Yeah, come.
Hi everyone, I am Laya Madikshara. I am a 15-year-old digital artist from Number Chennai, to be very specific. I work in the interdisciplinary field of art and tech. All of this started around 2 years ago, back in the pandemic, when schools were online and we were all at our houses, fully panicking, and that's when I had 3 to 4 hours of online class. The rest of the day would be mine to the fullest. I would be completely free the entire time. So I was like, okay, why don't I, do something? Why don't I try something new? Art has always been my passion, ever since 6, 7, I used to paint, just play around with colors and do all sort of things. So that's when I thought, okay, I like art, why don't I take it to the next step by, maybe exploring digital art as such, and just spending this time, doing something useful. And that's how my curiosity towards digital art started. And I started by watching YouTube tutorials. I didn't go for a professional course or anything of that sort. It was all just watching Instagram, getting inspired by other artists, and basically doing all by myself, just self-learning kind of things. And when I started, it was all complicated. I was quite new to digital art. I didn't know what rendering was. I didn't know what there were different types of rendering. I didn't know what that even meant. I didn't know what software to use. It was all just a huge question. And it took me a couple of months to understand the digital art platform and get a hang of it. After a couple of months, I started enjoying it. That's when my curiosity towards digital art started expanding. And I started following artists on Instagram, Pinterest, and basically seeing their stories and things like that. That's how I came to know about NFTs. I saw these digital artists having stories of selling their works on massive art platforms and things like that. And that's the first time I even heard about NFTs. What's this new thing that's everyone talking about? And I think it was February 2021 when Clubhouse became a thing. We were all like, okay, new thing, we are all at house. We can spend our time on this new platform. by connecting with people instead of sitting in our house feeling lonely and all of that. And I very luckily got an invite after like having a very hard time going to people and asking. And when I joined it, the one thing that I wanted to do was to listen or to know more about digital art, because that was a thing that I was quite excited about. And when I joined one very room, they were all digital artists. Everyone who were there in the very room were digital artists, but they weren't talking about they weren't talking about art. They were talking about something completely different. They were talking about crypto, something called ETH, something called Web3, something called blockchain, and something called internet. I was like, okay, you're all digital artists, but why are you not even talking about art? I mean, they weren't even using the word art there. Even if they had to refer to art, they would call it NFTs. So it was all just a question. I couldn't understand anything. That's when I started Googling and getting to know more about it. In the following days, I just started jumping into more of these rooms. And after a point, I couldn't listen to them talk. I had to go and be like, okay, tell me what it is. I have to know, because this is just getting too confusing. And a couple of folks from the very room helped me understand the space. In fact, they are till today my very close friends. I've met them, and that is basically how I started. They helped me with understanding the basis of what this is. And one very day I thought, okay, fine, I have a rough idea of what it actually is, even though even that very moment I had this huge question. It felt like internet money. It felt like some scam, or it just didn't. I couldn't believe it. Come on, you just sell artworks for millions of dollars online. I mean, how could that be possible, right? So that was the very question I had. And I minted my first work, and I still remember the day when my work was sold. It was in fact a month later, ever since I mint my work. And I woke up in the morning around noon. I wake up late, and I came running all the way from my bedroom to my hall, saying that my work got collected, screaming literally. And my mom was there, and my sister was also there. And I still remember that day, that very excitement, that very dope, that that joy is what brought me all the way here, all the way. The reason why I'm talking here is very because of that moment, that hope, that confidence that NFTs gave me. And that's the very reason why I'm here. I learned art and the NFT ecosystem parallelly. So I was new to both. NFTs quite opened the door for me, gave me the confidence that even a little 15-year-old could do something really useful out of it. So yeah, that's a little about me and how I'm here.
What did you try to build? What are the platform you tried to use? Can you tell us more on that?
So I started with 3D art in the beginning. 3D animation was and still my favorite. I started by putting my work on marketplaces like OpenSea, which is quite open to all. Slowly I started moving on to platforms like Foundation and like how Pradeep mentioned, Async, which is a programmable platform, and then slowly on to Maker's Place, Super Rare, and premium platforms that slowly came up in the NFT space. And I've also worked on a couple of metaverse projects like architectures in there, like Somnium Space, and yeah, I'll be showing a couple of pictures so have a rough idea of what.
Can you run through your works?
Of course. Next slide, is it? No, the other one. Why NFTs? This was a question. Next. Yeah. Next. So these are my 3D plus generative works. They are a combination of Cinema 4D and Python. They basically represent how they are from the basis of data sets as well. So I have basically taken data sets. So the first three pictures on the top are works that represent our creative mind, like how our mind processes information or something. When we look at a colorful image, how does our brain perceives that image, and all of those kind of data sets, that those are points, are inbuilt into this work as values to make them into an animation that represents these artworks. So basically they are representative works of data sets. That's like a very small gist about it. The next one. This is a very short film of mine called The Gratitude. This was made for the COVID. As I started with all the NFT space in COVID, I wanted to do a short film to thank the artists, thank the doctors, thank the people who are making all the pandemic get away and to go and basically solve the entire pandemic situation. This was a short film that was quite devoted towards them. It was in fact screened in New York in AMC Theatre and in Japan and across the world. I think they have some technical issues playing the video. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was very, very interesting. I think it inspires us. I think as a young artistic, and already NFT is in use. But again, as we all know that from our perspective of the technological platform, we have been hearing about the same digital artists whom we are trying to empower will also try to cascade into certain issues if the platform is not proper. So that's where again you need to, as the startups, the companies, the firms who are around this room should think and take this process. How can we avoid stolen arts into it? The platform should avoid it. That's a key thing which you think. Thank you, Raya, for being with us now. It's always a pleasure. Yeah, please.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
This is the async work that I was talking about. This very work represents the emotion of people. So this art is connected to a Twitter poll that, where you can go and, I think they figured out the video. So that work basically is connected to a Twitter poll that where anyone could go and poll on that Twitter, and from the data, the very data from that Twitter poll would be connected to the work, and the work would change according to the people's emotion. So it's like a representation of emotion, and that was also done during the pandemic to gives a bit of support and encouragement. Yep, exactly. That changes according to the
dynamic programmable NFTs. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Yeah. It's playing? Okay. much about the money of NFT?
I've sold around $1 million, which is 8 crores of INR.
Thank you.
Also, one last little request. I know I'm taking too much time, but if you could like just move through the works to the metaverse part, that would be great. You could like go a little forward, yeah. Yeah, so this is the metaverse that I had worked on. I suppose if you scan this QR code, you could all just go in and like, walk and have a look. I'll move the chair from here. So the one main intention of actually putting this here today was in fact to like point out the fact that even if we are all over the globe, even if we exactly can't make it to this very event, like I had my social exam today, I had to like bunk that and come for this today. Even if we cannot make it, you could all join through a metaverse, or conferences in the very future could be on the metaverse where we could like go there and connect and have events or talk, or basically have a parallel alternative life there. So yeah, you could just go there and say hi to the folks here itself. So just go join as guest and have fun. Thank you so much.
Yeah, next I think we welcome Mr. Yogesh from Circle X. Yeah, on to you straight away. You can introduce yourself and on to your demonstration of what you have.
Thank you everyone, thank you for being here, and thank you for inviting me. And I am Yogesh, and I'm working as program manager for Circle X. We are a tech-based waste management company, and we've been in the waste management industry for past 2 years, and now we are upgrading ourselves into Web3. So thank you Tamil Nadu government for arranging this wonderful event and providing opportunities for people like us to share what we are creating. And thank you GRS, and thank you everyone, and thank you all my friends. Blockchain enabled waste management is the key concept that we are building in order to bring in traceability for waste management. So now you might wonder why we need traceability for waste management. So let me tell you a quick story here. So we all use the water bottles and so many things in our life, especially the packaging item, but we usually have a tendency to throw them away. But we are paying it for them. Like we all literally pay for them, but we don't care even if it is like charged, we still throw it away. And that is causing a major problem across the globe. So let's get on to the slides so I can start explaining how we are building this tech on waste management. So like already we said, like less than 10% of the plastics are majorly recycled. Rest all is not considered for recycling. It's all being pushed into landfills, and they're all like on the oceans and everything. So and there is no proper segregation of waste. So when you throw every waste in a single bucket, what happens is it gets contaminated with the food waste. So we wanted to solve that as see that as one of the major problem. And then though we have any sustainable related awareness, there is no citizen-based movements or citizens themselves, they don't take initiatives to handle these wastes properly. So these are the three major problems that we were facing in today's modern waste management industry, which we wanted to address it. So let's get on to the next slide. So we thought of bringing in some colorful items here. So that is where the NFT and metaverse came into the picture. So when we say that we are into the waste management industry, it is a very boring subject and which everyone ignore it. So we don't want to ignore that first. So we wanted to bring an attention. So the attention grabbing came from the NFT. So each NFT that we issue, it is being pegged with a bin which handles the waste collection. So here we have done a little bit of tokenization part where we wanted to tokenize the entire ecosystem where each and every waste. So Web3 is basically about owning the things. So now the waste products that you generate as an individual in your life, say it's 800 to 1 kg of waste every day. So every individual generate that. So if you kind of know that out of which there are few items which can be thrown out separately and that can actually pay you some rewards, right? So that will give some kind of intention from for an individual to start disposing of in a right way. So that is the core intention of this project. So that is how we brought NFT into the culture, and then building the entire ecosystem on blockchain, so we know where exactly the waste is being thrown and where we are collecting it and who is handling it. And for doing the right thing, we wanted to reward you, so we thought we will bring in some rewarding system so that everyone are like getting a fair share in the ecosystem. So next slide. So this is the sample model there, so you can take a look at it. So this IoT bin, this is specifically designed for collection of plastic bottles alone. So likewise, we have designed few other concepts which we will be releasing simultaneously, like down the line, for collection of aluminum cans, and for collection of paper waste, and for collection of e-waste. So there are different types of meta bins that will be launched soon. So our mission is like mission million dustbins across India to bring in a more number of people disposing it off correctly and encouraging them to recycle it. So next slide. So this is the entire ecosystem. So I don't want to give you a full detail, but I'll just give you a gist of it. So waste generators are generally the people who manufacture a lot of products like water bottles and chocolates, then any products per se. So those people actually send out a lot of products into the ecosystem, and we people consume it and throw off the waste irresponsibly. So that is something that needs to be taken care of. So they have a mandate system where the producers and brands, they have to take it back from the equation. So now what we are doing here is, we are, as a consumer, we are enabling the consumer and the brands to interact each other with our ecosystem, where they can directly dispose of in any of our bins. In return, they have been incentivized or rewards. Okay, so now the demand, we know that the entire waste is the overall commodity that is being tokenized, and the demand and supply has to be there. So now we have retail market manufacturers who uses the recycled products. So now they say that they use the recycled products, but do they have a valid proof for it? No. So now when they purchase the products from our inventory, from the recyclers who actually recycles and push it on the marketplace, when the retail manufacturer purchase it could be pellets or granules, whatever they purchase it, that will have the entire traceability from where the waste is being picked and where it has been recycled. So this is exactly what we wanted to bring in. And usually upcycle products are very less in number. So we wanted to encourage people to start using more number of recycled things to create more number of upcycled markets. So we do have plan for a upcycled product marketplace where these products can be sold. So now we completely close loop all the segment of the waste management so that the citizens are empowered to dispose of their waste and segregate it. And we wanted to call it that way, like segregate to earn. And then recyclers, they kind of make money by recycling, say like recycle to earn. So this is how we wanted to project this. So next slide. So these are few products that are made out of cigarette butts, toothbrushes, and plastics that we consume in our everyday life. So these will be available for and in the marketplace which can be redeemed through our system. Next slide. So this is what we wanted to implement, and by implementing this solution, we should be able to achieve a lot of sustainable goals. So you have any questions?
Thank you. Yes, so that was actually a good effort, especially the waste management. I'm very sure this will have a long, far-reaching thing. Thank you for that small, wonderful demo.
Thank you.
We'll take up questions at the end of the session.
Sure.
Hey all. So thank you sirs for arranging the session and inviting us. That's really, I'm happy to stand in front of you, the Web3 community. So we are from TokenCon, and here I am going to talk about our upcoming marketplace launch, which is in talk. So I'll be explaining about that in the upcoming slides. And about me, I'm Sylvester, and Web3 developer for the past 6 years. So yeah, the next slide. So what is Zentalk? So we are basically an NFT marketplace for everything entertainment. So we are much focused only on the entertainment NFTs and through our partnered celebrities. So not anyone can do. So we have a kind of filtering system implemented in our marketplace to filter only the qualified celebrities to bring some irresistible kind of NFTs to the market. So please. So how platform works? So we have an unique platform just to connect celebrities, artists, and fans across the world. And like other platforms have, we also have the fixed price NFTs and features for auction and bidding. And yeah, so we have the NFTs, the NFT drops built completely on the celebrity videos, exclusive kind of interviews given only for our platforms. So yeah, of course we have the platform benefits like the other existing platforms have. Next slide, next slide. Yeah, so this is how we work basically. So we will have the celebrity onboarded to our platform, and we have some partnership already secured. And with the celebrities, they will drop the most likable set of unique NFTs to our platform, and we will create a kind of an ideation and kind of a story behind that NFT and onboard them to as a drops to our platform. Then the third one is the utility. So as a collector and NFT buyer, we can't simply have the NFT and have it in our wallet. So we plan to have a utility around that, where we have partnered with concert organizers and event organizers, so that the collectors can actually use their NFTs to onboard into their platform and do something. They can get entered into the concerts, whether it can be virtual concert or it can be physical one happening anywhere. So that's where we will build the utility. And other than this, so we are launching another NFT game, a metaverse game platform. So where we will have these NFTs for the collectors to onboard into the games and explore the metaverse. And yes, and finally the minting the NFT. So we are working around the Polygon blockchain platform to provide a minimum gas fee for the NFTs or a gasless experience. So what is for the celebrities? So we will have privileged profiles, and as we know, the NFT market goes bull, so we will have a good market value. And the third one is the fandom universe. So along with the marketplace, we'll be launching our a metaverse gallery where upcoming films or upcoming exclusive interviews will be handled as a gallery inside the metaverse, where a user just don't need to download any kind of application. They can just get in inside a platform, and they can go into our gallery and can view all kind of exclusive videos, interviews, etc. Yeah, and the outreach to the global fandom universe. Yeah, for the artist. So of course, for the artist, like the traditional platform does, we will have the golden space to exhibit their marketplace masterpieces. However, there will be a kind of filtration, as I said. And finally, there's an opportunity for budding artists or upcoming artists to showcase their new arts or whatever they're coming up with. Yeah, for the collectors. So for the collectors, that's a good opportunity for them to interact with the fandom of the new artist or unknown artist. So that will be the main advantage. And also, of course, with the NFTs they are collected or purchased, they can trade and can earn as the traditional platform does. So what makes us unique? So the first one is we have the unique industry focused area only focused on the entertainment, and the dedicated crypto part where we are connected with physical utilities for the NFTs. And the third one is, yeah, of course, the largest community worldwide, and we are a single marketplace. So other than this, the next slide will be talking about only the industries we are focusing on. And we have a fantastic solution implemented in our marketplace which will be benefiting for the users and collectors. So we are talking about, so when a collector comes into a marketplace, they need to purchase the crypto which is used in the platform, whether it can be Ethereum or Polygon or whatever the crypto is. They have to buy it in an exchange, they have to top up in the wallet, and they have to make a purchase in the marketplace. Or right now there are a lot of platforms providing instant top-up solutions to add crypto in their wallet to purchase the NFTs. But we are coming up with a solution with our marketplace where user can directly purchase the NFT using fiat. They just don't need to buy a crypto or go inside an exchange to buy the specific crypto. This will be useful for the users who are very new to the NFT marketplace platform. So we have a different protocol in place where it will, our protocol will interact with the smart contracts directly, and it will make the transaction happens. So that's a unique solution we're coming up with the platform. So I'm sure definitely our Indian audience will be benefiting out of that.
Is your platform been validated or by any centralized body? Some standard body is there available in the world which validates your platform, checks the code, so that what do you do? Is there any sort of such
so we have applied for certain smart contract audits, which is globally popular. One is CERTIC. So we are waiting for the audits to be completed. So once they are complete, we will be publishing the contracts, audit, etc., and we'll be making it live. Yeah.
Thank you. It was really wonderful. Now I think next we will welcome Mr. Lenin Wooden Mandra. So I think onto the stage. Tell us what you're trying to do and about your platform. On to you.
Hey guys, my name is Lennon, and we're trying to implement blockchain on traditional wood carvings based on temple works of South India. And at present there aren't many master craftsmen left, and we are actually using a few techniques, like sometimes we actually make a hole right on back of the artifact and use resin and alcohol ink to create unique patterns. I would call that, it would be similar to back in the days when we were in school, we used fountain pens to make a few drops in a piece of paper, fold it and open it. You get a unique piece of an art. So when you use resin and alcohol ink, you actually get something so unique it cannot be replicated. And when we are actually making one of these, we are applying it at the back of it, and when we actually make a second one, we cannot, even if we try, we won't be able to replicate the same pattern. So the second one can be considered as a second edition. So that's what we do. Can we these are some of the work that we've done, and I would say that there aren't many master craftsmen who can actually build these. Back in the days, around 200 years ago, there wasn't even a single house, Chettinad house without these. But even if we want to, even if we have the money to afford this, we don't have craftsmen, and it's going to take a very long time before you could actually craft something like this. And going to the next slide, I would also like to say that these things are already non-fungible. Even before the term non-fungibles actually existed, NFTs existed, these things were considered non-fungible because of the craftsmanship. They were so dedicated, and they had to they were not formally educated, and they had always been in the craft for such a long time. So that's how they actually mastered the skill. And we actually tried to trace some of the artifacts from international auction houses. We found quite a few artifacts But most of the time we were not able to trace the origin because those artifacts were acquired after demolition of a Chettinad house or some traditional house across India, and a piece of it is being cut off and is being sold off as an artifact or being auctioned off at major auction houses. So by implementing blockchain along with the name of the artisans, for something like this, it's actually a service. So NFTs can also be provided as a service, and there would be at least 5 to 8 artisans involved in creating such a masterpiece. So everyone would be able to register their name on a blockchain, and also say that we can trace the origins, and if there is going to be royalties, it has to be split among all the craftsmen who actually worked or according to the work they actually done. So the next one, please. Yep, this is an example of the pattern that I was talking about earlier that was used with acrylic and resin. So this is the actual piece that we actually created, and this was a copy. We can actually spot the difference. So we're also using blockchain to prevent copying and counterfeits. So we are also planning to add the blueprint, because the blueprint is the actual crucial part in creating such an artifact. So we're actually planning to give it as an unlockable content, and hope things could actually work out. Maybe in the future, if someone else wants to know about how it was done, and a blueprint would actually be helpful. By doing this, we can preserve the heritage, the skills, and everything that was passed down by our ancestors. A lot of skills that's supposed to reach out to the global audience. And yep, these are some of the artifacts again. So most of the time, we are not actually being verified as an artist, because physical NFT and NFTs that can actually be used in our daily lives, that you can touch, feel, and use, are not a common thing these days. So this is just the initial stage, and maybe in the future we may actually find a lot of other traditional handcrafters and handloomers joining in. Yeah. And thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Nils. Hello. Thank you. That's really wonderful. Yeah, I think now we can let's welcome the last speaker, Mr. Srikanth Reddy. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, perfect. I think it's on. Just check once.
Yeah. Yes, Srikanth.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, the speaker is here. Okay. There's a small technical issue with my lappy, so there's a reason I'm sitting here and giving the demonstration. Basically, this is about creating your own NFT platform without any coding knowledge. So the platform is called NFTify, where I used to work with as a country head for the India, under which close to we have gone the community to 40,000 people, and we also onboarded a lot of artists, onto the platform to create their own NFT platform. Okay, for example, any artist is here who would like to bring. So Laya was talking about. She was using OpenSea and Foundation kind of platforms to sell her NFT. That's what she mentioned in the last session. So if you would like to set up your own NFT platform without having any coding knowledge, this platform helps you. Okay, so as an artist, you may not be aware of how to create a platform for you of your own. So this platform is a no coding platform. One thing. Converting your art into the digital format is still with you. Okay, for example, as an artist, you created a wonderful drawing or art. So now, it could be any format. Okay, convert that into digital format and upload to your own platform and start marketing in the Twitter or any other social media platforms and start selling it. And this also enables the economic transactions also. Okay, this is very easy platform which within 10 to 15 minutes you can create your own platform and start using it and start sharing with your targeted audience. Okay, I'll just walk through you so that you can try it at home. This is the first landing page, and then try to log in here with your own credentials. Otherwise, you can register yourself. See, as you see there, Milky is one of the artists in Hyderabad who created his own platform like this. Okay, so end of the day, that artist called Shivram Krishna will get a website called milky.nftify.network. So this is the place where he has all his artwork there. Got it? For example, from Chennai, someone is a sculptor or artist, whoever it may be, for that reason, would like to enter into NFT web space. Then what he need to do is, he need to register himself and start creating a new store. It's as simple as that. Okay. Now, first I will show you the already existing NFT work of one of the artists so that you understand how it looks like end of the day. So if you see this here in the browser at the top address, you can see milky.nftify.network. Tomorrow as an artist, let's say Srinath would like to create his own NFT store like this. Then I'll say srinath.nftify.network. Of course, subject to availability on the name. Okay. Now, all these elements like your own logo and then your own banner, okay, and the artwork which you wanted to highlight here on the landing page, all these things you don't need to worry. You just need to worry about how to digitalize your artwork. That's it. Rest all are taken in the platform itself. You need to have a wonderful description of your artwork, and also you need to come to conclusion on how much price tag I need to keep it for the artwork and start selling it. Now we are also working with GeoTus to bring INR into this transaction. So the moment you actually upload your artwork as an NFT, then put a price tag in the INR so that you'll also get the INR into your account, into your wallet. Okay. So these are the steps that every artist would like to need to do. First thing is you need to have your own wallet. Okay. So wallet could be your MetaMask or any trust wallet or anything. The first thing. That is also very easy. It's a browser enabled, or in the mobile app also you can do it. Once the wallet is there, then load it with your existing currencies. Then come to this platform, start creating like this. So here if you see Mr. Ramakrishna, a digital artist, have created this kind of art. For example, let's take this one. Okay, so he quoted the price tag of close to 325 BUSD, which is close to $1 each. Each BUSD is $1. Okay, close to. And then his price is this, and he has to give some description and all to attract the buyers or to mint this NFT. And then about this art, if someone wants to, even if you want to have his Twitter account and all, he can display it. Okay, and as a user, once you create the NFT like this, and if someone wants to buy that, then in this website they can start buying it. So the buyer also need to have MetaMask. Now I'm actually browsing this website in incognito mode, so that's the reason it is not showing up my MetaMask here. So let me walk through you how to create such a website like Shivram. Let's say I'm just creating the store called Chennai NFT. The subdomain is also same. You can choose your name, store name. Okay. Yeah. Even on which network you would like to have. So for the people who already are in this blockchain space, there are multiple chains are there. One is BSC and then Ethereum, Polygon, Cardano, which is in the beta mode. You can choose the one whichever you would like to have, and then create a store. The moment you do that, you need to connect the wallet, which is already connected. This is the browser-based wallet which I have already installed. MetaMask. If you see on the top right corner here. Okay, that's already installed in my. Now, before you upload, you should ask yourself under which category your work actually falls under. Okay, this is my MetaMask. Now, if you are uploading artwork, it could be sculpture or art, digital art, or if you would like to upload your cards or collectibles or domain names. So there are multiple ways of uploading an NFT. So choose one which is a good app for you, or if you are working with it more options also, it's fine. So this much simple. Okay, now your store is created. Now do the other work like create your own logo, upload into the site. So end of the day, the objective is to bring something like this. Okay, you're on the only first step where you just created the name of the store, that's it. And you have selected the platform on which you need to mint it, right? So the second step is then beautifying this overall thing. Again, there are multiple steps are there. You can choose a theme. That's okay. This theme is okay. I'll just show one feature so that all the features are already there. You can page by page. Actually, you can go there and then edit the page. The same thing will appear. So let's see how
it's
this.
Similar to developing a small web page type.
Sorry.
Almost similar to developing.
Yeah, it is like a content management system. Simple content management system. Okay, you have complete as a time constraint because time is limited. Now I would like to show you the overall documentation of it so that you can try it on your own. And there are a lot of videos also there in YouTube, feature by feature, how to create and edit anything.
Is this platform validated by some central agency or some standard bodies?
We are in the process for India, sir. It's it to be validated from the Indian perspective.
I think the organizers try to make note of what is expected from the. I think we need to give up.
So you have an helping center over here. A lot of documentation is there. So you can go through. Okay. So it's pretty simple. So hardly within 10 minutes you can set up the store. But moving forward, the data or digital art that you need to get prepared and then start uploading. And most important thing in NFT world is the marketing part of it. So you should know very well about the marketing fundamentals, how to do it in the social media so that your art gets sold. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, Sridhar. Yeah, that's really interesting. You can see how simple and easy these days are. Platforms help in building. Once I'm sure the artists
the medium scale industries all could make use of it. But only one thing which we would like to have is probably the organizers need to put it in perspective that these platforms need to have some sort of a central body or some certifications to be happening. That how we can think about later. That's one thing. And the next important thing is you should have some sort of an INR base.
Yes, that's what we're working with.
Thank you, Srinath, for game.
Thank you.
Let's have a quick start.
Yeah.
I know we're all tired from a long day, but the next session actually is a very important one on policy. Without the government being made to understand and with the policy not being crafted properly, it's very difficult for any of this to exist and kind of, for us to reap the benefits of this kind of technology. So the next session is on creating the kind of ecosystem, regulatory ecosystem and regulatory framework for the Web3 ecosystem to function properly. Over to Vikram, who's the moderator of this session.
Thanks, Ram. So we have three participants for this session. First one, I would kindly like to invite Sridhar from Grant Thornton to come to stage, please. Okay. Can I also have Professor John Augustine, Associate Professor, IIT Madras, to the stage, please? So we have Professor John Augustine from IIT Madras, and we also have Mr. Rapolas Lakavicius, Policy Officer from European Commission. So we would like to begin this discussion on encouraging the Web3 ecosystem. What are the policies? How do we work on it? And also from the front of academic curriculum, how do we work on things? Now, first I would like to invite Mr. Rapolas Lakavicius to take the to start his sessions. So I'll give a quick introduction about him. Mr. Rapolas is Policy Officer at the Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology of the European Commission. His work responsibilities are mainly focused on blockchain standardization. Previously, Rapolas worked with European Research Framework, H2020 FP7 and broadband internet policies. Prior to joining the European Commission, Rapolas worked with credit risk analysis at SEB Bank in Vilnius and as a consultant preparing economic and financial feasibility studies for the EU funding. Rapolas holds a master's degree in economics from Vilnius University. Thank you, Mr. Rapolas, for joining us. We are very eager to hear you speak and also to listen to your presentation. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to join you today in this great event you are having in Chennai. I'm joining from Brussels, so I am participating remotely. In the European Commission, currently I'm working with the blockchain standardization, so my session is creating effective government regulations to foster Web3 ecosystem. However, I will have a look at it from the angle of blockchain and basically blockchain standards. Okay, let's proceed. I hope my slides are visible well.
Yeah, it's visible.
Basically, in the European Commission, what we have in terms of blockchain is quite a few policies, of which probably the most important ones are regulations which are currently being prepared. These are Markets in Crypto Assets Act regulation, then EUDI EIDAS 2 regulation, the Data Act regulation, and actually also a set of other policies which could be considered as in part relating to blockchain, which are including very famous GDPR. I see the screen, but I'm showing a slightly different slide. Is it the policy slide? No, it's not policy slide. Is it possible then to turn on the next slide?
So I think you're controlling the presentation, or?
I'm controlling this. Oh, okay. Okay, that's very strange. Oh, it's not sort of. I was.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That is good. This is the good slide. Now it's working. So basically, we have a set of regulations which are linked to blockchain, and then we have supporting. We can call them supporting regulations, For which one? The first one is GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, which is in a way important in the way that personal data cannot be stored in blockchain as of this regulation, because all data has to be erasable, and on blockchain is not possible to do that. And to overcome that, we have some approaches such as that personal data is stored in some, for example, some trust anchors, and is being used using some zero knowledge proofs. So in this way, basically every user can be sure that this GDPR regulation is applied, and his data is protected. Other regulations are such like EU Act, EU AI Act for Artificial Intelligence, which tries artificial intelligence to be explainable and clear and also trusted. Cyber Resilience Act, which pays attention to cybersecurity and ensures that basically blockchain applications are robust and cyber secure, and the Energy Action Plan, which among other things also brings in a new provision for energy labels for energy efficiency of blockchains, which is currently very important because in Europe we have quite a subtle situation with energy. However, to come back to energy-related policies, markets and crypto assets regulation, or so-called MiCA or MiCA Act, actually it is supposed to give some clarity to various users of blockchain and various tokens and investment tokens, utility tokens, give some basically classification of them, and also different legal environments, how they could be used. So basically to bring in some clarity to the market. So that is very much expected, and we hope that it will be adopted soon. EIDAS 2 precisely brings identity and allows identity to be used for blockchain. Data Act regulation gives some clarification for smart contracts, and actually in there we have some provision of smart contracts so that they would be terminatable and updatable, so that we don't have such a situation that smart contract is there and cannot be stopped, and I don't know, is doing something that nobody is expecting it to do, or if there is some error, nothing could be done in such a case. And we have a blockchain regulatory sandbox, which is a bit policy measure to help they take up, so that if there are some startups or corporates interested in working with blockchain and that they have some questions, so that they can start in sandbox mode and make sure that they can have some sort of time to adapt to regulations, because if there are some difficulties, some legal requirements are too difficult, so that they don't really suffer for these things. So we have quite a set of basically things that could be used. Another quite a important development that we have is we are trying to bring public sector as a trailblazer. So basically, really also trying to do some blockchain applications, and we have a European blockchain service infrastructure, which brings together a number of member states, basically all European member states, Norway and Liechtenstein, to work with blockchain applications. And in there, basically, an important use case, they have 7 use cases, but I would like to highlight precisely self-sovereign identity use case, which is afterwards used for educational credentials. So that is in a way very nice use case. And what is importantly here is that precisely it gives this identity part brings the identity part to blockchain. And actually, identity part is very difficult for private sector to bring in. We have quite a few platforms, but still identity is very strongly linked with the government, and this is in a way very much appreciated that from the governmental side we try to solve out identity and also ensure that it's done in line with GDPR, which is quite a big step to get it done properly, and let's hope it will all go relatively well. Then we have quite a substantial amounts allocated to research and development. We have them in this framework programs. Currently, our assessment showed that we have more than 300 million euro in various grants being distributed to projects which are working with blockchain in one way or the other. They are covering security, public services, IoT, sustainability, manufacturing, 5G, AI, big data, and other sectors. So there is quite a bit of research ongoing, which is an important part of overall policy activities. Also, we are supporting public and private partnership, which brings together also a lot of transnational, international organizations such as UNICEF, the World Bank, WTO, and others. So it's in ADWA, and basically they have quite a strong European presence, but basically international.
Mr. Ripolos, sorry to intervene. Your slides are not changing. It's just stuck in the first slide. Could you please? We're finding it a bit difficult to follow in that sense. Yeah.
Very strange. I'm thinking maybe.
Yeah, you can click on that. Yeah. Yeah. Now yes. Now we can see.
Oh.
You can continue, please.
Okay. I just have had another monitor. I would like to apologize for some slides, but let's just continue with this one.
Yeah, sure. Please.
So basically, INADBA would very much welcome presence from international audience, and maybe that would be interesting to have a look for our participants. Then we have a European Blockchain Observatory and Forum. I hope this changed the slide, or not really.
It's changing, so we can see the slide is changing now.
Okay. So we have European Blockchain Observatory and Forum, which is publishing thematic reports. It's currently published like 10 reports, and new reports are coming in. They have been publishing on things like smart contracts, energy, NFTs, and a lot of other sectors. The reports are quite interesting. They also are preparing workshops. Recently, there was a workshop to give an overview of ongoing developments and shaping the future. And likely there will be more workshops to come pretty soon as well. Very important part is the skills and education and development. For this purpose, we have Chase Partnership Project, which bringing together 23 partners and 5 associated partners from 15 basically countries. And they are looking at educational, curricular, at the degrees, and trying to ensure we have skills available for blockchain rollout. And also quite a bit of attention is being paid to standardization, for which I am working with. Standardization activities are taking place in ISO, in ITU, in a lot of other, in IEEE, IETF, W3C, OASIS. From European perspective, there are ETSIS and CENELEC. All these organizations are working with blockchain or DLT in one way or the other. We have the rolling plan for EC standardization, which gives an overview of ongoing activities of a number of sectors. So in there, we have blockchain included. Actually, there is a separate chapter for blockchain, and it is also covered in some other chapters like sustainability or identity. So it's quite well included there. And when it comes to INADBA, we are preparing an event, basically collaborating with INADBA. INADBA is the main organizer of this event. It's going to take place on the 1st of December. Participation will be possible virtually. Time zone is from 9 to 5:30, but it's Brussels time, so Indian time probably it will be slightly earlier. But at least some part of this event would be possible to follow up, and a little bit to have a look to those who are interested in standardization activities. So I think at the extent possible, I will try to share the link to the chat, and maybe organizers then will be able to
that should be great, so if we can share the
everyone.
link.
So participation would be very much welcome. I think so. From my side is this much. I'm very sorry for issues with slides, but
That's okay, sir. It's been engaging presentation, sir. We just have one or two questions, if you can answer, sir.
Yes,
please. So definitely, EU has worked a lot when it comes to building policies on, be it blockchains and other DLT techs, and even when it comes to cryptos, you've done a lot of work. Now, there was one particular point where I've taken that you're trying to characterize each of these tokens or categorize each of these tokens, right? How do you approach this, sir? Because US had tried to do this. We have other countries who are also, Singapore is also trying to do this, to categorize tokens and say that, okay, maybe stable coins, this is how we approach, right? For example, utility token, this is how we approach. Now, how is EU approaching it? Now, what is the work that has happened in that front?
Yeah, so basically for this we have tokens which are used for payment. Then we have tokens which are used for investments, and then we have tokens which are used basically for utility purposes. So that is basically the main categorization. Then when it comes to this, it's a very interesting question where to put NFTs, because we have quite a bit of those. And so far, basically there is ongoing discussion, and we are waiting for the final text of this MiCA regulation to see whether there will be NFTs at all covered in there, or basically what should be done with them. It might be that at this point of time they would be left out and basically could be regulated sometime in the future in future regulations. But now we are waiting really for the adoption, and it is expected to take place sometime in December or in January, so in the upcoming few months basically.
So one more thing. So you were talking about a lot of public-private partnership projects that you're also working on, that the EU is working on. Could you throw some light on what are these projects? What is the scope that you've taken up in EU for public-private partnerships?
Basically, I was talking about INADBA, which is public-private partnership, and now it's becoming more like international association. So it's this basically on their own. So basically, it's an entity of their own, and this public-private partnership is becoming in the way that it allows both public and private various organizations to work together in policy making. So from this respect, is something that is probably very much appreciated, that is available.
Okay, thanks.
So this is basically an ADBA, and I will share the link to the event on the 1st of December to those who are interested.
Yeah, that should be really helpful for a lot of creators and companies that are based out of here, if they can see if they can have some opportunities to partner with the government there.
But they could have, but this will be more towards standardization side or more towards policy side. For creative side, I think they should have something. Maybe this could be the first basically look, but then for creative side they should have some other things. But here they are looking more at policy level, I would say.
I understand. I totally understand that. So, is there any questions anyone wants to ask? We can take it up. Okay. So thanks a lot, sir. It was very educative, very entertaining. It is always happy to see the steps that a nation has taken towards building future technologies, right? So ideally, we would love to learn a lot from the EU. And also, we also would love to collaborate with EU to build this future technology. I know this technology cannot just have policies which are built only for a specific region, right? This is a global product, right? Ideally, there should be a lot of interaction that should happen between countries, and a global policies or framework should be built. We are happy to listen to you. It was very encouraging, and it was very educative as well. Thank you for joining us, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and wishing excellent continuation.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Agat. So now we move on to our next speaker. Next, we have Professor John Augustine, from Associate Professor of IIT Madras. He's going to be discussing about redefining academic curriculum for encouraging the Web3 ecosystem.
So the last time, I guess we were not seeing the slides because there was a technological issues. Again, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see the slides, but what I'm saying is going to be very simple. I'm essentially just going to talk about... Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Well, we'll see. We'll see how quickly how the slides click. I'm not sure. So anyway, just a minute about myself. I'm John Augustine. I'm a faculty member at IIT Madras. I work on distributed computing, and that's how I got interested in blockchains. And so this gives me puts me in a unique perspective on how we can allow blockchains and the Web3 platforms and things like that to really influence society as a whole. My main, it's very exciting to come to this program because I never realized there was such an active NFT sort of community here, right here in Chennai and Tamil Nadu. So this is I'm living in a little island by myself, working on the sort of the research end of things, and this is a very exciting opportunity for me. So thank you very much to the organizers for this opportunity. So maybe the second slide. Yeah, so this is something that you all probably already know. We are having a huge amount of disruption because of Web 3.0. We have new forms of digital assets. The artists are picking up the baton and creating new content and using Web 3 technology for their work. One of the biggest things about this whole decentralized Web3 is it's a mechanism to bypass middlemen, and it allows people, the creative people who want to contribute something, to directly access the market. This is a huge disruptive force in place. Maybe the next slide, please. So the big question is, how can Tamil Nadu, how can India cope with this? And in fact, not just cope, but actually thrive. How can we be leaders in the forthcoming Web3 revolution? There are probably many issues here. Maybe we go to the next slide. The focus that I'm going to have is on education. So first of all, it's really nice to see that you've already embraced the technology. What we need to do is make sure every aspect of society is enabled. And what I mean by that is, it's one thing for artists to use it, and it's great to, I only was here for the second half. I saw all the wonderful artists, including Leia. I was very excited about, my daughter is 13 years old, so it was really nice to see that. But what we need to do is realize that the scope is much more. Artists form a large part of this. There are huge other segments that need to be tapped as well. So we need to make sure that the technology is enabled, and along with any new technology, we're going to have safety issues, and Web3 is definitely something that is going to be it can turn into a nightmare if it's not used properly. So we need to ensure safety, and really the only solution for all of that is proper education. So this is a very important piece of the puzzle. So I'm really glad that the organizers of this event found it worthwhile to include this curriculum as an important part of our discussion. So I don't want to take too much time. I want to talk about a few guiding principles for how we would want to prepare for the Web3 revolution, so to speak. And specifically, I'm thinking from the point of view of education, how do we prepare for that? One is we have to realize that what we are dealing with is a very complex object. Web3, each one of us is going to come at it from a different angle. So that's the picture here of the elephant with the 12 blind men. We'll be looking at it in different ways. Web3 is no different. Okay, so that is something people need to learn about this, and they'll be coming at it from different angles. We need to facilitate that. The other thing is it's a platform. Once you lay the platform, people will start designing things. So that's this part of the thing. You should enable people to create new things. It could be art. It could be new ways of looking at healthcare. It can potentially disrupt any and every vertical. So we need to be prepared for that. And above all else, if you're going to open up a technology like this to all of society, you're going to have to balance two things. The utility part of it, where people can use it for doing good things, balanced out with the safety aspects. Now, it's one thing to thrust a technology like this on our society, and then if we ignore the safety part of it, we're going to be dealing with a lot of complications soon enough, maybe 10, 20 years from now. So right now is the time when we need to also make sure that the safety aspect is talked about. And so that's going to be, so the important thing is we need to look at curriculum not in terms of college, not in terms of research, but holistically from school. Because if we are going to truly think of this technology as something that encompasses all of society, we need to make sure everyone, right from their school age, gets to know a complete understanding. I mean, one good thing is the school children will quickly pick up technology, but it's one thing to pick up the technology and use it. It's another thing to use it, learn to use it also in a principled way. Basically, what we want to be preparing them for is not just that they will use technology developed by somebody in the West, but rather be thought leaders. So we need to be laying the foundation for that right from school days, and also be aware that the security aspects need to be taught from school days. And then, of course, at the college level, we're going to have to deal with it a little bit differently. And using the apex is all the research, the creativity, the PG, the postgraduate level things. That also needs its own attention. How much time do I have? I don't want to take too much time, but should maybe like 3-4 more minutes? Yeah. Okay. So then I'll just maybe treat these three layers and discuss a little bit about my thoughts. I mean, I'm going to talk at a high level because I want to preface one thing. When we talk, many of you are probably artists. I don't know what your background is. But when I talk about education, I am not talking about only those of us who are teachers. I think all of us play a role. If you go back in history, education was something that happened at home. Right now, we want to think of education as being relegated to a few teachers in a school or a college or whatever, right? I would like us to move away from that paradigm. We play a role as teachers at whatever level, but I think education needs to be sort of a more encompassing thing. I mean, again, sorry to pick on you, but you notice how Leia was supported in her endeavors, not just by her school teachers. If we'd just been in the model where we had relegated all her experiences to just her school teachers, that would not have been good. But what happened was a facility to learn from others, and just in an organic way. And I think that's very crucial. Sorry, can you go back? Did I miss something? Yeah, this is good. So I guess the other issue is scale. When we have to have some principled way to think about our school curriculum. Because we really want our society to be prepared, and not only prepared, remember, we want to thrive in the Web 3.0 environment. So scale is important. Could we go to the next one? Yeah. So some high-level ideas. We want to, scale implies that we want to reach all students. and when we are at the school level, we don't, we want to have, at least I'm going to talk about some principles here. We want to make sure the students become comfortable with using and working with automated systems. Right now, when I look at my daughter's curriculum, they have some notion of computer science, but it's a very theory-oriented thing. What we want is our children should really come to a clear understanding that they are dealing with a machine that is executing some instructions, and that it's basically a tool in their hands that can be used for good as well as bad, and how to provide them with the principles to use it for the good. These sort of things need to be covered, and right now there's so much emphasis on a few subjects, but the students don't see the relevance of studying calculus, for example. It's important to study calculus. I'm not, don't get me wrong, but it's important to also study things that are actually relevant right from school years. And we have very interesting, non-trivial, technologically deep things that we can talk about at the school level as well. So calculus came into the curriculum maybe 200 years ago just because that was the big thing back then. We need to start rethinking these things. Other thing is, while we cover the masses, we also need to have a school system that is capable of identifying people with certain expertises, maybe technological, maybe art, maybe some other relevant expertise, business domains, whatnot, and direct them in the right ways. Maybe move on in the interest of time. I'll now go on to college level things. The one main message I want to give. Yeah, okay, thank you. One main message that I want to give is that this is a discipline. This technology is cuts across disciplines. I'll be preaching to the choir if I'm talking about arts. You all know about that. But this technology has a great potential to impact commerce, economics, humanities, law, and politics. I think it would be a disservice to think about it as a computer science thing. It would be a disservice to think about it only, remember the elephant, it really is encompassing. So we need to kind of think about how we train the next generation in a more holistic way. Next. Yeah, so the previous slide was about non-tech, like across disciplines, but I do have to also recognize the fact that I come from a technology background. So I also wanted to kind of give you a brief sense of what is happening. One small feedback, how many of you don't know how blockchains actually work? Please, okay. Oh, that's only a few people. Okay. How many of you do know, maybe this is the right question, how many of you do know how blockchains work? Okay, good. So that's very good. Because on the CS side of things, there's a fairly non-trivial, complicated thing that's going on. Every time an NFT gets traded on the blockchain, you really have to reach consensus amongst multiple machines. And there's a fairly complicated algorithm that's running behind the scenes, ensuring that people actually agree that this NFT got transferred from so-and-so to so-and-so, and so on and so forth. And there's a lot of cryptography and cybersecurity and things of that sort going on behind the scenes as well. So from a computer science point of view, a lot of these subjects are not the core courses. They are sort of elective courses, so to speak. One big principle is, if Web 3.0 becomes more popular, as it is becoming popular, then some of these principles will have to start taking more precedence, along with other related things like AI, metaverse, whatnot, and things of that sort as well. So we will need to be sort of reorienting our priorities. I think I'm down to the last slide, maybe PG level. Once we get to the point where we are at the postgraduate level, where we start doing research, there is broadly two different ways that we can think about it. Fundamental research. This is more fundamental questions, just not based on a specific technology, but rather just questions that we can ask. Can we design new kinds of markets? Because this whole decentralized markets, I'm talking about economic theory and market design, it's disrupting those areas as well. So there's a lot of new research going on in fundamental research. So those of you, I'm happy to see that many of you are aware of how blockchains work, which means that potentially you're at that level. It'll be great to explore innovatively, because it's one thing to look at a current textbook and say, okay, this is how things are done. But really, if Tamil Nadu needs to thrive in this environment, we need to be able to design markets appropriately. We need to say, okay, well, this is how this, this book was written by somebody sitting in the West. They taught us how to do it. But now, in 2022 or onwards, how do we do it? That's questions of that sort. Fundamentally rethink the way things should work. That's where fundamental research works. And then translation research takes ideas from all of these existing bodies of work and puts them together and actually creates products, new sort of NFT platforms and things that actually work but are based on the outcome of fundamental research. Those are the things that we mean, what we refer to as translational research. So these are kind of the things that we are working on. One thing that I want to end with is many of us academics, we sort of have our own lives, but we love to interact with others as well. So I would love to, if there are ways in which we can collaborate, we can find out ways in which we can contribute to your work or you can contribute to us. I'm very happy. I'll be very happy to interact with you guys. So with that, let me.
Any questions you guys have, we can take now. Yeah.
As a student, my question would be, what would you like exactly want to bring into, let's say state board syllabus itself for that matter. What kind of education would you like exactly want to bring? Let's say social studies, would you like to enhance the topic of decentralization?
Absolutely, yeah. This is a very good, the topic of social sciences is very interesting because this idea of decentralization is not new. When you look back at how society developed, there's been this sort of like sort of a back and forth between centralization and decentralization. We started off completely decentralized, then bigger and bigger towns and empires got built. So we went towards centralization. There was a British Empire up to a certain point. And then we said, no, we don't want that sort of a centralized thing. So this sort of a back and forth between centralization and decentralization is something that happens through history. And being able to connect that with the way technology, in some sense, computer technology is doing that much faster, right? And so that's something that can come up. And to your other question of what can we actually see in the syllabus, like in state board or whatever.
Exact topics wise, like in math.
There are many topics. I don't want to go into that, but I would prefer to talk slightly at a principle level. I do not want this to just be another subject. I would rather figure out ways, we have to brainstorm and figure out ways by which students learn by practice. And figure out ways by which we reduce the amount of impact of just, okay, here's the theory, now read it. We have to figure out ways for society as a whole to engage with our children and teach them interesting new ways the world works, including the way decentralization works. And I think children will just go to education in a much more excited way if that happens. Right now, we're just happy with sending the children off to school and saying, okay, now here, there's some 5 books, you read it and take an exam. That doesn't seem to work very well. We need to empower our teachers to actively seek ways to connect, take them on field trips or do whatever it takes to make things a little bit more real. That's important, I think.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Your presentation was awesome. Actually, I had a doubt. I enrolled, whatever the points you mentioned here, I enrolled in a IIT Pixel Test Blockchain Training Program.
Okay.
How far the point is implemented over there, and is there...
Sorry, this is a program, I mean, this is a course conducted by who?
Pixel
again?
Test.
Pixel Test, okay.
In collaboration with IIT Madras.
Okay, was that, I was not involved in that, but I think...
Yeah, maybe I'm just asking in general, how far it will convey this message to a general society, or it may be through the programs conducted by IIT? Will it take in consideration?
Oh, I'd like to step back a little bit and address it at two levels. One is we as somebody who works at IIT Madras, I want to view IIT Madras as one other college, first of all. I do not want to put ourselves on a pedestal that makes it unviable, in my opinion. So what I would first of all like to say is, I think we have to collectively look at all colleges in Tamil Nadu. We are all doing a good job. I would like to see all of us on an equal footing, first of all. Secondly, in terms of now coming to IIT Madras because I know about it, not because, I mean, not putting it on a pedestal. We have lots of programs that are definitely trying to reach to them, to a large audience. So we have a very good program for called the it's a BSc in data science that is fairly active. It's a completely online based program. It's based on a platform called NPTEL.
Yeah, I know.
So that's something that is reaching out to a lot of people. We are also putting a lot of our course material on the web, and that is available. What we are also doing is, we're open to taking up research projects from various agencies where it could potentially influence a larger part of this society. So there's a lot happening. The only thing to know about academic settings is that it's not a hierarchical setting. The director does not control what I do. And so each individual faculty member kind of runs their own show. When I say runs their own show, that means they develop interest, they develop their expertise in a certain area, and then they start picking up projects in that area. So I would not view IIT Madras as a monolith. Instead, I would ask you to go into the department, web pages, find out what people are doing, find out the people who are doing the kind of things that you want to connect with, and connect with us in a meaningful way. Meaning, if you find the relevant person, you have a problem and you want to get it solved, you find the relevant person at IIT Madras, exchange emails with them, and I think that will be a very nice way for society to engage with IIT Madras. I think when there is an opportunity, I can speak for IIT Madras, when there's an opportunity for us to serve society, we all jump at it. It's just that each one of us becomes specialized in a particular area, and when we are then asked to do something very different, then it doesn't work. So the hardest part is to find the right matches. Once we find the right match and we're able to contribute something, we are very excited to contribute our time and effort. That's in terms of engagement. In terms of the sort of teaching-based things, see, this pixel test I'm not very familiar, but in general, there is a lot of efforts in IIT Madras to provide our services to the larger things. Almost all of us will be very happy to come and give guest lectures on topics that are relevant for us. Like I can talk on certain topics. So we are very happy. We are outward looking. We are very happy to engage with people in society.
I understand that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, sir. It was very educative. We so wish that, we build our education systems the way you see it, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, so this is the last session we have here. So let me just quickly introduce our speaker here. We have Mr. Sridhar. Mr. Sridhar is a tax partner in Grant Thornton Bharat LLP. He is a qualified company secretary and lawyer with over 25 years of experience in dealing with complex and varied tax and regulation matters. He is a regular speaker in forums across India, including the ICAI, ICSI, various trade and industry bodies, where he speaks on taxation, exchange control, and special economic zone laws. He is the author of a book on FEMA published by Bloomsbury. Mr. Sridhar, before I go to you with my question, it certainly feels like, from morning we spoke about things that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to build this, we're going to build that. At the end we are going to say, do we have a permit to do all that? Right? Are we allowed to do all this? Right? So that's majorly, this session is all about, right? The challenges as creators, as builders, and as ecosystem players that we are facing. Now, Mr. Sridhar, what do you think are the biggest challenges that the Web3 ecosystem is facing and is going to face when we are talking about all these products here?
Yeah, firstly, you want me to use or this was working now?
It's working now.
Yeah. Firstly, thank you organizers for looking at this interesting, I would say, disruption policy and all the framework coming through in the way the world is moving. Obviously, a lot of challenges. It's a societal disruption, as I would kind of pick from where Professor left. When you look at distributed models, it's also foundationally shaking the state, and therefore asking the state to help is also contrary to what the disruption is around. So therefore we have an oxymoron in the problem statement itself. No, but state is where we are in, and therefore it's important for state to facilitate this. Now let's understand what all is needed for an environment like this. The first is, so let's understand the core of all of this conversation is around content and data on one side and tax as a consequence on the other side. Now content and data, a lot of people believe content should be self-regulated, and therefore government in itself may or may not necessarily step. So it's like there's already policy playing out on content, and there's quite a bit happening there. And therefore what government is doing is to make sure it's honest and it's genuine and it's not opinionated and free, and therefore content in itself is regulated fairly well. And there are laws around it. So we are very familiar with trademarks, copyrights, and all of that, and whatever is foundationally available for these laws will just mirror into the digital space. So you don't need to invent a special law to answer this question. You need to just tweak the answer to get to the solution. The solution is already there, and therefore there is no need to touch content as much. Now coming to data in itself, now data and content are merging now. That's really the problem that we have. And when data is what we are trying to protect, we need data protection law. Okay, and data protection law is one foundational element which Europe has gone ahead. So when Professor was talking earlier, he's already talking of laws that are already in place. So EU data protection law has been there for about 10 years now. So we are talking of laws that need to be put in place, and MeitY has just come out with a policy, a bill, a draft bill, which hopefully should go through in this parliament session. So there is law which will now look at protecting data. Now, what is data that we are trying to protect is also important to understand. It's personal data that we are trying to protect. Personal data would mean individual data which is sensitive, so your health records, or stuff like your own personal details, your preferences, and all of that. And those are the elements that need protection at the individual level. Now, there's a very large question looming on whether data of corporations or artificial persons should also be protected. EU has not moved in that direction. EU only looks at individual data to be the primary data to be protected. Should we go that whole route of going through corporate data to be protected? We already have laws around it, and therefore I would think if we tweak the existing laws, things should be fine. But individual data, there's a huge gap. Your date of birth looks very simple, but a lot of people can use that data to misuse. Your location, where you are sitting in this room, is data which looks innocuous, but it's all very valuable for somebody. And where is that data sitting? So data protection in itself is foundational, and we are hoping that government comes out with legislation very soon. Is it adequate? I think the elephant, the way you described it, Professor, is really true, because whatever we do, there will be misuse, and there has to be agencies who are smart enough and qualified enough to be able to track that misuse and hold people accountable. So the kind of penalties that you will see is upwards of 50 crore and 200 crores. So those are the kind of penalties that you're seeing in the draft law that you are coming through. So people who handle data are significantly need to be educated on what they need to do around this. And that's hopefully advocacy that will happen when data protection law comes through. My own sense, there is an important role for Tamil Nadu state or the state governments to also play. So if you look at Constitution of India, the good part is data is not a word that is used in the Constitution. It doesn't come anywhere. But statistics does come. So statistics is the way our ancestors saw it. And therefore statistics is covered in the concurrent list, which means both the state government and the central government have powers to legislate. So one way to see this is data of the state. Does it need a special protection, or are we good enough with protecting it with the central law itself? That's one conversation that needs to be answered. I don't have an answer. But data is such a huge this thing. So where you locate it also is important. And today we don't have the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure to house our own data in India, foundationally. So what are we talking of? Where is the protection if the data is sitting in United States or wherever? How do I protect it? So therefore the foundation is around the infrastructure that has to be built. We are seeing a lot of data centers coming through, and NPCI thankfully has come to Chennai. They are looking at their own data center. So all these data center infrastructure is the first thing. So Tamil Nadu government should first look at putting that infrastructure in place, then looking at policy to make sure that policy protects data of the residents of the state if the law of center is not sufficient enough. And those are foundational. So this is what I would think is very, very important in policy. In tax, we have already moved the cart, which means we are ahead of the horse. So the way the government has kind of played this out is that whether it is legitimate or illegitimate, we don't care. We want to tax it certainly. And that is also true. Death and tax is inevitable. And therefore, you need to, and even gods pay tax in India. So, in that sense, there is no way you can escape a tax. And what government is saying is, it's a flat 30% tax. So, they have come out with a clear tax policy on income tax side, saying that you pay 30% flat tax, we will treat you probably worse off than speculation income in the income that you earn from. There is a terminology, and we have a big debate in the tax world going around on this, that the terminology used is virtual digital asset. And there is an argument that you should not have put in NFTs into the definition of virtual digital asset, but somebody in its own wisdom wanted to tax cryptocurrency, but also wanted to also tax NFTs because they were not able to kind of comprehend what it is. So without getting into the details, current tax law taxes everything which is virtual digital asset. We will hope to see carve-outs now. And there are 2 sets of circulars that the tax department has come out with to say if you are a reward point or a card which stores value, which is more like a discount, those are elements that should be taken out of the definition of virtual digital currency. And there is also a clarification that if you have an underlying tangible asset that is transferred, then again you should not be subjected to a virtual digital tax, which is this 30% tax. So to that extent there is clarity, but as we go on, tax will inevitably discover itself and come to a position of what should be the optimal tax position today. GST is the elephant in the room. We haven't got an answer yet, but there's already an OIDAR tax, which is an 18% tax on a reverse charge basis on any online digital content that is sold. So it's for the platform to actually do that compliance. And we know that it's fairly painful to do. And on top of this, there is also a tax deduction at source from an income tax point of view. So I don't want to bore all of you with tax here, but tax will be
most
inevitable.
of the people here are facing the brunt. They would have faced the brunt of TDS. I think they would understand your pain.
Right. No, but so we are nation building in paying the taxes. So I can only say that if you have earned income, you should be okay to pay the tax. The problem is if you have not earned income but you're still asked to pay tax, that's painful. And in some of the TDS principles, tax deduction at source principles, we have moving away from the principle of whether there is income at all in the first place. That is the painful part. I don't think 30% tax is, everybody can complain that it's too high, but in some other countries it will be higher. So if you go to Europe, some of the European countries are at 40-45% tax at the individual tax rate. So we are not so bad, I would say. So to that extent, tax as a policy, the only expectation is please do not necessarily tax all non-fungible tokens. Take a view like what Europe is taking, that if you classify tokens, if they are utility tokens, they should not be taxed. It doesn't make sense at all. So we should kind of have a sense on it and be reasonable on how this is playing out. I would think those are the two roadblocks or significant challenges that we have, in addition to many others, but this is good enough.
Yeah, these two are almost showstoppers for anyone who's building in this ecosystem. Now, Mr. Sridhar, now, when people were pitching about use cases that the government can have, they were talking about, government can have land records in this, right? Now, even certifications in this. Now, does the current policy help these use cases to come to life?
So I can say from tax perspective, like I said, it's actually a deterrent. So we are scared that the tax office should not come back to a transaction which has happened, say, of a transfer of property, land, through NFT means or digital means, which is likely to happen if we move that direction, to be suddenly taxed not as capital gain but as income from other sources, which is essentially 30% tax. So you will get scared about the tax office coming back, and the way the computation works is very different here. So you won't get the cost base the way you would like to in a immovable property. So to that extent, there is work to be done in income tax to make this clear. GST also will have the same issue on whether, because you're paying stamp duty, you should not be subjected to GST or by that logic. So to that extent, there needs to be some improvement in the GST legislation as well, purely from a fiscal tax perspective. From a policy perspective, all the standards, so there are technical standards and there are legal standards. So both have to work together. EU has moved technical standards as well as legal standards, and they are ahead of the curve in trying to make sure there are no gaps. That is a lot of work to do in itself. But tax today is a deterrent.
I mean, we just hope that, next year, if you're sitting together having this discussion, there are better tax laws, and we don't have to talk much about tax and just talk more about building this ecosystem. Guys, if any one of you have any questions, you can please ask now. I think more, yeah. What's the new word?
Ama.
Everyone we are created, tax and everything now only started. So nobody can have any answers for them. We started. So I can say today, because last 5 years I will be blockchain industry.
Okay.
So that time
You have any specific question? Okay. Anyone who has a question? I would just ask my one last question, if anyone's not having. What is the trouble when they define NFT also under the gamut of VDA, virtual digital asset?
So I'll put it like this, that government wants to maximize revenue, right? So foundationally, there is a lot of pressure on the government to not let go of tax. And you should see this foundationally, that in tax law, if something is not written, you can't tax it. Okay, so that's the principle. So government had to come to a view that the NFT should fit somewhere. Now, it could have fit into a capital asset, which means it could have been taxed as capital gain, like a share or some other immovable property or anything, or it could have been taxed at something else. They have veered towards something else because they want to tax it at the maximum rate of 30%.
So they don't want to fish.
They want to see this. So this is a test case happening. All the data. So government itself is mining all this data on trying to understand what is the ecosystem doing. Yeah. So the fact that there is a TDS means they are tracking. It's good.
All the trade.
So see, we and India is like this. We move to the worst case and then come back to a better world. Yeah. So I think we are in that learning curve. Europe is still not as advanced as we are on taxes, on cryptos.
Yeah, I just hope that, when the government is going towards the worst side, you guys all should hold tight, make sure that you survive that phase, so that you get to enjoy when things get green. Ideally, even next 1 year is also going to be in that phase, considering the economy and the funding scenario of a lot of these investments. So that's, if any questions are there, we can take it up or we can wrap this. Yeah, Arjun.
So Arjun, see, tax also has a geography to it, and this is where India will want to maximize it if the consumer or supplier of that service is sitting in India. Now, because it's a digital world, it's very difficult to identify this in the virtual network, and that's why the state is failing to be able to put this in a tax bracket. But the failure of the state cannot be the position in law. The position in law is it's taxable. And so it's just because it's not visible that it's not taxable. That's not the case in tax. So we have a problem here.
So the customer is at risk.
Customer is at risk. Customer is at risk. Customer is at risk because it's his income finally. You are only a mechanism to kind of move this income. And I can say this for exchange control law also, because there's so much cross-border transactions happening here, which are necessarily not going through the fiat currency. And that's really why RBI has come down much more heavier than income tax, with them saying that no, we will not certainly take this as it's against the state to allow a crypto, and crypto in itself cannot be controlled by a state. So it's an oxymoron, as I started. So I don't think crypto will ever get recognized. That's very clear in India.
I hope the other way. Since we're building the ecosystem there, it's just a hope that we have. Any more question, guys, or we'll wrap the session? Yeah, okay, I think, so thanks a lot, Mr. Sridhar.
Thank you.
That was very knowledgeable. Thanks a lot. Thank you. So guys, now we have come to the, okay, now our sessions are over. Now we come to the closing of the session. Thanks a lot for showing this strength that we have, guys. This is an ideal forum for us to showcase what the Web3 ecosystem is. This is just a start, right? We'll have to do this repeated interventions, repeated discussions with the government, so that we achieve the objective of building a stronger Web3 ecosystem and a stronger Web3 brand for Chennai. Thank you, guys. Thank you once again for coming. Thanks a lot.